Yeah, so welcome to the stream. I had my mic turned off. You, yeah, I don't normally stream directly off my desktop like this, so I didn't realize I had my mic turned off. Yeah, this is gonna be a very haphazard stream. I mean, granted, the last time I did anything D&D related, I didn't have a mic at all, so I think I just put on an old philosophical talk by Manly P. Hall. Welcome, Rocky. Yeah, I might not even be able to come on too clearly as before because instead of putting the mic on my little makeshift table as I would with my laptop, I got it right by my keyboard. So we'll see how this works. All right. So yeah, welcome, Rocky. So yeah, as I was trying to say, so late last year, Wizards of the Coast released a new version of Fifth Edition. Basically, yeah, because you can't really call it a new edition. It's still like 90% the same. So it's basically 5.5. They're not calling it that though. Because I was trying to say, it's I guess in honor of the game's 50th anniversary, you could just call it. Well, I think most people are just going to call it 2024, really. Yeah, they just say when our team released the current system in 2014, we were humbled by how many of you loved it. Because what are you going to compare it to? Fourth edition. And so, as you can maybe see here, or if I flip around. So, here's the current version of Quintessa using the 5th edition rule set with a form-fillable PDF. And I think when I was muted, I pointed out that I was using Unicode characters to create that little sorcery point table for printing spell slots or whatnot. That's what I really like about this particular PDF reader editor program. Because I can't make text bold or italic, so I make use like Unicode characters like small caps, like characters that are specifically meant to be capital letters but smaller to help keep things, bold for lack of a better term, to really pop out. Yeah, I think you did send me that picture. I think it's on Discord. Yeah, there's like a very purple dress. So I'm sorry I didn't have a chance to reply to it yet, Rocky. But yeah, I do remember that. Uh, yeah, so I also trying to say that I think like 5 minutes before Xbox. Oh, okay. That's somebody sent me on something on Discord too. All right. Well, man, what was the? We got a 60-second delay on my stream. I don't know. Now, I gotta say like basic 5 minutes before I started, I managed to oops track down the PDF copy of the player's handbook. So this way, while I'm reading through the physical copy, I can also point to various pages here. It's not really the best version, but it'll do. And yeah, to try and make things easier on myself, I upload all my D&D content to my computer's local host server. So this way I can actually make use of grouping files together like PDFs and PNGs and whatnot. That's right, yeah, because I opened this into a separate tab, didn't I? Yeah, so you got document files, Excel files, JPEGs. Yeah, I kind of went full on with the title there. So, putting my website design skills to use, right? Oh, I hope this PDF isn't going to have trouble loading. I mean, it's like 100 megabytes, so. Oh, this is going to be a pain in the ass. Because, this way, if I complain about something, I can at least show you what I'm complaining about, right? Like, for example, okay, so one thing, yeah, we got D20 tests, which is basically just, you roll D20 to do something, like make an attack roll, do a skill check, right? But they just gave it a quote-unquote proper name for whatever reason. Proficiency so far appears to be the same. You got your actions, social interaction, exploration. So basically, stuff that appeared in the later portion of the previous book is now up front. And then for chapter 2, you got creating a character. But then chapter 3, he goes into the full character classes. And then chapter 4, character origins. We have species instead of races because, I guess racist sounded racist? Because species just sounds a little too scientific for me. A lot of people complain about that too, but otherwise, yeah, so they added Aasimar. Otherwise, they still got Dragonborn, Dwarf, Elf, Gnome, Goliath, Halfling, Human. They added Orc. Still got Tieflings. And yeah, no more half-elves, no more half-orcs. I cannot find anything indicating them at all. Which means my half-elf character, Linda D. Aurelian, at the moment does not exist. Yeah, let me pull her up. Actually, well, yeah, let me just do this. I'll just pull up in a tab here. PDFs. Alright, so, yeah, a Troubadour of New Alam, basically referencing the old character class titles from first edition, which really aren't a thing anymore, and the bardic college she belongs to. So she's basically just a 7th level bard. I think I went with the College of Lore, I think it was called. And yeah, she's a half moon elf with I want to say a Chun. No, I think a human parent was Tetherian, because this is from the Forgotten Realms. And yeah, because years ago I found this little pewter figurine of an elven woman in tight leather holding a guitar. So I thought, hey, that'd be fun to paint. And then I managed to track down the actual artwork. Actually, you know what? Actually, speaking of, what page are the new character sheets on? I'm not really sure where I would find a PDF version anyway, but 34 and 35. Let's go 35. What do you do? Scan his own hand? I mean, I guess I don't expect someone to just chop a book up and scan it page by page, but jeez. What page am I on? 40. Hold up. 36. Yeah, something doesn't feel right. 38, 37, 39, 38, 40, 39, 41, 40. Yeah, that's kind of a page ahead then, isn't it? Yeah, it's like... So here's the new version of the character sheet. And they definitely truncated a lot of stuff. Whereas, say, if we compare it to the old version, got a nice big top portion here with big section for hit points, temporary hit points, current max, armor class, initiative, speed, your hit dice. So, what do we got here? Yeah, character name, background, class. So, yeah, if you got a really long class name, or if you want to include the subclass, I guess just write really well. Okay, subclass is now separate. Okay, they did do that. They made a separate section. I just see that. Whereas, yeah, you got class and level. So level's right there. Background, player name. They don't have that. I guess you could write that on top then. Race, alignment, and experience points. Okay, they got XP right here, but yeah, it's really small though. Like it kind of looks big on this screen, but it's really not. It's like half an inch, or like not even that. It's like a centimeter wide. This whole thing's like a centimeter. And granted, yeah, I don't think you're really meant to photocopy the sheets in the books because of all these little numbers here and there. I'm not even sure what that's referencing. Okay. 1, choose a class. 2, determine origin. 3, determine ability scores. 4, choose an alignment. And then 5, fill in details. So they're kind of going backwards with that in a way. I mean, because granted, back in AD&D, you were limited to like what kind of scores you could actually have and what classes you can play as. Oh, welcome, Gabriel. You keep ads for the monster manual? No. Okay. Cause see me, I'm very much I guess you call it like a lore master or like a lawyer instead of like I'm not really so much on rules like be a rules lawyer, just a lore lawyer. I'm very interested in the lore of the various settings, like what makes Greyhawk different from the Forgotten Realms, what makes it different from Dragonlance, what makes it different from Eberron, right? I don't like the idea of just blending everything together, or like this what feels like a recent concept of just treating all the non-human races as if they were just different flavors of humans. Because one, that makes all the different human ethnicities in like Greyhawk or the Realms basically meaningless at this point. And yeah, you kind of do lose what makes all the other races different. Like elves are very, very, very long lived. They're not going to look at the world the same way as a short-lived human would. I realize I had still that Google Drive tab open. Well, likewise, yeah, orcs are traditionally savage. Like, I mean, like, imagine like archaic hominids like Neanderthals survived or lived purely on survival of the fittest. Like, their leaders are always going back to the biggest, strongest guys. That's basically orcs. They're not going to look at the world the way humans would. They're going to, even if a friendly orc, they're going to balk at the more softer aspects of our species, like democracy. Because, if you got a a leader who's physically weak, what's to stop someone from just, taking them out aside from just, I guess, hopefully being a high trust society, right? Like an example would be the Saiyans from Dragon Ball. When Android 17 kills Dr. Gero, everybody is shocked, except Vegeta, because he looks at it as being completely normal. He even flat out says, it's the same thing with the Saiyans. If you don't like someone, just kill them. I swear you humans have the strangest inhibitions. Oh, you keep getting ads on YouTube. Well, that's interesting. I mean, again, my channel is partially monetized, but I'm not that monetized, so I'm not getting any ad money that I'm aware of. Although I haven't really checked on that front for a while. But yeah, like you can have a friendly orc, but it's not. I just can't imagine like an orc baker, for example, like or an orc opera singer. There's some things that are very distinct about the various races that just make them unique to each other and give them a very distinct flavor. I'm repeating myself here. Right, okay, as another example, here's my Drow Blackguard, Variolus Bainra from the Forgotten Realms. Neutral evil. Like, basically, when creating her, my thought was, take everything I know about Driss de Werden, the Drow Rebel, good aligned, and just do the opposite of that. Like, make her full-on a member of the Drow matriarchal theocracy, who fully worships Lolth, the demon queen of spiders. So that this way, when I actually have to play her with a party and I have to play nice, there's a bit of a challenge to that. It's like, yeah, she's going to look down on everybody around her, but, if she has a particular goal, like unite the giant clans under her house, yeah, she's going to have to play nice. She's going to actually, not necessarily be friendly, but not be hostile either, because if she, is hostile to the party, well, now she's going to have two enemy groups after her. The party and whomever they are after, right? Yeah. Because, I kind of like the idea of, like, orc being the more feral aspects of human nature, and not just, like, one race of humans or another. No, I mean, like, all of human nature. Like, everything that makes humans bad, and then just crank it up to 11. And then how you play against, like I said, not necessarily play against type, but just try to be friendly. But yeah, with regards to like half elves, I mean, I'm not even sure how I'd play Linda because she starts off as an orphan. Like basically, her human mom, had a tryst with an elven man who basically left the following morning. So, and single mom couldn't really take care of her, so she left her at the doorstep of the Harpers of Waterdeep. And so she grew up among them, and that's how she's connected with this group. Whereas, of course, Variolus grew up as a drow, he's aligned with Breaking the Earth, which is granted a company of mercenaries originally made up of the much derided and dishonorable castaways of destroyed drow houses. They're mostly actually made up of these second-class drow men. But Breaking the Earth has a long connection with House Bainra because their leader is was the son of the former drow matron Yavanna, who lived for like 2,000 years until she was killed in battle. And so, the idea was Variolus was there just to make sure that Breaking the Earth behaved themselves. And so it was more of a partnership than anything else. And, she eventually did sort of rank up to be more equal amongst them. So, actually, let me look that up. No, that's books. I need to look at modules. Yeah, because they broke this down in, I think it was Waterdeep Dragon Heist. So yeah, I'm gonna go all over the place here. Oh yeah, and this PDF has like a huge map, so that really screws it up when you're looking through a browser. Let's see if I can actually eye this, because I think there's like one of these like little blue info boxes. Ooh, yeah, I think I may have found it. That's not going to work. 100%. Let's try this. I may have to rebuild this PDF myself. This is ridiculous. But, that's kind of what happens when you pirate stuff, right? Yeah, I can't even go page after page by tapping left and right, can I? Yeah, because there was that section about Breaking the Earth, but there was a little info box that broke things down a little bit better. Here we go. Tracking renown. Let's see if I can zoom in. So yeah, here's the Breaking the Earth ranks, right? Orb, which is a private. Kjornalor, which is corporal. Calabi, which is sergeant. Malasarklin, which is lieutenant, and Ilrath, which is captain. And these are actually derived from the Drowic language. So let's go back to books. Yeah, because the Drow have been separated from the surface elves for so long, they actually developed their own version of Elvish. Let's see. Let's go with... Actually, no, I was going to say, because... No, I should probably close the whole thing out. Because Men's Bride in the City of Intrigue from 4th edition was basically a copy of 2nd edition's Drow the Underdark. Language... 95. Yeah, Drow language. Yeah, most Drow have little exposure to surface tons, outside slave traders, and adventurers being the prime exceptions. Citizen of the underground city, seldom ventures far afield, will know 2 tons, the everyday spoken language of the Drow, or Deep Drow, which varies slightly from community to community, in the same way that spoken common has regional accents, phrases, and words, and the soundless language of gestures and expressions developed by Drow long ago. Alright. Deep Drow, also known as Low Drow or Drowic, is the everyday tongue of the Drow corrupted by passing factions, trade tongue, jargon, and even words from other languages, notably Orcish, Dwarven, Surface Elven, and Human Wizardly terms, right? So it has indicated that it's a different language now. Yeah, you got personal names, male given names, female given names, surnames, Drow surnames, known house names, Drow cities, and a selected glossary of Deep Drow. So if we go back to Waterdeep, right? Yeah, that's an orb. Orb, spider, right? And then you had Kjorlin, watching, waiting, guarding. And the second being, Kjorlin orb, so watching, spider. Cal Albil, sergeant. They got Kales, trust, especially misplaced or foolish. And Albil, comrade, trusted friend, right? Yeah, the only word that's not present is Il Alreth. But what we do have is Ilhar, mother, or to mother, to give birth to young, not to comfort or rear, because that's kind of an alien concept in the drow. Ilhares, matron of a house. Ilharesin, so plural for matrons. And Ilharn, patron of house. So I'm guessing that Ilareth is derived from this and probably is meant to represent brother, because again, it's largely made up of men. So in the case of Variolus, I decided to try to come up with the word Ilharil for sister, trying to use, Ilhar again as a kind of a prefix, and then try to find a necessary suffix that would indicate something that would be above a brother. Oh, I'm kind of losing track of my thought here, aren't I? And actually, with that as a note, where I put the books section. Yeah, because, well, speaking of languages, let's look up the previous 5th edition player's handbook. If it'll load. Alright, where's the section on Elves? 21. Ooh, I went too far. Well, actually, no, this is fine. This is fine. Alright, so you got a section here for elf names, right? Child names, male adult names, female adult names, family names, like Amakir, meaning gem flower, Amastasir, starflower, so on and so forth. Keep note of that. Let's look at Dragon Magazine. Yeah, my PC's fans running hot. So, back in 3rd edition, we had an article called An Elven Lexicon for Dragon Magazine from issue 279, January 2001. And this is a printout that I hand-typed. And so we got, Elven words and their common equivalents, quote-unquote. So let's look up, say, Amakir, gem flower, right? Alright, so we got flower right here, Ama, and we got gem, Kir. So if you reverse it, gem flower becomes flower gem, Amakir, right? All of these elf surnames actually came from this article. So that was actually really neat of them. Now, granted, yeah, the new player's handbook doesn't really go into that kind of detail. All right, let me close off some of these tabs. All right, well, yeah, I can reopen Linda later. Actually, yeah, nuts. Because, yeah, the whole point of this, I started off as I was trying to do a character sheet comparison, wasn't I? Oops. But yeah, I kind of went off on a tangent, didn't I? I might be here for a while. Alright, so yeah, weapon and damage and cantrips. So they did expand upon that compared to this section right here. And then you got class features, which, again, they kind of shrunk that because you have features and traits here. And then you also have additional features and traits in the second page. And now you just have, this 2-portion section here. Species, traits, and feats. So it does kind of break things up. Because that's basically what I sort of did here. I kind of would go like feats and basic class features here. And you can tell this page is outdated because I'm still referencing Arnorth Arcana. And then I'll use like subclass features, background feature, and, well, feats I actually kind of put all over the place. So actually, yeah, Variolus is a bit more updated. Let's bring her back then. So for example, like she has the old version of medium armor master here. She has the actor feat down here in other proficiencies and languages because that's what's tied to. You can mimic the speech of other people, their sounds made by other creatures. Felt more appropriate there, especially with referencing skills. On her 3rd spellcasting sheet, she has the feat Drow High Magic. Doesn't really explain it, but it lists the various innate spell abilities she gets from that feat. And on the second sheet, she has Elven Accuracy, which is tied to her race. So, yeah, I did use it for like basically subclass features, species features, background feature down here, because I gave her a custom background. So yeah, they kind of split things up here, and of course they're using this format for skills and ability scores. So if you want to know, like your dexterity skills, here you go, acrobatics, sleight of hand. I still prefer just having them in alphabetical order. So if I want to do a performance skill, and I want to know I got a +4, I just go, go down to the P section, not the charisma section, because I'm not necessarily going to remember what ability score goes where, especially due to my greater familiarity with third edition. Yeah, this is really slow. Equipment train proficiencies, that's relatively the same. Like, the only thing you're missing is languages. So you got armor train, light, medium, heavy, and shield. So, yeah, all armor, shields, simple weapons, martial weapons, disguise kit, poison kit, thieves, tools, Dragonchess, which that would all go down there. Weapons, I guess if your character is proficient with individual weapons and not just, simple weapons, martial weapons, right? Oh, welcome, Daniel. Yeah, hello. Yeah, so right now I'm just kind of going over the character sheet, the new character sheet for 5th edition, and how it compares to the previous version. Yeah, you got passive perception here, right under skills. There's hero inspiration, which is just inspiration, but with a new name, and your proficiency bonus. Uh, where do they put all that now? Yeah, death saves, failures, successes. That's fine. Oh, okay. So passive perception goes here. Size goes there. Speed, initiative. Wait. So where is proficiency bonus? Right there. Okay, that's kind of in the same spot basically. Yeah, they do kind of move things around though. Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised they don't just put passive perception under wisdom, but well, I guess they kind of want to even things out a little bit better. Oh yeah, they even broke up saving throws because normally those were all just grouped together. Ugh. Yeah, I'm not really keen on that. And yeah, well, again, another thing I'm really not keen on is okay, yuck. I cannot talk today. You got this small little section here for appearance, right? Whereas in the old sheet, you had a big section for character appearance. Big enough that I can actually add a full-on character portrait, which I really liked. Oh, hello, Mini Shark. You're new. Welcome. Yeah, I'm still monitoring the chat using my laptop, so I got to turn 90 degrees for that. Yeah, I really did appreciate having a really big section for character appearance. I mean, it's granted I got a black and white printer that's from like 2011, I think. So this doesn't print out all that well, but it's still nice. And yeah, I also miss having this whole big section for allies and organizations. This basically would put like character factions like Breg in the Air, the Harpers, stuff like that. I don't think they have this in the new sheet though. Yeah, like backstory and personality, that's all been truncated to this one box with one little line for alignment, right? Whereas, say, you had alignment right here, say, neutral evil, and then you had section for personality traits, ideals, bonds, flaws. I think they've just dropped all that now. Basically, just write what you want instead of having these as a. Because, I mean, yeah, because they would suggest going down a particular list to pick what seemed appropriate, but you were always free to write what you wanted. So it was nice having these as an example, though. Like, I did modify her bond here to specifically reference House Bainra. And likewise, beneath the character portrait here, you had a big section on character backstory. And so I got into the habit of dividing this into 3 paragraphs. Your general backstory here, your motivation, your personal goal, like as in why did they become an adventurer, and 1 paragraph describing their alignment, like why is she neutral evil? Because I know they have examples in the player's handbooks, but I don't always necessarily agree with them. And I also like trying to tie their alignments again into their background, their race, their class, etc. I'm very, very hungry, and I'm probably going to be wearing out my voice today. And I got to do a an old role-playing game tomorrow too, which would require a lot of talking. So I guess we'll see how things go. How are you today? And yeah, you got a big section here for treasure, which I think again they kind of just dropped that. But let me scroll down. Okay, so yeah, they got one section to, I guess, flesh out your equipment. And having magic item attunements, that's fine. That's fine. Because usually when that happens, I would just add it into the magic item description. See, this is one thing I really like about having a PDF because I can't write that small, that legibly. It's nice being able to just type things in. Yeah, you got our adamantine half plate, Pewafia fire resistance. This is just the drow version of a cloak of elvenkind, boots of elvenkind, drow poison, portable hole, art objects. Stuff that's not necessarily magical, but things I felt would have a good meaning for her. And granted, yeah, you originally had a third sheet just for spells, right? Whereas here you got a much, much smaller list. It's basically just one big list. Now you gotta route the levels yourselves. And again, my problem with this is that it seems like they're making it easier to learn more spells than before. Like, as a Blackguard, as basically the anti-paladin from the Dungeon Master's Guide, she can only cast spells up to 5th level, but the idea was that you would just fill up with as many spells as you could from, like, the Paladin list, and then you click off what spells you are automatically prepared, or, like, you prepare a certain number and then just start clicking things off. So, like, if the spell had a little, you fill in a little indicator, that's the spell she could cast that particular day. If I don't click off locate object, or if I don't fill it in with a pencil, she cannot cast it today. So, I found it good to have a full list in the case, like, say, at least divine spellcasters and wizards to, be able to easily swap things out day after day, which you could do. Or as a alternate example, let's pull up Quintessa, right? Who's built using a homebrew Sorceress subclass, the Scion. So Sorceress had a limited number of spells known, but I augmented this with the Ritual Caster feat, where she had a spellbook filled with wizard spells that all had the ritual tag, and could only be cast by extending the casting time by 10 minutes. So as you can see, she's got a lot of spells on her. All of this, I don't think is going to fit on here. And like I said, the new version of Sorcerers have more spells known. So I guess you could just print out a second sheet. I mean, you used to do that for 3rd edition, especially if a character had, like, a lot of magic items. But no, I think, if I'm ever invited to a new table that's playing these new rules, I'm sticking with these old character sheets. I'm just used to this. I'm used to typing things out. Like, actually, let me bring this up, because this may sound crazy to people, but when it comes to, like, typing on a computer, there's more than one space. There's more than one kind of space, right? You got the N quad, M quad, and space, as in it's the size of a capital N. M space, the size of a capital M. You got your 3 per M space, 4 per M, 6 per M. You have your figure space, this is specifically the size of a number. Your punctuation space, your thin space, which is typically like half the size of a normal space. Your hair space that's like a pixel wide. Your zero width space, which is exactly what it sounds like. It's a space but has zero width. You also have the no break space. So for example, like, let's say I wrote find familiar in a sentence and I added a no break space in between. If this appeared at the end of the sentence, it's not going to break off at the word find. It's going to break the whole thing off into a second sentence. Like, I actually did that with regards to years. Like, you can't really tell here, but, well, you know what? Let me pull up the actual PDF reader, right? So, normally, if I add a bunch of spaces here, it breaks off, right? Whereas, but because this is actually a no break space, the whole thing breaks off. It's considered one word now. And so the reason I bring this up is because there is no natural way to line this up. I basically just use a whole mess ton of spaces of differing sizes in order to try to line up the P's and the numbers. Because I'm not going to be able to memorize all the different spells, what they all do, every single little detail. That's why I like having page numbers here. So I guess I can... I can give them some credit for having this notes section. Like, you may want to know what kind of material component a spell needs. That's why you mark this off. Casting time, range. So actually breaking this up like that, it's actually a good idea. But there definitely was plenty of room on here. But I just think there's just not enough room to have a full list of spells. Because that's it. Oh yeah, they got coins right here in the back. Which is, right underneath equipment, whereas, in the previous sheet, it was on the first page. You got coins right down here, and then a section for equipment. Alright, let me get a drink. Well, with that said, so according to the new book, choose a class first, then determine their origin, then determine ability scores, then choose an alignment. Yeah, because it used to be back in the day you roll your scores first, especially in AD&D. Actually, now I'm curious. Let's look up the... Where do I have the section for books? Oh, did I close the whole thing out? I closed the whole thing out. Wrong tab. Where is, Player's Handbook for 2nd edition. I tried saying before, you used to be limited to, what class you could play as. It used to be that if you want to be a wizard, you had to be smart, right? You had to have a certain intelligence score to learn the various powerful spells. You basically had to be, the Einstein of wizards if you wanted to cast 8th and 9th level spells, which is something they dropped for 5th edition. So technically speaking, you could play a character who's just absolutely brain dead, but they'd still be a wizard. It makes no sense, and the saving throw is going to suck. But you want to be inclusive, I guess, right? Let's go to page 18 or 19 perhaps. Player character ability scores. And granted, back then, you did not gain ability scores when you leveled up. You were pretty much stuck with what you had. But there were ways to magically increase them. So, if your strength was 19 or higher, they actually show what kind of giant you're compared to. And, how much weight you could carry, your max press, how hard it was to, open doors or, bend bars. If you have a strength score of 25, you had a 99% chance of just bending bars and lifting gates. Of course, it was back when you actually had to roll a percentile die if you rolled an 18. But I think that only applied to fighters, though. Let me look at... There's got to be a section on classes, PC races. See, they have races up here first. As they did in the last 5th edition book, right? Chapter 3, Paladin, ability requirements, Strength 12, Constitution 9, Wisdom 13, Charisma 17. So if you're the strong but silent type, you're probably not going to be a paladin. Prime requisites, strength and charisma. Races allowed, human. So you're not going to be a halfling paladin. Yes, there was a lot of racial restrictions back then. But actually, there was a reason for that. I might as well bring that up. Let's see, halflings, gnomes, half elves, elves. Where's the section on humans? Languages, dwarves. Oh, where are they? Half elves. It's probably alphabetical order, isn't it? It probably is. I'm probably dumb like that. Alright. Although humans are treated as a single race in the AD&D game, they come in all the varieties we know on Earth. A human PC can have whatever racial characteristics the DM allows. Humans have only one special ability. They can be of any character class and rise to any level in any class. All the PC races have limited choices in these areas. Humans are also more social and tolerant than many other races, accepting the company of elves, dwarves, and like with noticeably less complaints. Because of these abilities and tendencies, humans have become significant powers within the world and often rule empires that other races, because of their racial tendencies, would find difficult to manage. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they're playing games though. You create your own characters. I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, does Hogwarts like create non-humans though? Because I mean, granted, yeah, the Ultima series, like in Ultima 3, you could be elves, dwarves, bobbits, and fuzzies, which are basically like Ewoks. But Ultima 4 and onward, you're just human only. But yeah, because that used to be the thing in AD&D where certain races were limited to what classes they could be and how far they could progress. Like there were no like dwarf bards. Like they were just too grumpy, I guess. But humans, yeah, they could be any class of any level, and that was basically their only special ability. That's literally what it says. Because yeah, while the other races were limited, some had low light vision or dark vision or what do they call it back in AD&D, like infrared vision, like ultraviolet vision, tremor sense. They were particularly good at fighting like giants or goblins. They had inherent magical abilities. They had things that made up for that, for their lack of classes. And then third edition comes around and they're like, okay, now anybody can be any class in any level in any class. But if you multi-class too much, you'll start experiencing experience point penalties because it's hard to keep up. The exception being that each race were particularly adept at a certain class. Like elves were really good at being wizards, dwarves were really good at fighters, so those didn't count for the experience point penalty. As an example, right? So let's say you want to multi-class as an elf. So like you're a 5th level wizard, 2nd level rogue, 1st level fighter, right? You're fine because the fighter and the rogue are within 1 level of each other. No problem with experience points. If I think you went to say a 3rd level rogue and you're still a 1st level fighter, that's when you start experiencing a penalty because the fighter class is having a hard time keeping up. But wizards didn't count for that because elves were like natural born wizards, so that didn't count. Yeah, they kind of dropped that with 4th and 5th edition now. Yeah, definitely 5th edition. Yeah, and which is why now, like in 5th edition, well, I like to say, let's go back to 3rd edition. Since everybody can now be any class of any level, they had to make humans a bit more special than they were before, which is why they gave them extra skill points and extra feats. And that's basically how it handled in 5th edition, where you either had an extra 1 point to all of your ability scores, which is the default, or you had an extra 1 point to 2 scores, but you gain an extra skill proficiency and a bonus feat at 1st level. And now, yeah, I'm going to look up how humans are in the new 5th edition compared to the old. Yeah, so... so here we are with the classes. Yeah, see, I'm so used to picking race first because that's how it was basically always done. You pick your race and generally your ability scores first. And again, as I mentioned earlier, it's because I always tend to build characters based on what campaign setting I expect to play in. So I've got characters already set aside for the Forgotten Realms. I got characters set aside... Wow, this PDF is slow. I thought I had this thing set to page 1. And I got characters set aside for Greyhawk. So if I go back down to PDFs here. So like for example, Quintessa belongs to the Suloise people of Greyhawk. Sha Lunyen belongs to the Baklian people, kind of a cousin of, if you will, of the Baklunish people of Greyhawk. Because she comes from the celestial kingdom of Shalfon, which actually lies in the center of the continent of Oiric, separated by the rest of the eastern region, the Flannes, by the Drawmage Ocean, the Dry Steppes, the Sea of Dust, basically an ocean and 2 barren wastelands. So there's not a whole lot of contact between Shalfon and everybody else. And so not a whole lot has actually been written about them, which is basically what inspired me to make her into a rogue mastermind. The idea is that she be a diplomat, which is why she finds herself in the Flannes. and why I gave her the Far Traveler background from the Sword Coast Adventurer's Guide. Whereas, Quintessa, she's a noble background, descends from ancient Suloise nobility, but because she was also originally a 3rd edition character, I had to build a homebrew subclass for her. Actually, another example for a Greyhawk character, and that's the wrong tab, would be Corinta Browrin, who I also remade in Soul Calibur 6. She is a high priestess, a life domain cleric of Wenta, the Iridian goddess of the West Wind, Autumn, Harvest, and Beer, which is why she looks like a German beer hall girl. that's kind of half the fun of playing as her. The alewife, the harvest daughter, and I'm going into language in a little bit here. But yeah, she's a life domain cleric. She has the folk hero background because, unlike Quintessa, Corey grew up as a commoner, but she grew up working in her family's brewery, and that led her to devotion to Wenta and becoming a priestess, a cleric. Whereas, say, Variolus, she is a drow, a dark elf, specifically from the Forgotten Realms, from one of the most famous drow cities in Menzoberranir, belonging to the ruling house, House Bainra. Who else do I have for Forgotten Realms? Where is... Let's see, let's pull up Valentine. Open tab, not window. Yeah, a White Knight of Kalimvor. So the White Knight was a subclass of paladins. I forgot the actual name. It was like Oath of... I forgot it. Off the top of my head, I forgot the name. Maybe I have it listed here. I probably don't. Tenets of Devotion, yeah. So it's probably the Oath of Devotion. It's basically like the default classic lawful good paladin. Like the kind you expect to find like the player's handbook of 3rd edition, right? And she belonged to the race of humans called the Chandalthan. Her home actually being in Baldur's Gate. Yeah, Valentine Holly was raised in Baldur's Gate by a farming family of modest means. Okay, I actually have to retcon this though, because I actually read more about Baldur's Gate. Apparently the land around there sucks for farming, so I'll have to probably make like a trading family or something like that, like a merchant family. But then again, the important part is that her family was killed when Baal, the god of murder, was resurrected. And that was actually a early campaign from like either pre-5th edition or like 4th edition, right around that time. I think that actually was supposed to tie into Baldur's Gate 3, at least originally. That's because I haven't played that yet. Because it definitely drew inspiration from the Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 games. Because the adventure's like a decade old by this point. And so she gets taken in by the Eternal Order of Kalimvor, a group of paladins and knights who worship the god of the dead and judge of the damned. Not so much actually, I guess he would technically be compared to like Hades. He's kind of like Kalimvor is like a cross between like Hades and St. Peter, I guess. It's like he's not like Nerul from Greyhawk. He's not like a Grim Reaper, god of murder. He's more like just a caretaker of the dead. Like if you die, you will pass judgment before him and then send you off to your merry afterlife. Or you'll end up in like the lower planes of like the abyss and the 9 hells. Depends on how good you were, right? And yeah, there actually was like a clan of paladins devoted to him. And I always liked the idea of like a paladin who worships a god of the dead, and as such, they do not fear death. And because of this, they don't fear anything at all. Because what was the paladin ability like? Aura of Courage. You and friendly creatures within 10 feet of you can't be frightened while you are conscious. Because if you don't fear death, what else is there to fear, right? I was kind of like that idea. And I mean, that means like she's not going to let people die, for example, right? If someone's injured, she will heal them. Because the idea is that people should be expected to live out their natural lives. What Kalimvor doesn't like, though, is the undead. People who try to extend their lives beyond their natural lifespan. They hate the undead, good or evil. If you're undead, you're considered an abomination of life. Which, again, kind of fits in with the classic Oath of Devotion paladin. Yeah, like turn the unholy. That's that sort of thing. Again, kind of losing track of. I was talking about how I tend to build my characters based on races first. Like, okay, gonna give you a warning here. I might get a channel strike for this. So I have a wild elf for the Forgotten Realms named Leah Amamaskin based on some provocative artwork I downloaded years ago. So again, avert your eyes if you don't like that. But yeah, the wild elves, especially the wild elves of like the Wieldath, the Forest of Tether, they're not known for wearing a whole lot of clothing, right? And if you don't believe me, I can actually pull that up. So let's go to Forgotten Realms again. Got so many tabs open. Let's go down to Races of Faerun. Yes, there's actually a canonical reason for this. Elves, Wild Elf, page 43. Yeah, I got so many PDFs. Mostly like 90% of this like 3rd edition though, but yeah. Wild Elf, Green Elf. They're actually really kind of tragic to be honest. Because like the Green Elves were the first elves to migrate to the Forgotten Realms, to Faerun, to Tyrell, from the Feywild as we now call it. They were the first ones to like raise up empires. However, one subset of Green Elves decided, they didn't want to live peaceably. They were going to ally themselves with evil dragons and then later demons, and they eventually became the Dark Elves. So that's actually where at least the Forgotten Realms drow actually come from the Green Elves. And then eventually you got the Sun Elves and the Moon Elves. They eventually came later, and this eventually led to conflict, the Crown Wars, which lasted for like a good 1,000 years or so, and saw the devastation of the first Elven kingdoms, particularly those of the Green Elves who try to keep to themselves. And this led to, of course, the time of the Wandering. Right, yeah, what was it? The idyllic world of the Green Elves had been shattered in, 9,000 before Dale Reckoning. Yeah, they go into, like, further detail. Over the course of many years, the Green Elves forgot more and more of the ancient lore and skill, focusing on the only skills that mattered: stealth, survival, hunting, and hiding. They became first a clannish folk, then a tribal culture, and finally a primitive people. They remained elves, of course, creatures of nobility and magic, but they lost the arts of crafting mighty spells and forging magic weapons. And yeah, so they just tend to really, really keep to themselves. And let me go back here. Wild elves are stocky and strongly built for elves. Their skin tends to be dark brown, and their hair ranges from black to light brown, lightening to silvery white with age. They are quiet around anyone except their own kind, and quickly become hostile in these uncomfortable situations. Clothing is kept to a minimum among the wild elves, although they make up for this with body decorations of all sorts: tattoos, war paint, feathers, and beaded jewelry that shows a surprising streak of complex and beautiful artistry. We also have Wild Elf magic and lore. Let's see. Wild Elf magic items. Wild elves eschew even the most powerful magic items if they appear to be too far removed from the natural world. They have a particular aversion to forged metal and to most clothing. Their own magic items appear to be crude and primitive, but they are just as effective as their more civilized counterparts. They are particularly fond of magic tattoos, and many wild elves take the tattoo magic feat. Where's the section on armor? Equipment, yeah. Wilds prefer using simple weapons that can be crafted from materials found in the wilderness: bows, crude bone daggers, and knives and clubs. They have a particular fondness for bows and half spears. Wild elves prefer to wear hide armor, if anything at all. Alright, so yeah, I do have a canonical reason to have a wild elf woman dressed like that. Alright. There's actually 2 versions of this artwork. One where she is wearing a bikini top, and one where she's not wearing the loincloth. So I just took the top half of one and the bottom half of the other, right? But yeah, I like the artwork so much I thought, hey, what kind of character could she be? And I think at first I thought she'd be more like a monk who was more nature oriented. Like 3rd edition had, I think it's called Fists of the Forest, like a cross between a monk and a druid. And actually Tasha's Cauldron had one, like a monk. Oh no, it was a barbarian that took on very, very animal aspects. Kind of think of like almost like the old television show Manimal, or like not Beast Boy from the Teen Titans, but there's another DC character. I think her name is Vixen, because she still remains fully human, but she'll take on like the strengths and abilities of animals. But then I decide, I'll go with the path of wild magic, right? Many places in the multiverse abound with beauty, intense emotion, and rampant magic. The Feywild, the upper planes, and other realms of supernatural power radiate with such forces and can profoundly influence people. As folk of deep feeling, barbarians are especially susceptible to the wild influences, with some barbarians being transformed by the magic. These magic-suffused barbarians walk the path of wild magic. Elf, tiefling, Asmar, and Ganassi barbarians often seek this path, eager to manifest the otherworldly magic of their ancestors. And part of the... I probably should be drinking more often. Part of the reason is because, okay, I did close it out. Yeah, the adventure Waterdeep Dragon Heist, want to flesh out the Forgotten Realms a bit more and actually include some holidays, including Fae Day, which is basically their version of Halloween, where the Feywild and Toril, Albert Toril as he used to be called, kind of overlaps in spots, and so like very otherworldly things come through, like Fey spirits will emerge that night. And so the idea was that Leah was born on Fae Day in 1372 Dale Reckoning, the Year of Wild Magic, which is when 3rd edition Forgotten Realms begins. Whereas, similarly, Varios was born in 1356, the Year of the Drow, according to the Black Chronology, which is a different roll of years. And her home, Soldenislar, is built upon the boughs of this colossal supernatural tree called the Tree of Life, which may or may not be like the avatar of the elven god of nature, Rilithane Ralathil, but in tree form. And so the idea I had in my mind was that she's kind of born this quote-unquote seed of the Feywild within her due to the dates and year she was born. Like the Feywild overlap was particularly intense. And then growing up around this supernatural tree kind of helped it blossom within her, thus connecting her to this path of wild magic. So she's not just a barbarian, she's got this inherent magical power to her. Yeah, and so, I basically sort of taking the character's race and the background first, and then kind of deciding on the class second. And that's basically just how I'm going to do that from here on out. Like, in the case of Quintessa is actually somewhat unique. I might still... I don't really want to poke around my computer's files all that much. But I first... Actually, let me try this. Because I have I have an old video from Soul Calibur 3 that someone else actually recorded for me. Soul Calibur 3 Quintessa. What? What do you mean video 0? Okay. It should still be up. Yeah, because I don't necessarily mean these. Alright. Yeah, let me open my YouTube Studio in a different tab so I don't really screw up the pinned one. And what I'm going to do is... just change the dates. Because it is an old video. Some Soul Calibur 4 stuff. Oh, yeah, that's why I can't find it. I just call it Quintessa vs. Raphael. Right. So when I first made Quintessa in Soul Calibur 3, she was fair-skinned with platinum blonde hair, violet eyes, and she had kind of like a mean attitude. Because back in 3, each voice option had 4 variations to it, indicated by sun and moon or plus and minus, so basically alignments, right? And so her alignment was moon and minus, giving her a very cool, condescending personality. So like say when entering battle, she might say, "Your sight irritates me," or "You have a very irritating face." And when knocking out an opponent, she might comment, "That looks suits you well," or "How absolutely laughable." Now, granted, this was in Japanese, but... And as it just so happens, that perfectly fits the Suloise people of Greyhawk. So let's pull up the Living Greyhawk Gazetteer, which is like the last full Greyhawk source book, which is like a quarter century old at this point. Came out in 2000. Or, I could pull up my Player's Guide to Saltmarsh that I put together. Yeah, that's something I'm going to update. All right. Yeah, the Suloise. All right. The Sul have the lightest coloration of any known human race of the Flanace. Their skin is fair, with an atypical proportion of albinos. Eye color is pale blue or violet, sometimes deep blue or gray. Sul hair is wiry, often curly or kinky, with fair colors such as yellow, light red, blonde, and platinum blonde. The Sul tend to be lean with narrow facial features. Alright, now I will say, granted, I have kind of ignored that last line with the current version of her, but, can't really blame me with that. But yeah, again, this video is from 13 years ago. It's 360p. Okay, so it's probably not really the best example for Soul Calibur 3 now, but yeah, fair skins, basically white platinum blonde hair with violet kind of magenta eyes, kind of halfway there. And let's see, where was the... I had a hard time keeping track of my books here, aren't I? Races, second edition. Here we go. Yeah. The Sul Imperium was located and was now the Sea of Dust. Wicked and decadent, this empire was destroyed during the War of the Backloonish when the latter brought down the Reign of Colorless Fire. Sully survivors fled in all directions, many crossing the Hell Furnaces and the Flynace, where they met other Sul who had fled the Long War much earlier. Okay, I don't know if I'm really get to it now, but in the new Dungeon Masters guide, they have a section on the world of Greyhawk, and they claim the Backloonish attacked first, and the Sul retaliated with the Invoked Devastation. I find that really interesting. Yeah, there's a lot of lore changes for 5th edition that I really don't like. Yeah, so some evil Sul were forced in the extreme corners of the Flynace by invading Iridians. The barbarians of the Theralian Peninsula are pure Sul, as are the elite of the Scarlet Brotherhood. The people of the Dungeon of Ernst and places in the Lordship of the Isles are nearly so. Let's see. Yeah, the ancient Sul Imperium was exceedingly cruel. This trait surfaces in the modern day for more than one Sul organization, like the Brotherhood, openly plots against other people of the Flynace. Fortunately, most Sul have avoided this dark legacy, having inherited the relatively minor flaws of being opinionated, selfish, and blunt. Many also tend to be prideful and unwilling to admit flaws or personal hardships. They have a passion for study, especially in regard to magic, and many Sul wizards become incredibly powerful. And so yeah, like reading this, and of course seeing Quintessa in 3rd edition and how she acted, I'm like, gee, doesn't that sound familiar? And that's basically what led me to make Quintessa into a Greyhawk character. Not Forgotten Realms, not Dragonlance, not Eberron. No, she fits perfectly into Greyhawk. Again, that's kind of an example of me going like race and background first, and then going with the class. And I mean, granted, there have been. Actually, yeah, I guess very also an example like me wanting to play as a blackguard, and then just kind of fitting the whole drow archetype around that. Like, instead of just going full on cleric, the idea was that possessing your mother's physique and a relentless drive, you are attracted to the spider swords of the Selvar Tarklin, train with both the high priestesses of Arak Tinalith and the dreaded warriors of Melee Magther. Transform yourself into the perfect judicator to enforce Elam Shin, the will of Loth. Yeah, that's why she's a bit more martial. Yeah, I really am kind of going off on a tangent here, aren't I? Yeah, so I guess I probably should go back to actually talking about the new 5th edition as itself, huh? So yeah, I'm going to skip the section on classes for the moment and actually go to, well, species descriptions on page 186. That's like halfway through. But yeah, I mean, you're not born your class. You're born your race, your species. That is part of what helps define you. Because, like somebody who grows up in New York, will likely have a different lifestyle than, say, someone who grew up in Texas. I mean, granted, that's more so an issue, say a century ago than it is now, with, the modern world, things are getting a bit more blended. But, like, yeah, again, this is kind of an issue where elves are just humans with pointy ears. You got Asians with pointy ears, blacks with pointy ears, Europeans or, I don't know, Middle East with pointy ears and purple skin, green skin, fine. But if I pull out the Player's Handbook for 3rd edition, because back then, elves didn't look like humans. I mean, they had the same, arrangement of parts. But in the same way, Roswell Gray aliens have the same arrangement of parts. But you could look at, a Roswell alien and say that's not a human, right? Like, perfect example. Perfect example. Elves have much larger eyes and they're distinctly angular. Their noses are long and thin compared to, say, a more broader nose you expect from a human. Their faces are very, very angular. Their heads kind of pop up a little bit more in the back compared to like the more rounded off humans. And halflings are even more so, right? And then, of course, you have the half-elf. You used to have half-elves, which are a nice blending of these two distinct, species, aren't they? Because, for example, you look up, say, archaeology, you can tell that, if you look at skeletons, you can tell, like, say, one, say, ancient skeleton is a Homo sapien, and another's a Neanderthal. But no, now it's like, let's just make elves look like humans but with pointy ears. Like, there's nothing that's really distinct anymore, is there? Like, I kind of hate to say it, but by trying to be more diverse, in a way, you're making things less diverse. Because what halflings now? There's now short humans. Because where did I put the player's handbook? I really need to organize my tabs better, don't I? Yeah, gnomes, half elves, half orcs, halfling. Okay, I went too far. Yeah, so like, you ever see photographs like ancient skulls where like they were like deformed backward, like the ancient Egyptians kind of did this sometimes, and I think so does some South American peoples. Yeah, this is what halfling skulls look like in 3rd edition. So yeah, even if they got like a much more human-like face, their skulls certainly are not human-like, are they? And yeah, you look at an orc, yeah, you can tell it's an orc, right? And granted, these are meant to be half-orcs, so you can imagine what an actual orc looks like. And like that's fine. And yeah, this guy has a bit more of a human look to him. But granted, his ears are a bit more pointed than, I guess, necessary to this fellow. Yeah, okay, yeah, they don't really have pictures for half-elves because we already did. You got anything for gnomes, actually? No, I guess not. They kind of skipped on the gnomes, didn't they? Oh, actually, no, wait. I think they were dwarves. Were they? No, yeah, because here's a dwarf skull. It's basically as wide as it is tall, and it's much flatter on top. Yeah, I kind of missed the day when like the various demi-human and non-human races, weren't just copy paste of humans. Yeah, let me start closing things out a bit more. Yeah, okay, let me keep that tab open though. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm going all over the place here. So we got elves, and yeah, this section is much smaller than it was before. So you got elf traits, okay, elf lineages, so they're not sub-races anymore. And lineage isn't really that bad of a word. I like it more than species, at least. But actually, you know what? Let me look things up again. Let me look up. Oh wow, my PC is running out of memory. I need to get a new computer. Yeah, let me pull up Leah and Corenta again. Yeah, this is one issue that I've been meaning to bring up. I don't really know how they're handling learning multiple languages. Okay, that was page 189. Let me remember that. Where was this? Okay, it might help to actually look it up in the book first. Yeah, this will be page 37, 36. Yeah, okay, choose languages, because this is going to get me really pissed off. Your character knows at least 3 languages. Common plus 2 languages you roll or choose from the standard languages table. That in itself, not a problem, right? Knowledge of a language means your character can communicate in it, read it, and write it. Your class and other features might also give you languages. The standard languages table lists languages that are widespread on D&D worlds. Again, basically just treating every world as the same. Every player character knows Common, which originated in the planet metropolis of Sigil, the hub of the multiverse. You want this pisses me off. Because up till now, in the various campaign scenes, which, yeah, there have been some crossovers. Check out the Wizards 3 stories by Ed Greenwood, the Forgotten Realms creator. Nice stories, actually. It's nice seeing Elminster of the Realms and Mordenkainen of Greyhawk and Dalamar from Dragonlance all just getting together, right? But for the most part, every setting has been distinct from each other. Basically, a slightly less extreme version of how Star Trek and Star Wars and Babylon 5 and Farscape are all separate from each other, right? And that means the common tongues of those respective lands are tied, or worlds are tied to their worlds, and often even tied to specific continents, not even the planet. So, actually, yeah, I got the Living Greyhawk Gazetteer still open, right? We can actually look this up. Yeah, languages. 5 primary languages are spoken across the Flanneys, with common the most prevalent. Most folk are multilingual, though barbarians and the uneducated often speak but one tongue. Adventurers always know common and learn additional languages in the usual manner. Well, actually, how about I start here? Ancient Backloonish. An ancestor of common, Backloonish bears its offspring little resemblance. Many colloquial Backloonish dialects, some used by the Paynims, are based upon the classical language and collectively called Low Backloonish. Ancient Backloonish, however, is the standard literate form of the language and is used in religion, mythology, and poetry. It is also the language of all official documents and courtly proceedings west of the Yatzils. Despite this, Common is widely known and used in the West, especially by traders and the educated. Common, a combination of ancient Backloonish and the dialect of Old Oridian spoken in the Great Kingdom, was the basis of this trader's tongue. Beginning centuries ago as Middle Common, the language contained many obviously Oridian elements, and the contributions of Backloonish grammatical structure and vocabulary are clearly identifiable. Regional variations were also pronounced, but all these elements became blended and standardized during the years of Ayeti dominance, resulting in the birth of the Overking's Common tongue, later simply called Common. A traveler must learn Common or be greatly handicapped. Very often, a language must be translated into Common before it can be translated into another language. You also got Old Oridian, a young language Oridian took in a few outside influences until a few centuries ago. As a result, translation to any language except Common is difficult at best. Many books and documents of the Great Kingdom are written in Old Oridian, and in the far east of the language is still widely known and used in speech and writing. And yeah, for anyone who might be wondering, in the world of Greyhawk, the far east, or the Flannes, is the far east of the continent of Oiric. So basically, take Europe and Asia, but flip it around, but then also overlap it, because their version of Asia, of China, is in the center of the continent, and in the far west, which is the setting they use for chainmail, that's basically largely dominated by the elves. So there's some humans and dwarves, but it's mostly elves. Oh yeah. So yeah, Daniel. So yeah, I had a wild elf character, and wild elves typically don't wear a whole lot of clothing. No. Yeah, I'm not. It's basically the first time I've really streamed off a desktop, so I'm really not sure what the delay is here, especially with regards to my mic. Let me check OBS. Yeah, my mic is still on, and I got desktop audio off. So hopefully things are still going, because I can't really check myself. Okay, so yeah, you got various languages largely derived from the various human ethnicities, and then these are then further broken down, largely due to migration. For example, Keolandish. This widespread dialect of Old High Iridian has local admixtures. It is spoken in and around Keoland. And so part of the reason I bring this up is because the formation of the common tongue throughout the Flannes mirrors largely the formation of modern English. Because modern English derives from a southern dialect of Middle English that went through some significant changes, most notably the Great Vowel Shift. I don't think the northern dialects really went through this, because that largely became the modern Scots language. Like if you look up Scots, you can tell there's definitely some relation between it and modern English, but there's a lot of differences between spelling and pronunciation. Of course, there's also the Highland or Gaelic Scots, which derives from an ancestor of Irish. Completely different, subfamily of Indo-European. And of course, in 1066, William of Normandy conquered England, became king, and being that he was from Normandy, he spoke French. His family spoke French. All of his friends and their family spoke French. England was under basically French language rule for the next 4.5 centuries. And this then trickles down into Anglo-Saxon, thus forming the basis of Middle English, and then over time forms the basis of Modern English. And as a result of being descended from Anglo-Saxon, a West Germanic language, English is also a cousin to German. For example, actually I don't have as an example here. Let me pull it up. Let's see. PS. My website, schadenfreudestudios.com/German. Because I tried learning this some years back, right? Basics. Cardinal numbers, right? So we got null for null, basically 0. You got eins for 1, zwei for 2, drei for 3, and I'm probably pronouncing that wrong. I've never been good with my German R's. 4 for 4, 5 for 5, 6 for 6, 7 for 7, 8 for 8, 9 for 9, 10 for zen for 10. Yeah, I'm getting these things backwards, honey. Funnily enough, elf for 11, zwerf for 12, Reisen for 13, Führersen for 14, Zwanzig for 20, Dreissig for 30. You get the idea, right? Yeah, it's very related. And so the reason I bring that up is, where did I put Quintessa, right? So Quintessa Brauerin was born and raised in Kielland. Her native language is Kiellandish. This is why I learned German, or I tried to learn German. I kind of forgotten a lot of it now, but I wanted to learn a little bit of German to represent her native language, Kiellandish, because Kiellandish is a cousin to Common in the same way that German is a common to English. In fact, German even descends from an older language referred to as Old High German, and as I said, Kiellandish is a dialect of Old High Iridian. And granted, that's also probably why she worships Winta, the Iridian goddess of the west wind, autumn, harvest, and Bjorn, why she's wearing a journal dress. So it is a much German theme to her. And yeah, to go back to the nudity, I'll get to that in a moment with Leah, if I can find my books tab. Let's see, Forgotten Realms. What I want is the player's, not necessarily the player's guide to Fane. I want the Forgotten Realms campaign setting guide. Because, of course, this has a section on languages. 84. Let's see, what page is this, though? 83? Okay, yeah. Common language and culture defines the state just as much as borders, cities, and governments do. Each major non-human race speaks its own language, and humans seem to generate dozens of languages for no other reason than their lands are so widespread and communication so chancy that language drift occurs over time. Hundreds of human dialects are still spoken daily in Faerun, although Common serves to overcome all but the most overwhelming obstacles to comprehension. The oldest languages spoken in Faerun are non-human in origin. Draconic, the speech of dragons, may be the oldest of all. Giants, Elven, and Dwarven are also ancient tongues. The oldest known human languages date back some 3,000 to 4,000 years. They come from 4 main cultural groups, Chaldothan, Imaskari, Nar, and Netherese, that had their own languages, some of which survive today in altered forms after centuries of intermingling and trade. The Common Tongue. All speaking peoples, including the humans of various lands, possess a native tongue. In addition, all humans and many non-humans speak Common as a second language. Common grew from a kind of Pidgin Chaldothan and is most closely related to that language, but is far simpler and less expressive. Nuances of speech, naming, and phrasing are better conveyed in the older, more mature languages, since Common is a little more than a trade language. And that used to be the rule, that Common wasn't really a complex language, it was just there for trade. Basically, you would speak it if two or more parties did not have another language in common. So like say if you have 2 parties who can speak Elvish, that's what they're going to speak. Of course, the great advantage of Common, of course, is its prevalence. Everybody in the Heartland speaks Common well enough to get by in any but the most esoteric conversations. Even in remote areas such as Murkom and Samarak, I'm not that familiar with the Forgotten Realms, just about everybody knows enough Common to speak it badly. They might need to point or pantomime in a pinch, but they can make themselves understood. Names widely separated areas are likely to regard each other's accents as strange or even silly, but they still understand each other. And then there's a section regarding Old Common. Yeah, dead languages. Scholars and researchers of the obscure can name a number of dead languages. These languages are often the antecedents of one or more modern languages, but the original language is so different that it is usually incomprehensible to one fluent in the modern tongue. So, for example, right, Anglo-Saxon is widely different from modern English. Like, if you take the Beowulf manuscript, this starts off with saying like, "What's we gardener and yer de goom." Most people are not going to know what that means. Or like say, you can look at say Latin and then compare it to like French, right? There's going to be some similarities and some significant differences. Yeah, none of these languages have been a spoken living language in thousands of years, and it's doubtful that anyone in the world knows their proper pronunciation. These languages can be recognized by anyone who knows how to read the alphabet. The language is written in, but the words are gibberish unless the character uses the speak language skill to buy the ability to comprehend the dead language, or succeeds on a decipher script check against DC 25. Because Thoros is archaic Common and still somewhat comprehensible to those who know Common, the DC to read is only 20. The only way to read something written in Rasham or Seldruan is to use a comprehend language spell or to succeed on a decipher script check against a DC 30, since the alphabet of these languages are no longer in use at all. Seldruan being the language of Elven High Magic, and Thoros being Old Common. Now, the reason being is that back in a first and second edition Forgotten Realms, the idea that Old Common wasn't still widely spoken was, not entirely true. Alright, so yeah, here's the second edition setting guide. Where's the section for languages? Languages of the Realms 24. Names in the Realms, languages, common tongue. Yeah, it is much the same of what you see. Yeah, while native Thay will be able to communicate with the denizens of Baldur's Gate, each will be aware of the other's ridiculous accent. Thoros, also called Old Common. Thoros is the ancient written trade tongue and universal language of the long ago realms. It is often found in tombs, underground ways, and ancient habitations, and is still in use among the scribes of the southern noble courts. It is the ancestor of the common tongue. This language was used primarily for documents and trading records, as well as histories, and as such did not achieve common usage. An inscription in Thoros translates directly into common, although usually used as a stilted and archaic form of phrasing of vocabulary. And actually, let me bring up another source. There's a second edition book. Netheril, Giantcraft, Al-Qadim, Land of Fate. Yeah, so this is actually a sub-setting of Forgotten Realms. Very, 101 Arabian Nights. While Forgotten Realms largely takes place on Faerun, this takes place on the continent of Al-Zakara. And actually, their common tongue, Madani, is an ancestor of the Faerun's common tongue via Kalmshan. So I might get to that later if I can find the section on languages, page 124. It's way in the back. Okay, yeah, Appendix B, language. So what we have is Outlander languages. Several languages heard in Zakara are imports. Languages acquired from foreigners who trade with Zakaran merchants. Such outlander tongues include Thorasta and its dead ancestor Thoras from the distant north, i.e. Faerun. So, yeah, while the people of Faerun may just call it common, Thorasta is its proper name. So if I look up Quintessa, again, she's from the world of Greyhawk, but on this sheet, she is fluent in Thorasta. So if she were to visit the Forgotten Realms, and she can using this C-note tuning fork and the plane shift spell, she can communicate with the locals without problem. Likewise, she's fluent in Trade Phoenician, which is the common tongue of Aerith, from the Epic of Aerith campaign setting, which was also made by Gary Gygax after he left TSR. It's not D20, but maybe here somewhere. Yeah, Epic of Aerith. And again, I'm kind of going off on a tangent here, but Aerith, Oith, the world of Greyhawk, Urth, Yarth, and Earth are considered to be all parallel worlds. And Quintessa has a cubic gate that gives her access to that. Trade Phoenician dissemination charts, yeah. Regarding Trade Phoenician. So again, this isn't Wizard of the Coast. It's not TSR. So I guess they wouldn't count this. Well, technically they did though. But yeah, for each listing of the gazetteer, the language of the state is shown. Okay, let's skip ahead. The continued mercantile activity of the various Phoenician states throughout the history of Earth, basically a magical version of medieval Earth, assured these people a place in its annals. But more than mere mention resulted, because of the importance of such commerce, and despite the power of Atlantean, Egyptian, Grecian, Italic, and so on, a simplified, bastardized form of the Phoenician language developed amongst merchants and traders in the Middle Seas region. Right? So, yeah, my point being is, yeah, a lot of campaign settings have their own distinct common tongue. It's not some universal language that began in sigil and then just spread out with human populations, because a lot of the human races actually have their starts in the specific settings. Like the humans of Greyhawk are actually native to Greyhawk. They didn't come there from Earth, except for maybe the Renee. The humans of Forgotten Realms did not come from Earth. They're native to Forgotten Realms, except for I think the people of Unther and Mulan, who literally are Babylonian and Egyptian. That actually is part of their backstory. And so yeah, so the reason why I was going to bring up Leah is because she's a wild elf of the Wildath, the forest of Tethyr in southwestern Faerun. And so again, to sort of indicate where she's from and the fact that the wild elves typically don't get out much, I gave her fluency in Thoros, not Thorasta. She's fluent in Old Common, not the modern one. And to represent this, I used Middle English, like the spellings of each of these words. If someone is in Nede, he will never withhold the Ida. Leaf is full of dangers, but Ian ready for him. That's basically the spelling is taken directly from the Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. Oh, welcome, Tony. Yeah. I'm on one hell of a tangent here just regarding language now. If I can get my laptop to work here. Yeah, so yeah, I haven't looked at the laptop chat in a while. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, because I'm trying to go over how to make a character using the newest rules for 5th edition, but I keep making comparisons to the previous 5th edition rules, and of course 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and not necessarily 4th, but so yeah, and again, you run your game how you want. I'm not going to complain about that, but yes, I very much disagree with the idea that there's some universal common tongue that has its origin in sigil. I just think that's bull. And it feels so lazy. I guess the idea being you can have characters go from one saying to another without any problem. But like, there's literally spells called comprehend languages and tongues that serve that purpose. But like, what's the point then? What's the point of having comprehend languages if just everybody speaks the exact same common everywhere in the multiverse? Because if common originates sigil, what happens to the complex origin from Greyhawk and Forgotten Realms and Dragonlance even has a form of ancient Elvish and even ancient Draconic. And dragons are already long lived, but yeah, they have an ancient Draconic going back many thousands of years. And it helps to solidify them as their own unique settings. And actually, if I can pull it up, I got so many tabs going here. The book Giantcraft is all about giants in the Forgotten Realms. Even they have their own common tongue, Jotun, language 26. But each group of giants, like storm giants, fire giants, cloud giants, they have their own sub-language. Right, yeah. Giants all speak a common tongue known as Jotun, one of the oldest languages still active in the realms. In fact, there's a great deal of evidence to suggest that Jotun shares a lingual base with both Thoros, which is Old Common, and the common tongue of humanity, which is not prevalent in Greyhawk. And actually, do I still have Race of Fame? I think I closed that, didn't I? I'm going to go with Race of Fame, because that also goes through languages. If you look at the Chandalthan people and the Kalashites, 81. Because one thing I love about D&D is just how intricate the lore has become in the last 5 decades. Kalashite characters, magic item spells, language and literacy. Alright. The native language of Kalashites is Halcedo, a language derived millennia ago from Madani, the language of Sakara, and Orin, which is now considered to be a dialect itself of Primordial. It's basically like the languages of the elemental races, like creatures of the elemental realm of fire, like the Ifrits, or air, like genies. Alshedel is one of the two major root tongues of both Thoros, Old Common, and Common. Alshedel employs the Thoros alphabet, and so on and so forth. Where did I put Land of Fate? Yeah. Visitors to the Land of Fate can hear a variety of languages being spoken. Madani, the language of all civilized and intelligent creatures, is by far the most prominent. Madani is Akara's Common, the language understood by all enlightened citizens and most unenlightened savages. Yeah, and as I pointed out earlier, they do hold a distinction between the common tongue of Zakara and the common tongue of Faerun. They're two different languages. Yeah, they're related, but again, it's different between it's like, again, there's a difference between English, German, French, Latin. Like, they're all in a way connected to each other. Again, mostly through English, but they are all different languages. And yeah, welcome Rakora. Yeah, basically just going through my grognard rant just on languages, just because of this one change of making a universal comment. And actually, it is kind of funny though. I can't really complain too much because there actually is sort of, kind of, technically a universal common. There actually is a planar common. The Plain Marcos Handbook from 2nd edition. But this takes a kind of backwards interpretation of it. Problem is, I don't know where it is. Planar protections, character archetypes, and yeah, there's Tiefling right up there, which is actually in itself, the name is actually German in origins. I like basic, I think like low person. Yeah, Planar Common 101. Languages of the Plains, Planar Common. All right. Most planars know a language referred to as planar common or planar trade. In fact, the language stems from the earliest planar visitors from the prime material plane, who brought their common tongue with them. Although the language has seen many new variations develop, including the Kant or planar slang, like the word Burke, for example, it remains essentially understandable even by the greenest primes. Many native planar races look down upon this common tongue, regarding it as a backward prime carryover. Others see the value in a common language. In fact, the lower planes had established a trading language even before the advent of planar common. It's assumed that all PCs, prime or planar, speak this language. Not all NPCs speak planar common, however. Even when they do, most folks enjoy conversing in their native tongues rather than a simple trading language. Yeah, so there is technically a planar common, but it is, again, a kind of backwards approach. The idea being that, like, say, humans came from, like, Greyhawk and Forgotten Realms and Dragonlance. They came to the Outer Planes, presumably shared each other's common tongues, and they all just kind of blended together. Not one common language that began in Sinjil, then spread out to the prime material. Yeah, they've gone backwards with that. Well, yeah, again, I do kind of question the idea that all PCs, prime and planar, speak planar common, so I guess I could add that to Quintessa's repertoire. Well, no, it's not that I'm using 2nd edition so much. I'm just making a comparison between the newest 5th edition rules and then earlier editions, including earlier 5th edition. Because, yeah, I just don't like this idea that, yeah, every character knows common. Okay, yeah, fine, that's been tradition, but which originated in the planar metropolis of Sigil. I just think that's BS. Because, yeah, it just kind of take away on the history of the common tongues from the various independent settings. Yeah, as I mentioned before, I tried to learn German to represent the Kiellandish language, the native language of Kielland in Greyhawk, because it's a cousin to Common. And I tried to learn, well, sort of a little bit of Middle English to represent Thoros, Old Common, in the Forgotten Realms. And yeah, I mean, it's all, translate to our benefit as English because most players speak English. But I do have a German copy of Ghosts of Saltmarsh. So from their perspective, for those playing through that particular type of the adventure, the common tongue's German, right? And granted, yeah, if let's say you want to actually run a D&D game on Earth, in fact, you actually could. So let me start closing off tabs again, before I start eating up too much memory. Oh, bloody hell. Yeah, let me leave the character sheets open for now. Oh, let's see. That's Forgotten Realms tab. Let me reopen Dragon Magazine. Go to issue 100. Because this is a wild one. This is a wild adventure. Let's see. The City Beyond the Gate, page 45. And here you can see a reference of what we're going to get ourselves into here. I actually do want to do a 5th edition conversion at some point, right? Yes. The City Beyond the Gate. An adventure for high-level AD&D characters, right? Alright, so without getting too much into it, the idea is that you have a party of adventurers, presumably from Greyhawk, because it's tied into the god St. Cuthbert, who have to travel to London, England in 1985 to reclaim St. Cuthbert's mace from the Victoria and Albert Museum. And yeah, they actually do get into language. I'm just, again, not quite sure where. Yeah, people and reactions. The natives of London will generally not react favorably to a party that remains in full battle array as it wanders about the city. Oh, where was the section? Oh, here we go. On final topic, language. Unless the DM assumes that the common tongue is virtually identical to modern English, the PCs will not be able to communicate with any local citizens. The use of spells, magical items, and the like will help overcome this handicap. Like, for example, I mentioned this a moment ago, the tongue, spell, and comprehend languages. But the DM should always keep the language barrier in mind. How do you ask for a restroom, for instance? Oh god, I'm trying to imagine a D&D character seeing a modern toilet, right? Or perfect example would be I watch Army of Darkness with Bruce Campbell, and they're trying to attack his car. But granted, in that movie, they're all speaking modern English, even though they shouldn't because it's 1300 in England, but it's a movie, fine. If the language barrier is deemed too great a hurdle, the DM may declare that passage through the gates alters the character's memory of language. The common tongue is instantly translated into English when the character reaches London. The reverse transformation of English into common occurs when the character passes back through the gate into the AD&D world. I'll take care, Daniel. No worry. Just thank you for stopping by, and I hope you get plenty of rest. Yeah, sleep is definitely good. Yeah, so this is why in Quintessa's language section here, I have her actually fluent in English, as opposed to, say, the Overking's common tongue. And I mentioned this earlier. She owns a cubic gate. This cube is 3 inches across and radiates palpable magical energy. 5 sides are key to parallel words. Earth, which I already discussed. Earth, like City Beyond the Gate. Oith, the world of Greyhawk. Urth, which is detailed in the adventure Expedition to the Ruins of Greyhawk. It's basically like a mirror version of Oith, where your characters exist but of opposite alignment, and magic isn't quite as trustworthy. And Yarth, which is the setting for Gary Gygax's Dangerous Journeys role-playing game. In fact, actually pull that up. Because, they actually... Because Gygax made reference to this in an article for Polyhedron magazine regarding gargoyles, but he went off on a tangent. Because he was talking about the Sagar the Barbarian Choose Your Own Adventure books, right down here. But where is Expedition to the Ruins of Greyhawk? Yeah, he mentioned that Oith is one of 5 parallel words. Earth, Urth, and Yarth being the other ones, right? Wizard of the Coast even brought this up. This will be easier. If I spell correctly, Earth. I didn't expect to go into such a tangent just about language by itself, right? Okay. Yeah, the Initiate's Walk, the Chamber of 7 Secrets. There are 7 colored columns bearing a face. You touch a column, the face animates and asks you a question. And if you answer the questions correctly and in order, all the participants get a boost their intelligence, right? Indigo column, skill check DC 25, knowledge arcana. Question: Oith is but one of 5 parallel material planar worlds. Name the other 4. Yarth, Earth, Earth, and Earth. So, technically speaking, City Beyond the Gates and the Epic of Aerith from Dangerous Journeys and the Saga of the Barbarian books, they're all technically canon to Greyhawk. Which, again, this is why I have Quintessa speaking, I can go back up, English and Trade Phoenician. Right? And of course, a quarter of her dozen or so languages, or actually I'll just type the ancient Suloise, because that's what she's obsessed with, her ancestors, right? Yeah, and she speaks Thorasta, the common tongue of Faerun from the Forgotten Realms. Oh, Dragon Magazine, yeah, books, ruins. Oh crap! There's something else. I want to look up now, and it immediately went out of my head now. Right, let me get a drink. Yeah, here's a mention of the Sul Imperium in their last major power, Slarelton. And Oith's own versions of the Orbs of Dragonkind. I've got an article for that too. Yeah, I got so many D&D resources going all the way back to like first edition. Oh crap. Well, I guess I complained enough about language for one day, so. But granted, another issue I have with language is that I'm not really sure how you're meant to acquire additional languages in this game now. Because, like, for example, Corinth Browen speaks 1, 2, 3, 4 languages, right? So, using the Sword Coast Adventurer's Guide, humans were permitted to start off with their native language for free, which in her case is Keolandish. Then, of course, she speaks the Overking's Common Tongue, and humans began play with one additional language for free. So, being that she's a cleric, she also speaks Celestial. Well, actually, no, I should say she started off speaking Halbnis Vaka, the Flan term for the Halfling language. And then using the Prodigy Feats, she learned Celestial because she's a cleric of a Golan deity. And that's because outside of the city of Saltmarsh, there's a number of unnamed Halfling villages. So if she's going to sell beer to Halflings, she should probably speak their language, right? Again, that's another thing why I like determining your character's background first before their class. So I can pick out their particular languages. Like I said, I just don't want to give this language and that language, whatever. No, I want to be very specific about what they speak. Something that fits into their studying, their background. Like if I go back to Sha Lun Yen, as I said, she's from the celestial kingdom of Shalfon. So she speaks Fon Yu because, okay, maybe I'm wrong, but I believe Yu is a Chinese word that can mean language. So basically just means the language of the Fawn. She speaks the Overking's Common Tongue, the common tongue of the Flanace. She speaks Thieves' Con because she's a thief. She's a rogue. She speaks Osphorod. This is the dialect of ancient Baglunish spoken by the Sultanate of Zeef, the dominant power in Western Flanace, referred to as the Baglunish West, which is basically like the midpoint between the Flanace and Shalfon. So again, if she's going to participate in trade, being a diplomat, she would probably learn their language. Likewise, to the north of Shalfon, and I should have a map for this somewhere, is the Orkreich of Dark Urtaga. Here's maps of Oith. So yeah, this was printed in Dragon Magazine back in the 90s. So here's the Orkreich, the Celestial Imperium as it was called, the Baglunish Empire, or what used to be the Baglunish Empire. And then this was published in a fan magazine, the Oith Journal. So this Celestial Kingdom of Shalfon, the Reich of Dark Urtag, the Baglunish West, and of course you got the Dry Steppes. So you also have the Baglunish West in this section here. So yeah, she speaks Orcish because there's an Orc kingdom just north of her homeland. Just like that the Baglunish are right here. And you have the Baklian people, the high and low... the high and low Khanates are right here. Yeah, the Celestial Court of Shalfon, the High Khanate, the Low Khanate. Again, High Khanate here. I thought the Low Khanate was also on... it's right there. Yeah, and as far as I can tell from reading up on the Baglunish people, they seem to be distantly related to the people of Shalfon here. The idea being that thousands of years ago, their first emperor left the despoiled homeland and fled eastwards, settling what would become the Backloonish Empire. And they were waylaid by forces of darkness, and a hero named Alzar Alk saved them. And over time, he was deified like a hero deity. In fact, there's a chain of items named after him. And supposedly that's where he still sleeps with his 1,000 immortals, his army of paladins. And yeah, I love the lore of these different settings. I love, again, even the language, the lore of the language that comes with these settings. Because I don't want to play like Bob the Fighter. I don't want to play as just some generic character. I want to play someone who feels like a part of the world, to make reference to the Little Mermaid. And I want to make a character who's distinct in that manner. Like, I want a character who feels like they belong to Greyhawk. I want to make a character who feels like they belong to the Forgotten Realms. And I don't want them to really overlap with each other. They can visit each other's worlds, sure. Again, they have to overcome language barriers. Like, for example, in the Forgotten Realms, arcane magic is tied to Mystra, the goddess of magic, and this magical weave that she tends to, I guess like a great magical loom in a sense. And of course, there have been events like the Fall of Nethril that threaten to tear the weave apart. But in Greyhawk, arcane magic is considered to be a living thing, and it's personified as this great serpent. And, the idea is that Vecna, the Archlich, some wizards and sorcerers manipulate some tiny fragment of the serpent and call it magic, but Vecna spoke to the serpent, and the serpent spoke back. And that's supposed to explain why he's like the most powerful wizard ever. And while he was able to just not only transcend mortality, he basically, as far as I can tell, crafted his own divine spark. Like, he didn't just steal divine power like Karsus of Nethril did. No, he basically just made himself into a god. Now, in earlier 5th edition, there are a number of ways to learn languages. Like, the hard way was to just spend time training for it. You spend like 250 days, and I think 1 gold piece per day, so 250 gold pieces, and you learn language. Basically in your downtime when you're not adventuring. But there were some options like class features, racial features, and feats like the Prodigy feat, which would also like to learn languages. Again, I kind of have to bring the whole thing up because, again, maybe I went overboard with this, but Quintessa speaks almost a dozen languages. 4 of them are related to each other. Ancient Suloise first, which is basically like Latin to a degree, in a manner of speaking. Ameti, Colton, and Landorian, all 3 descendant languages. She speaks the Overking's common tongue, the common language of the Flanace. She speaks the Tharasta, the common tongue of Faerun, in case she wants to visit. Traith, Phoenician, the common tongue of Aerith. English, again, arguably the common tongue of Earth. Draconic, because of their ties to magic. And Abyss, because she's chaotic evil, and it's kind of a reference to the old alignment languages from AD&D, like you used to be able to speak lawful good or chaotic evil. I don't know why that was a thing, but they kind of reduced that to abyssal, celestial, and infernal. And in case anyone doesn't believe me, again, I could pull that up as well. They actually mentioned that in the monster manual. Revised. It was under the section for genies. Specifically the Johnny, I think they were called, or Yanni. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. I should probably look it up on the genies. 114. Let's skip ahead a bit. Okay, yeah. Yeah, the John, singular Johnny, are the weakest of the genies. John are formed out of all 4 elements and must therefore spend most of their time on the material plane. Blah, 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 blah. Johnny speak common, 1 elemental language, Aquan, Orin, Ignan, or Terran, and 1 alignment language, Abyssal, Celestial, or Infernal. So yeah, technically speaking, the alignment languages never went away. They just reduced them to those 3. And again, so yeah, Corey being a good aligned cleric, she speaks Celestial. Quintessa being a chaotic evil sorceress who has had dealings with demons in the past, has had she speaks Abyssal. Actually, yeah, that reminds me. Since I uploaded all my D&D stuff to my local host server, that means I actually have access to PHP files now. For example, the Hordling generator I made for a 3rd edition because their stats and appearance are all randomly generated. So, like what? A furred, muscular, brown-black visage appears before you, wrinkled and seamed. This humpback standing upon a snake-like lower body. Blah, blah, blah. Let's refresh this. A smooth, muscular, gray-white visage appears before you, wrinkled and seamed. A back-bearing vestigial wings is standing upon 3 long, muscular. You get the idea. You keep refreshing, you're going to get different names, different abilities. Because no 2 Hordlings are alike, right? Which is probably why you're never going to see these guys in 5th edition, because when they were published for 1st, 2nd, and 3rd edition, you had table after table that you have to roll to determine its appearance and its abilities. And, clearly I didn't want to do that, right? Thought, if I'm playing a 3rd edition game and I want a Hordling now, how do I make a web page that just does it for me? And I can even set up to generate different challenge ranges. Like default is, I think, challenge range 5. Let's go with question mark CR equals 10. Yeah, here we go. Challenge range 10. I think if you set to 0... Okay, so if you set to 0, it defaults to challenge range 5. But if you set to 0.5, which you probably shouldn't really do in terms of web design, but I even went so far as to make a challenge range 1/2 because it's a 1-hit die monster now. But again, that's a bit of a tangent. Yeah, so there were definitely ways to learn different languages. Like, so yeah, Sha Lunyan, I think because she's an ambassador or far traveler, her background gave her 2 additional language options. So she had Fan Yu, her default language, Overking's Common Tongue, a bonus language, so say Euros Vaka. And my math is wrong. Okay, I guess that wasn't the case. Where's my section on Forgotten Realms? Because I got the Sword Coast Adventures Guide here. Yeah, there is. Maybe I was wrong about that. Because Thieves' Cant comes from the Rogue class. Yeah, again, some of these PDFs are really big, and I'm opening them up in the browser. Not really the most appropriate way of doing this, but Urban Bounty Hunter, Mercenary, Knight of the Order. That's going back to basically Valentine I mentioned earlier. Yeah, here we go. The Far Traveler. Languages, any one of your choice. Okay, maybe I didn't make use of that bonus option. Yeah, okay, yours. Fan Yu, Common, Eurosvaka, Osfarad. I think maybe I just miscounted, that's all, yeah. So yeah, so Fan Yu for native language, Overking and bonus language, so Eurosvaka. And then, yeah, any language is any one of your choice, so that would be Osfarad. And then Thieves' Cant. Okay, no, I did count it correctly. Yeah, so yeah, there were definitely ways of like having a character learn multiple languages because they're all pretty much polyglots for the most part. Like you'll very rarely come across a character who speaks only Common. Actually, that was one thing that bothered me about Neanderthals. In 3rd edition in the Frostburn book, they actually had stats for Neanderthals, and their native language was Common. And like they didn't have a language of their own. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, imagine if in real life we searched like some unknown corner of Siberia that nobody ever really visits, and we find some lost tribe Neanderthals that just lived 30,000 years, like like in the 13th Warrior. I mean, that was Scandinavia, but that was the Vendel, right? The Vendel basically just a lost tribe of Neanderthals. So imagine we discover them and they all speak modern English. Like, that wouldn't make any bloody sense. And yeah, I think, again, it's kind of grognard to me. There does seem to be this kind of habit of just trying to dumb the game down. I mean, the simpler it is, the more people can learn and the more products you can sell, which I understand that, but there is such a thing as simpling things a little too much. But with the new 5th edition rules, they seem to have largely gotten rid of a lot of these language additive options, as far as I can tell. Actually, yeah, let me go back to... There was a section on races in the Sword Coast Adventurer's Guide. Yeah, see, half-orc deities, tieflings, like how do they fit specifically in the Forgotten Realms? Deep gnomes. Option, human languages. Many human ethnicities and nations in Faerun have their own language in addition to Common. Most human languages are written in Tharos, the alphabet of Old Common. So again, this is very much like what I pulled from earlier sources. Derived from the Chondathan language that traders use as their common tongue. A few human languages use other alphabets, including Draconic, Deathic, which is Dwarvish, and Esperor, which is Elvish. The languages of the ethnicities described in the player's handbook and this book are as follows. If your dungeon master allows this option, then any human from an ethnic group that has its own language is assumed to know that language as well as Common. This ethnic language is treated as a free additional language for each such individual. So I have been making a heavy use of this bonus rule. Yeah, this is why Quintessa speaks Keelandish. It's why Sha Lunyan speaks Fan Yu. It's why Quintessa, even though it's a dead language, speaks ancient Suloise. And yeah, borrowing from this, where did I put Leah? I guess I'm gonna close her out. I guess I gotta open her back up again. Did I do the right one? Yeah, so here you got Esperor, and in parentheses, Elvish. Sylvan, which you know, in the Forgotten Realms will also call fair speech, whereas in Quintessa's case, Elvish is typically referred to by the name used by the Flan people, Olvan Vaka. But then again, you got Variolus, who speaks Drowic or Deep Drows, because it's changed significantly from the Elvish tongue. And of course, you have Drow Sign Language and Undercommon. Welcome, Jason and Courtney. Yeah, so I'm kind of just doing an overview, sort of the new 5th edition rulebook for Dungeons and Dragons. And basically just going from one tangent into another, just complaining about, this change here and that change there. Yeah, I'm basically just being a real ass right now. Sorry. Yeah, I think I've been speaking for probably almost an hour now, complaining just about language because I'll pull it up. Yeah, they've added this new. I don't know if you call it a rule. They tend to refer to them as guidelines, though. But yeah, the idea that Common originated in the planar metropolis of Sigil, the hub of the multiverse, which I think is bull because it just ignores the common tongue spoken throughout all the various settings and how they all have their own different histories. Like, when people think of Forgotten Realms, they think of Faerun, but Faerun is just a continent, it's not the whole planet. You've got Zakara from the Al-Qadim setting. You've got Karatur from, the now insensitive titled Oriental Adventures. Those two continents have their own common tongues. The same can be true, if I can pull it up. I'm not going to let this go, am I? I'm not going to let this go. Oh, where is Scarlet Brotherhood? And I'm going to get to that later, too. They changed the name of them. And then now they call them the Scarlet Order, I think, because I guess Brotherhood is too sexist or some BS. Yeah, where is Hepmonoland? Languages, 38. Yeah, languages spoken in Hepmonoland, right? Alright. Rolat. Rolat evolved as a result of interactions between speakers of Tawuv, Ulman, and Rassel. Limited in scope to barter, weather, directions, and money, Rolat has a very simple written form and is the closest thing to a Hepmonoland common tongue. This language is only used if the speakers have no other language in common. Thus indicating that, yeah, the common tongue of Hepmonoland, or Malawi, which is the native Tawuv language, is different from the common tongue spoken throughout the Flanace. Yeah, I mean that is my general opinion. Like I noticed they've changed how the counterspell works. Granted, I still don't see why it exists because I mean yeah the old counterspell rules were a bit convoluted, but you could have just folded it into Dispel Magic, just change how you cast it, like as an action or a reaction. Granted, I do miss the phrase move minor standard from 4th edition. That was much that rolled off the tongue very easily. Like, yeah, there are some changes I like. In terms of rules, for the most part, I'm not really complaining. My issue is with the lore. I don't like this unnecessary changes to lore. That's because I guess because I used to draw, and that's part of what gave me my love for D&D is being able to create characters, and so I do have a love for the lore. I like Star Wars, I like Star Trek, I really like Babylon 5, and I like the aspects of those three settings that makes them unique to each other. I like Captain Barrett, not Captain, but I like, let's say Captain Sheridan, like Captain Sheridan, right, from Babylon 5, but I don't want to see him with a lightsaber. I don't want to see Captain Kirk with a lightsaber, alright? But yeah, my issue is that they seem to have changed how you acquire new languages. It says, okay, your character knows at least 3 languages. Your class and other features might also give you languages, but I mean, yeah, I guess maybe they're referring to, like, say, Thieves' Cant and Druidic, but they seem to have taken that option off from backgrounds. So let me see if I can pull that up. Let me go back. Probably on page 2. Character origins, background descriptions. Because that used to be a source for languages. Type that in wrong. What the hell? Can I not? One set. I turned numlock off, that's why. I can't type. Yeah, so here's the section on backgrounds, right? So, Acolytes. Ability scores, intelligence, wisdom, charisma. Yeah, because you no longer get racial ability adjustments. Now you get background ability adjustments, which doesn't make really a whole lot of sense to me. Like tigers and cheeters are both big cats, but, tigers on average are bigger and stronger, and cheeters are smaller and faster. So, if you had a tiger race, it's going to have a bonus to strength. If you had a cheetah race, it's going to have a bonus to dexterity. I don't see how that's would be considered racist. Like, okay, I can understand why they dropped ability score penalties. Like, it used to be that orcs had a penalty to intelligence. I can get that. Fine. But, like, you could have an orc who's fast. You can have an elf who's strong. There was no problem with that. Like, I mentioned earlier that my wild elf, Leah Amamaskin, and again, warning for anyone who doesn't like nudity. Yeah, in the Forgotten Realms, wild elves have brown skin and black hair. But, yeah, they close the player's handbook to Greyhawk. There are wild elves in Greyhawk as well, but they're the opposite, basically, in terms of appearance. Renee are probably just gypsies from Earth. Again, it's kind of an insensitive term now, but that's basically how they're played at. Let's see. Yeah, wild elves are the smallest of the elven folk, but otherwise resemble the wood elves. The hair color of wood elves range from yellow to coppery red, and eye colors a shade of hazel green. Okay, so I'm going backwards here. The elves, or Olv and Flan, are slight of stature, averaging 5 feet, and fair of complexion. Right? Yeah, hair and eye coloration vary by kindred. High elves are usually dark-haired and green-eyed. The noble gray elves have either silvery hair and amber eyes, or pale golden hair and violet eyes. The second type commonly called fairy or fey elves. Again, hair color of wood elves range from yellow to coppery red, and eye color is a shade of hazel green. Wild elves are the smallest. And finally, the valley elves appear to be taller versions of nearly human height of the gray elves. And everybody hates them. Everybody hates the valley elves, because they basically allow themselves to be subject to a human wizard and his drow companion. So all the other elves hate them. Like, if there's one thing the drow and the other surface elves agree on, is that the valley elves suck. But yeah, and where I say in the Forgotten Realms, you got the sun elves who are bronze-skinned, and their hair, I think, is usually like a golden blonde, ranges to black. The silver elves, or moon elves, I should say, are very fair, like almost like a bluish white color to a degree, and they tend to be dark-haired, but sometimes blue-haired. The copper elves, or wood elves, their version of wood elves, are like a tan, so bronze, or like coppery brown skin with a greenish tinge, and they tend to have like hair color from like blonde to red. And of course, the wild elves are brown skin with black hair, black or brown hair. There's a wide variety. So yeah, you got brown wild elves in the realms and fair skinned wild elves in Greyhawk. I'm not sure about Eberron though. I don't think there's any wild elves in Dragonlance. I know there are no orcs in Dragonlance. So if I ran a Dragonlance game and someone says they want to play as an orc, I'm going to ask where they come from, because they're not from Kryn. But actually, yeah, you know what I should do is, again, pull up the player's handbook. Yeah, let me close this off. Where's my book tab at? Oh, where did I put it? I'm going to look up the old, quote-unquote, player's handbook. Yeah, again, I can do a side-by-side comparison about backgrounds. Because I'm still kind of on the whole language kick, so it does kind of connect to it. Personality and background. So that'd be 125. Ideals, bonds, flaws, personality traits. Yeah, they kind of got rid of this. I mean, I like this. You know, they got Draconic Scripts, sample example, and then the Forgotten Realms book lists Thoras, Explorer, and Ethics. So common alphabet, Elvish, and Dwarvish. Backgrounds. Yeah, there's always been an option to customize the background, like I did for Variolus, the Menzoberrantier noble. Right, so here we go, Acolyte. So yeah, skill proficiencies, insight, religion, languages, 2 of your choice, and got some equipment, right? Well, what do we have now, though? Yeah, let me close up that German page. So yeah, so like I said earlier, now your ability score increases come from intelligence, wisdom, and charisma. I think it should say here, parts of a species. That sounds weird, but yeah, creature type, size, speed. Yeah, a background lists 3 of your character's ability scores, increase 1 by 2, and another 1 by 1, or increase all 3 by 1. None of these increases can raise a score above 20. Alright. Yeah, feat. So now you start off with a feat, which, again, used to be unique to variant humans. Because, yeah, originally, by default, originally, feats were an option. So if you were playing as a human, you would just get a 1-point bonus to all your scores. Now it's a 1-point. Now, the variant was a 1-point bonus as 2 scores, and then a bonus feat and a bonus skill proficiency. Now, granted, backgrounds gave skill proficiencies too, like insight, religion. Insight, religion, that's fine. Now you got tool proficiencies, so calligrapher supplies. Whereas before it was either 2 languages, 2 tools, or 1 of each. And yeah, I got equipment. Choose A or B, calligrapher supplies, books, so book of prayers, holy symbol, parchment, 10 sheets, robe, and 8 gold pieces, or 50 gold pieces worth of stuff. You can buy piecemeal. And I actually have a spreadsheet for that. That's not it. JPEGs, HTML files. Yeah, here it is. 5th edition equipment. I'm not going to... Actually, I probably could boot it up, because I actually do have Open Office open. Yeah, my computer's running really slowly right now. Oh my god, this is running slowly. Wow. Yeah, so like, let's say if I had 10 gold pieces, right? There you go, 10 gold pieces. If my character has leather armor, 1, you know, that costs 10 gold pieces. That's 20 gold pieces worth of stuff right there. Man, you would burn through 50 gold pieces really quickly then, wouldn't you? Yeah, so I thought I'd make myself a spreadsheet to help calculate things, and I keep these all frozen so I always know what my total is. Now, let's back up here. Cancel all changes. All right. Yeah, so if you have the Acolyte background, at least, again, looking at this, you no longer gain any bonus languages. Yeah, character backgrounds. Your character's background is a collection of characteristics that represent the place and occupation that were most formative before your character embarked on a life of adventure. And 3rd edition actually did something like this too. It was called regional feats, because back then you all started with a feat at first level, and it's kind of represented like, you know, if you're an elf who grew up in the forest as opposed to like an elf who grew up in the mountains, because there were mountain elves. Or again, let's say if you're a drow, right? They're going to have a way different, you know, life than a surface elf. And you know, hold a bunch of different human races. You know, like say you might be an Iridian who grew up in a city and attended a university of magical arts, going back to Greyhawk, or a Backloonish who were like a horse rider in the rural steppes, right? You know, again, comparing like say someone who grew up in like say 1700 France to someone who grew up in 1700 Mongolia, basically. Because you know, even today, sadly, Mongolia's not that well developed because the land's not good for farming. At least that's from my understanding. Like it's not a problem with the people themselves. It just like there's a reason why the Inuit don't have skyscrapers. It's not because they couldn't figure it out. It's just you don't really build skyscrapers in the Arctic. But that doesn't mean people have their weaknesses. They have their strengths. And yeah, that's part of what the background is all about. And granted, yeah, that was kind of the issue with ability score penalties. Like dwarves were very hardy, so they got a bonus to Constitution, but they weren't very friendly, so they got a penalty to Charisma. Elves were very nimble, they had a bonus to Dexterity, but they're also very weak, so they had a penalty to Constitution. But granted, the whole change to ability scores, I'm not really that hard up on it. So yeah, I got feats, skill proficiency, equipment. But again, nothing for languages, like nothing for bonus thing. Like, what if your character is like a scholar? Because part of Quintessa's, well, a significant part of Quintessa's backstory, again, I'm harping on language again, is that she was obsessed with learning everything she can about her ancient homeland, the Sul Imperium, specifically the mages of power and their power and magic that went beyond 9th level spells. So she learned ancient Suloise and descendant languages Ameti, Fruz, Lindorian. She also speaks Draconic and Elvish because they have a high history with magic. She speaks Abyssal because demons have magic too. And of course, because she's been all over, she speaks lots of different common tongues. And Sha Lunyen, she's from a very distinct region compared to the Flanace. Her languages that she speaks reflect that. Corinta Browerman's languages reflect where she grew up in Keeland. Variolus, right? She speaks Abyssal because the Drow had a long history with the demons. She speaks Drow Sign language, the Drow language, which is different from Elvish. She speaks the common tongue of both the Surface and Undercommon. And as far as her specific backstory, after Storm King's Thunder, my group was finished with that. She basically ended that as an ambassador to the court of the Storm Giant King. So she speaks Yotunavar, the dialect of the giant tongue spoken by storm giants. I love being able to flesh out backstories like this. Like, she speaks common in the Kalant dialect. Like, yes, it's not just the common tongue of the surface Faerun, but a specific dialect on top of that. In fact, I had a character who came from Western Faerun, and that's the wrong one. Yeah, it was, Rex Malice. Oh, actually, no, you know what? This doesn't apply anymore. I took him out of the Forgotten Realms. I played him in a friend's homebrew setting. Yeah, I don't think I have it on here anymore. Yeah, because he used to speak Thorasta in the Skavrim dialect, which is more well known like northeastern Faerun. Yeah, he speaks Common, he speaks Infernal, he speaks England. So okay, that was a bad example. Sorry. Quintessa. Yeah, I think I got all my characters all grouped together now. No, now I should. So, because I did say early on that I'm more of a lore lawyer than a rules lawyer, but I do still try to play by the rules because it is, at the end of the day, it is a role playing game. And so if I'm going to convert Quintessa over to this new rule set, I would like to have her maintain all these language proficiencies, same with everybody else, but I want to be as official as possible. I just want to say, oh, she speaks, a dozen languages. I'm saying, well, how did she learn them? Through what classes and feats and stuff like that? And granted, yeah, I can't find. Yeah, I should know they got rid of some of the backgrounds. Let's see if I can actually find a list. I don't know if I can find a list here. Languages. Yeah, so here's characteristic table to help you randomly generate a character. So, like, for example, Varials and Leah and Shah are both derived from that, and Carenta Brauren was derived from the tables for second edition, which is why she's 5'10". Because apparently in second edition, the average height of a human woman was 5'10". Granted, also the average weight was 133 pounds, and yeah, no, she's not 133. she's not. I'm gonna be somewhat realistic with my fantasy, right? Did they have actually the list of backgrounds? I could have sworn they did. Maybe not. Yeah, okay, so Alkalite, Charlatan, Artisan, that one's... I don't think that one's new. I think it's just a name change. Criminal, they got that. Let me use my keyboard for this. Entertainer, okay, they got that. Farmer's a new one. But I don't think Farmer is meant to replace the folk hero, though. Because that's what Corinta Brown was. You come from a humble social rank, but you are destined for so much more. Already the people of your home village regard you as their champion, and your destiny calls you to stand against the tyrants and monsters that threaten the common folk everywhere. Okay, that wasn't really quite her backstory. It's more like she was just an ordinary person thrust into extraordinary events. You know, like Bilbo Baggins, for example, right? And so the idea was that she would become a folk hero. But I think they dropped that for some reason, so... But they added Farmer. They got Guard, which I think that's a new one. Guild Artisan, so... I think that's what Artisan is now. Wait, did I just... Right, it's different page. Yeah, they really truncated these things. You began mopping floors and scrubbing counters in an artisan's workshop for a few coppers per day as soon as you were strong enough to carry a bucket. Whereas you are a member of an artisan's guild, skilled in a particular field and closely associated with other artisans. I guess they just wanted to get rid of the whole guild connection. I don't know why, though. And then... what else? Hermit is still the same. Yes, still got Hermit. Merchants, I believe that one's new. Because, yeah, now we switch over to Noble. That's still there. So, yeah, I guess technically Carenta Brown would probably be a merchant then. Because, I mean, she does, you know, when she's not adventuring, she's operating her family's brewery. Or technically, brewery slash distillery, because I call it Spirits of Saltmarsh. I thought that would be so clever, right? Outlander, that's what Leah is. You grew up in the wilds, far from civilization and the comforts of town and technology. They dropped that one. I mean, I guess... I think maybe Wayfarer is meant to... I think it's meant to be folded into Wayfarer. But I think Wayfarer is another name for street urchin. Sage, that's still the same. Sailor, we still got that. Although I should check to see if they still have Pirate, though, because that was a variation of Sailor. And, like, Knight was a variation of Noble. Oop, wrong one. Soldier, they still got that. Then I go... Urchin, yeah. What was the term urchin offensive to anybody? Yeah, because if I were to go to Wayfarer, that's basically what it is. Oh yeah, no, that's species description. Okay, yeah. You grew up on the streets surrounded by similarly ill-fated cast-offs, a few of them friends and a few of them rivals, right? Okay, you grew up on the streets alone, orphaned and poor. You had no one to watch over you to provide, or... So you learned to provide for yourself. Yeah, it's... The Wayfarer is just urchin. But it's... You're not really faring away, you know, that's what you are. You're just an urchin. They just changed the name for some reason. And yeah, Outland is gone. And yeah, another thing I meant to point out, though, is they're also getting rid of background features. Like, say, city streets. You know the secret patterns and flows of cities that can find passages through the urban sprawl that others would miss. When you are not in combat, you and companions you lead can travel between any two locations in the city twice as fast as your speed would normally allow. Yeah, they don't have that. They do not have background features anymore. I think the idea is that you just replace it with a feat. But that's... For me, that's not quite as fun, though. Like, again, it actually makes things less diverse, ironically. Like take Quintessa, for example. Position of privilege. Thanks to your noble birth, people are inclined to think the best of you. You are welcome in high society, and people assume you have the right to be wherever you are. The common folk make every effort to accommodate you and avoid your displeasure, and other people of high birth treat you as a member of the same social sphere. You can secure an audience with a local noble if you need to. Whereas Corinta is the opposite of this. Rustic hospitality. Since you come from the ranks of the common folk, you fit in among them with ease. You can find a place to hide, rest, or recuperate among other commoners, unless you have shown yourself to be a danger to them. They will shield you from the law or anyone else searching for you, though they will not risk their lives for you. Variolus has one from an adventure book, I think it was, Out of the Abyss, on an Dark Experience. You're familiar with the various races, civilizations, and sentiments of the Underdark. Xia Lun Yan, again, this is reflective of her being a far traveler, someone who's not from, in her case, the Flynates. She's from thousands of miles away from the commonly understood cultures. All eyes on you. Your accent, mannerisms, figure of speech, and perhaps even your appearance all mark you as foreign. Curious glances are directed your way wherever you go, which can be a nuisance, but you also gain the friendly interest of scholars and others intrigued by far-off lands. To say nothing of everyday folk who are eager to hear stories of your homeland, you can parlay this attention into access to people and places you might not otherwise have for you and your companions. Noble lords, scholars, merchants, princes, to name a few, might be interested in hearing about your distant homeland and people. Yeah, if you're going to get rid of background features, you might as well just get rid of backgrounds in general, because aside from a choice of feats and skills, there's really nothing to give them flavor anymore. And if you go back to the previous 5th edition book, because I mentioned this with regards to Variolus, we've always had the option to customize a background. You might want to tweak some of the features of a background so it better fits your character or the campaign setting. To customize a background, you can place one feature with any other, choose any 2 skills, and choose a total of 2 tool proficiencies or languages from the sample backgrounds. You can either use the equipment package from your background or spend coin on gear as described in Chapter 5 for equipment. And if you spend coin, then don't use the package, right? Yeah, because that's what I did with Variolus when I made her a Menzobrainer Noble in reference to the Warnadavian Noble. So, because I want to use that background feature, and I gave her proficiency with Stealth and Deception, which is not common for the Paladin, but it is common for Drow. They are kind of all about that. And for tool proficiencies, she was proficient with the Poisoner's Kit. Again, common for Drow, but not common for Paladins. And proficiency with a language, which in her case would have been either Drow Sign Language or Undercommon. Because she was started off with Drowic instead of Elvish. Because she's a Blackguard. She's an anti-Paladin from the Dungeon Master's Guide. Which, as far as I can tell, they've gotten rid of. Now, and I say gotten rid of, I'm pretty sure you can still use old stuff from like the last 10 years. I don't think they're going to completely abandon it. Like 3.5 did not entirely abandon 3.0. You may have had to update a few things, but as long as it fit, you could still use it. Of course, with that said, they did have one 3.5 spell listed as 2 different spells, but it's the same name. That was a mistake on their part. Yeah, look at Master's Touch if you ever can. It's like there's like a 1st level version and a 2nd level version. They do 2 completely different things, but that was okay. That's something. So yeah, theoretically speaking, I could still keep Variolus as an oath breaker, even though she technically didn't break an oath. I just had her start off as a Blackguard. That's why I call her that. And with my DM's permission at the time, I modified her Divine Smite so that instead of doing radiant damage with a bonus against fiends and undead, it's necrotic damage with a bonus against Fey and Celestial, because she's neutral evil, she worships Lolth. Why is she going to be fighting other demons? It wouldn't make any sense, right? But if she fights surface elves and celestials, that would be more appropriate. Control undead, dreadful aspect, basically the classic Blackguard from 1st, 2nd, and 3rd edition. Yeah, Aura of Hate. She gives a bonus damage to fiends undead, but she would also harm them. Granted, yeah, they changed Divine Smite, so now it's a spell. So theoretically, bards could learn that now. Maybe I'll look that up in the class because bards have the limited ability to learn spells from any other class. I wonder how. Yeah, I'll look that up then. But yeah, I really particularly liked background features, but now they're gone. So again, technically, if I'm converting characters over, I'll have to drop that. Yeah, this is why you now have 2 backgrounds per page instead of one background over at least 1 page each. I mean, granted, yeah, character artwork kind of gets in the way here, but entertainer. Oh, geez, that reminds me. How am I going to handle converting Miali over? Because Miali was the iconic wizard from 3rd edition. Like, if you opened up the player's handbook, you looked up wizard, you'd see her picture. Now, granted, this is fan art of her, but that's also kind of one of the reasons why I made a 5th edition conversion. The idea being, if I'm at a table and somebody doesn't have a character ready, I just hand them her. So she's a 1st level elf wizard with a sage background. And yeah, some backgrounds were actually kind of had sub backgrounds sort to a degree. Like, she's a sage, she's a researcher, and Leah was, Sha Lun Main was an emissary. Leah was an outlander or tribal nomad, because he also had variations of that. Like I think Dristu Erden would be considered an outlander, but he'd be classified as like an exile. I believe that was one of the options. Folk hero, guild artisan, noble, yeah, origin. Yeah, look at all this stuff, man. Look at all this. Yeah, feature wanderer, forester, trapper, homesteader, guide, exile, or outcast. So yeah, there's Dristu Erden, bounty hunter, pilgrim, tribal nomad, hunter gatherer, which would be more appropriate for her, but didn't fit, and tribal marauder. So there was a lot to actually flesh out character backstory. Yeah, to help you flesh out character backstories, your character background, and now you basically just get 1 paragraph. Like, I got, you're free to make stuff up, but you basically kind of have to make stuff up now, don't you? Yeah, let me look up noble then. Now, granted, Quintessa is a special case because, like with Miali, she's a 3rd edition character being converted over to 5th edition, and she didn't really start 5th edition at 1st level. She's starting at 15th, so some of these wouldn't necessarily apply to her, like equipment. But yeah, with ability score, strength, intelligence, and charisma. All right, well, let's look her up for a moment, right? So she was naturally high in charisma and intelligence, although she did get a magic bonus. So I guess the idea being that I would take whatever her base ability scores were, add 2 points to charisma and 1 point to intelligence, because she's got a strength of 7. I'm not going to put anything to that. Feat skill, see chapter 5. I think it basically replaces the prodigy feat, which is originally just for humans, half elves, and half orcs. Because as I mentioned like 2 hours ago, back in AD&D, if you wanted to play as a non-human, you were limited to what class you could be or what level you could be in that class. But humans, you could be any class of any level, and that was your only special ability. They changed that in 3rd edition, so they decided, okay, well, since everyone can now be any level in any class, humans get a bonus skill and a bonus feat. And so for 5th edition, that sort of became both the variant human and the prodigy feat. The idea being that humans are much more adaptable than the other races are. Like, they tend to be very set in their ways, especially the longer-lived ones. Like, you're really not going to find a clan of dwarves living in the forests. That's just not their thing. But humans can make a home in the forest, or they can make a home in the mountains, or they can make a home over by the sea. And so, yeah, they're very, very adaptable. You have humans in tropical islands and humans in the Arctic, right? But now they kind of got rid of, I think, most racial restrictions for feats, so I think anyone can just take care of feat now. Oh, how do I get to chapter 2 or chapter 5? Yeah, character origins. 198. So yeah, they did really kind of split feats up. Feat descriptions. Yeah, so now you got origin feats, which again I think is meant to replace the character background feature. General feats, so you have to be at least 4th level to take that. And then the epic boon, which was kind of touched on in the previous Dungeon Masters guide. But originally the idea was that you would take that after already achieving 20th level, because there is no character level beyond 20th, but you can still earn experience points. So the idea is that you would just gain these super special awesome feats, like a boon of immortality, right? And so they kind of did that for a 19th level, but they definitely toned back on that, right? So let me look up skilled. Dual wielder. Yeah, I forgot. Yes, yeah, so I gotta go origin first. Okay, you gain proficiency in any combination of 3 skills or tools of your choice. You can take this feat more than once, and that is also new. There's a lot more feats that are now repeatable. I guess that's it, yeah. You gain proficiency in any combination of 3 skills or tools of your choice. I guess that's it. Whereas with the Prodigy feat, you gained 1 skill, you would gain expertise with a skill, so double the proficiency bonus. You gained a total proficiency, and you gained a language proficiency, which is a big reason why I like that one. I liked having characters speak multiple languages. I mean, again, I'm really only good with English and very, very little German. Most of my language slots are in computer languages, like HTML, PHP, but so I am technically a polyglot, just not in the human way we look at it. I think there was a general feat like this, though. But yeah, it's no longer human only. Durable. Fate touched. Yeah, I think Fate touch was originally restricted to wood elves, and well, now it's not. So there really are no racial feats anymore. Again, trying to add diversity makes things less diverse, ironically. And oh, actually, yeah, here's another thing I'm really ticked off on. Where is medium armor master? So I'm going to skip around a bit. Yeah, increase your strength or dexterity scores by 1 to a maximum of 20. Let's see. While you're wearing medium armor, you can add 3 rather than 2 to your armor class if you have dexterity score of 16 or higher, right? Alright, let's look at Variolus, because she actually has this. Medium armor master. Wearing medium armor doesn't impose disadvantage on your dexterity stealth checks. When you wear medium armor, you can add 3 rather than 2 to your AC if your score is 16 or higher. Oh, they cut something out. Wearing the medium armor doesn't impose disadvantage on your dexterity stealth checks. So for those who don't play 5th edition, that means that normally if you're wearing certain kinds of like heavier armor, you'd roll 2 20-sided die, and if you have disadvantage, you pick the worst of the 2 rolls. For example, full plate armor is the heaviest of heavy plate. Or heavy armor, I should say. It's not very encumbering, right? I should say it does encumber. It encumbers a whole lot. So like, yeah, you're gonna squeak. You're not gonna move around quite so much as you would like to. You're not gonna be very good at sneaking around. And that was also held true for half plate, which is the heaviest medium armor. But with that feat, Variolus was able to add 3 points, her full 3-point dexterity modifier to her AC instead of the normal 2. And she will no longer suffer a disadvantage. Basically meaning she's got the same 18 armor class as someone wearing full plate, but without the disadvantage or the strength requirement. They got rid of that. They got rid of that whole you no longer suffer disadvantage bonus. Which means it's like, then what is the incentive of her wearing half plate armor anymore? I mean, yeah, there's that 1 extra point of AC, but what was the next one? I was supposed to be talking about Quintessa first. Where's the section on equipment? Okay, here we go. Venturing gear armor 219. Well, there's a lot of stuff in the back now. Tools. Other tools. Here we go, armor. Yeah, I guess I'd have to swap out a half plate for a breastplate then, so she would lose 1 point from her armor class, so that'd drop her down to 17. But she wouldn't suffer a stealth disadvantage anymore, right? Shields 1 at a time, because people really try to wear more than 1 kind of armor. Yeah, if the table shows, okay, strength score in the strength column for an armor type, The armor reduces this wearer's strength, the wearer's speed by 10 feet unless the wearer has a strength score equal to or higher than the lister's score, and stealth. If the table shows disadvantage in the stealth column for an armor type, the wearer has disadvantage on dexterity stealth checks. So, as an example, right? Medium armor doesn't have a strength requirement. Chainmail requires a strength of 13 and has disadvantage, and there's really no overcoming that. Unless it's a bit of mithril, I think. So, like, Quintessa Browrin wears adamantine chainmail. So, she has a strength of 14, right? 14. That's enough to wear chainmail without a problem. Not enough for splinter plate mail, as she's right in the middle. And as I note here, this little, that's persuasion. Yeah, this little double dagger symbol here with stealth. While wearing this armor, you have disadvantage on dexterity stealth checks. I got it right there as well. Adamantine chainmail. So like, I wanted to change anything about that aspect of her. But yeah, with Variolus, I still wanted to have the medium armor master feat, but I'll have to swap out adamantine halfplate for adamantine breastplate, which, granted, the artwork doesn't really match either way. I mean, it's certain portions of plate armor, I guess. So that was kind of my internal joke there. She is literally wearing half of a suit of plate armor. I just have to really like this artwork. I actually fixed this up. The original version was actually like fair skin with purple hair. So I kind of went all out on the Photoshop with that. I think I was talking about the backgrounds, wasn't I? Man, I've been talking for almost 3 hours straight now. Let me go back. Background descriptions, Noble 183. I think I had to subtract the number. Variant Noble Knight. A knighthood is among the lowest noble titles in most societies, but it can be a path to higher status. Granted, they probably just folded that into soldier, I imagine. Which probably would make a bit more sense. So I'm not going to complain too much about that. So skill proficiency, history and persuasion. Quintessa. History, persuasion, so she's got that, right? That's not a problem. Choose one type of gaming set. So she's proficient with Dragonchess. Oh, I should have a PDF for that. That's actually a real game, by the way. I think I still have this in Dragon Magazine. Yeah, here we go. This is also from issue 100. Dragonchess by Gary Gygax. So, I think I actually had this uploaded too on my website. I mean, you're not going to find it as a temporary doc. I can link to it later, along with that Elvish lexicon. So there actually is a Dragonchess game. And there's it's Gord the Rogue and Rex Phyllis, the Lord of Cats. He's an actual cat deity, but I'm not sure which one's which. I think that's meant to be Gord, and I think it's meant to be Rex. So I thought because that was from a short story from the issue, I thought that'd be appropriate. I should probably take a break for a little bit and get some food and get something to drink to soothe my voice. Yes, I knew I was going to rant about 5th edition, especially because I spent so many years getting accustomed to it, and now they changed so much. But I didn't expect to go on so many tangents. Oh God, I don't know how I'm gonna timestamp this later. Oh my throat hurts. How about I just take a quick break, and then actually we'll try to sit down and try to update Quintessa using the character sheet PDF editor here. And I'm not gonna call the Scarlet Brotherhood the Scarlet Order. I'm keeping this name, and I'm keeping Common as its own unique Greyhawk language. And I'm not gonna pretend it's from Sigil. I don't know. Maybe I'll add plain or Common at this room. Well, there might not be. I'm already kind of filling that up, aren't I? I'm not sure how I'm going to add more language to her within the rules of the game. Because, like, for example, Quintessa has her own diary. Like, for those who've watched Indiana Jones and The Last Crusade, you know how Indy's father, Dr. Jones, had his Grail diary, right? I did the same thing with Quintessa. Now, granted, the format's terrible because it was taken from my spreadsheet. But, yeah, this is taken from the last sheet for third edition spreadsheet. Yeah, every information I can find regarding the Sul people, the Suloise, I copy down here. Like, here's this, a glossary of Suloise words, the ancient Suloise language, right? Suloise pantheon. So, yeah, like I said, when I make a character, I really go all out for the lore of the particular setting. Like, if I want to make a character who descended from the Empire of Netheril, I'm going to do what I can to research that. Because I don't want to just be some human wizard, or sorceress in Quintessa's case. And so, like, if I scroll up, yeah. Enduring Spellbook and Diary, that's tied to the ritual caster fee, which they changed that as well. So I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do there. Probably just have a diary. Alright, yeah, let me take a quick break. I was hoping maybe I could finish out the hour, but I'll take a quick break and get a drink and maybe get some food and just rest up my voice a little bit. So I'll be right back.
Bonjour, je suis le grand musique.
Je suis la jeune fille.
Yes, that's French they're speaking. And no, these children aren't French. They're American. And they've acquired their amazing new language skills from Muzzy, the remarkable new video language program for children developed by the British Broadcasting Corporation. With this unique BBC language course, children learn a second language with incredible ease. 4 delightful videos quickly become their favorite TV show and teaches children the same way they learned English. Learning another language becomes fun. You'll be amazed when your children begin speaking and understanding their new language from the very first day through this unique method.
Muzzy now comes with 4 videos, 2 audios, a script book, parent's guide, a new exciting CD-ROM, plus this free bonus with your paid order, a special vocabulary video that adds hundreds of new words.
Not everyone can be a samurai warrior. Not everyone can live by the power of the sword. Not everyone can die with honor. I, for example, make kazoos.
PlayStation.
16 years ago, the Viking spacecraft took this amazing picture of the planet Mars. Do you see a face? NASA says you're seeing a trick of light and shadow. Science writer and former NASA consultant Richard C. Hoagland says NASA is hiding the truth. Now, for the first time, see and hear secrets about the existence of extraterrestrial life that have been guarded behind the closed doors of NASA. In the important video, The Monuments of Mars, a Terrestrial Connection. See the amazing similarity between this face on Mars and the ancient Sphinx in Egypt. Learn what connects this part of the Martian landscape called Cydonia and this countryside near England's mysterious Stonehenge. Hear and see other scientific evidence that we have been visited by beings from other worlds. Order The Monuments of Mars, a Terrestrial Connection, a 90-minute video for $19.95. Act now to receive your personal copy.
Harness the power of the elements to summon great forces in Golden Sun, The Lost Age. Rated E for everyone.
Thought you were going to summon some wind. Shut up.
Only for Game Boy Advance.
How much do you think this advanced operating environment is worth? Wait just 1 minute before you answer. Watch as Windows integrates Lotus 123 with Miami Vice. Now we can take this Ferrari and paste it right into Windows Right. Now how much do you think Microsoft Windows is worth? Don't answer. Wait until you see Windows Write and Windows Paint, and to listen to what else you get at no extra charge. The MS-DOS Executive, an appointment calendar, a card file, a notepad, a clock, a control panel, a terminal, a print spooler, RAM driver, and, can you believe it, Reversey. That's right, all these features in Reversey, all for just, how much did you guess? 500? 1,000? Even more? No, it's just $99. That's right. It's $99. It's an incredible value, but it's true. It's Windows from Microsoft. Order today. P.O. Box 286 DOS, except in Nebraska.
Make a new light eggnog with all the natural full-bodied flavor without so many calories. Dick Moore said,
"We suspend our cows from helium balloons while milking."
Richard Stickney said,
"Highly sophisticated breeding techniques have produced a lighter cow that gives a wicked light eggnog."
no matter what theory you subscribe to, this new light eggnog from Idlenot is wicked good, so if your grocery or supermarket don't have it, put up a fuss.
Joe, he cut my head off. Did you see that? He cut my head off.
What a wuss.
Now playing on PlayStation, rated T for teens.
PlayStation.
遊びの道に魂込めた一人の男が今日も行く真面目に遊ばぬ奴らには体で覚えさせるぞ背がたさんしろ背がたさんしろ背がさんたんしろ Clear!
Sorry for the interruption.
The what?
Well, that's what a commercial is, basically, right?
Don't tell him that.
Why not? Let's be upfront about this. This is a commercial. Hold it. Don't zap me yet.
I usually zap the commercials.
I understand. But you could really use these books. Know what they are?
Encyclopedia Britannica. I've seen your commercials.
Good.
But I think I'm too young to use it.
That's what a lot of
I'll handle it. This is for all ages. Here you go. Ready reference. What are you studying?
Elephants.
Volume 4. Check it out.
They're endangered.
I know. Then if you want more information, you have this next section.
Isn't it time for the 800 number?
Definitely. Excellent. You're on.
To find out how you can own the new Encyclopedia Britannica, call this number and we'll send you this free booklet. And for previewing Britannica in your home, we'll give you this 3-volume desk reference set. So if you would like the encyclopedia...
First, I'll call this number and get the free booklet. One step at a time.
I suppose.
Hey, plumber boy, mustache man, your worst nightmare has arrived.
Pack up your stuff. I got a little surprise for you here.
Check it out. What do you think about that? We got real-time, 3D, lush organic environments. How's that make you feel, buddy?
Feel a little like your days are numbered?
I'm going to have to ask you to leave.
You're hurting my elbow.
Is that Italian?
No, Bandicoot. It's in Australia.
All right, I should be back now. Like I said, I'm not used to streaming directly off my desktop like this, so this is kind of a new thing for me. Yeah, I scarfed down some very good spaghetti and got myself some more coffee because, you know, yeah, if I need anything more, it's more coffee, right? All right, how am I gonna do this? And I thought trying to convert her from 3rd edition to 5th was gonna be a pain, but I know I can't really get off that whole train of thought regarding language. Languages. I go say, let me do this. Save a brand new copy called Quintessa 2024, right? So this way I don't screw up the original sheet. So yeah, I don't want to just start with class. That feels kind of weird to me. So yeah, I'll start with race and then background. Alright, so yeah, I think I'm done ranting for the most part. Let me just... Oh, excuse me. close it off for the most part. Okay, species descriptions, and I still can't get over that. 194. Oh, this is orcs, though. And yeah, there's been a lot said about, you know, that particular artwork of orcs, right? Like, this is fine. I mean, granted, I am curious about the backstory of this character right here, because that is definitely an interesting combination of features, but other than that, though, you know, this artwork's fine. Tells the story, because, you know, this guy clearly didn't win, right? Alright, so yeah. Found throughout the multiverse, humans are as varied as they are numerous, and they endeavor to achieve as much as they can in the years they are given. Their ambition and resourcefulness are commended, respected, and feared on many worlds. Humans are as diverse in appearance as the people of Earth, and they have many gods. Scholars dispute the origin of humanity, but one of the earliest known human gatherings is said to have occurred in Sigil, the torus-shaped city at the center of the multiverse and the place where the common language was born. I know. This is just like in the Forgotten Realms, they flat out say that humans, at least their version of humans, began on Toril, unlike elves, dwarves, etc., who migrated there from other worlds. Yeah, like, elves are not actually... The elves of the Forgotten Realms are not native to the Forgotten Realms. They come from the Feywild, or what we now call that. The exceptions being the wood or copper elves, because they're kind of a blending of the wild elves, sun elves, and moon elves. So they actually technically sort of the only native ones. But humans started there. Like you go through the what was it called? Oh, let me just look for a moment. I think it was called The Grand History of the Realms. Which granted, you know, Quintessa's Forgotten Realm. Quintessa's Greyhawk. This doesn't really apply to her, but it is like a big timeline of the Forgotten Realms history up until the end of 3rd edition. Yeah, like, the otherworldly realm of Fairy is ruled by the Fae. The Fae continue to rule to the present day. Because they do mention humans basically just being cavemen, really. At least, you know, again, 30,000 years before present, right? Yeah, continuing their work to undermine dragon rule, the Fae open new gates, allowing the first elves to integrate to Toril. These primitive green elves worship the fairy gods, not the Sullivan, which are unknown at this time. Although most green elves are content to remain in small, scattered tribes, one group known as the Illithiri negotiates with the dragons and begins to carve out a small kingdom in the south. The great Illithiri capital of Altornash remains a shining beacon of elf culture for millennia. And actually, if we go back down a little bit further... let's see. Yeah, it's talking about conflict between giants and dragons. Both sun and moon elf communities. Lolth's attention is drawn to Toril for the first time as a moon elf Catheria battles her minions in the abyss before returning home to Faerun. Yes. Yeah, I was going to try to look at a point where it refers to the theory as a dark elf sentiment. So that's because the dark elves of the realms began as green elves before they were cursed. All right, but my point is, yeah, I very much disagree with the idea of humans originating in Sigil because it goes against the lore of pretty much every other setting ever. But so I'm just going to ignore that, and I'm just going to stick with Greyhawk lore as I have for the last 20 years now. Alright, humanoid size. Isn't everybody in this book a humanoid, though, basically? Oh well, size medium, about 4 to 7 feet tall, or small, about 2 to 4 feet tall. And I mean, yeah, originally for years, 4 to 7 was the default for humans, but I mean, I'm sure if you ask the DM if you want to play as like a really, really short person, they'd allow you. I mean, well, granted, the whole ability score bonuses from size stopped back in 3rd edition, so... Like, yeah, like halflings had a 2-point bonus to dexterity and -2 to strength just because of their size. They were very quick, but you're not gonna have a huge bodybuilder who's 3 feet tall. I'm sorry, that's reality. All right. So resourceful, you gain heroic inspiration when you finish a long rest. Now that's just regular inspiration, but with a fancier name. And granted, the groups I play with never really bothered with inspiration, so I'm not sure what to even make of that. If I can even find it. Let me look at the index. Oh, that reminds me. I really do hope they clean this up, because the previous index was a mess. Like, all too often you look at one thing and it says look up something else, and occasionally you look that up and it says look up something else, and then you look at it and look up something else. Like, yeah, the index for the last player's handbook was garbage. What was it called again? Inspiration. Interpreting die rolls. Intimidation. INS. Okay, yes. Instinctive pounce. Instant death. Ooh. Thought they could avoid that. 368. Alright, so that'd be 367 here. High jump. Hit points. Hit point dice. Hostile. Yeah, there's... Okay, if you, a player character, have heroic inspiration, you can expend it to reroll any die immediately after rolling it, and you must use the new roll. If you gain heroic inspiration but already have it, it's lost unless you give it to a player character who lacks it. Yeah, so... Yeah, because the one DM I was with, very nice guy, I like him, but I think he found inspiration to be kind of a headache, so he just ignored it. But on the other hand, he did let us use flanking rolls, so we'd get advantage on attack rolls if we're surrounding an enemy. So that was nice. So if you have heroic inspiration, you can expend it to reroll any die immediately after rolling it. So I guess maybe if you're rolling a death saving throw and you roll a failed throw, you can just try your hand again and hope you get something better. Or if you're really unlucky, you'll get 0 and end up even worse. So actually, yeah. Yeah, speaking of, what did I say? Like page 38, I think. Well, 28. Oh, wow. That's really in the front. Okay, here are the main ways a creature can die instantly. Monster death. A monster dies the instant it drops to 0 hit points. Although a dungeon master can ignore this rule for an individual monster and treat it like a character. So, let's say like a recurring villain, I guess. Or, let's say, there was like a rule of 5th edition where if you knocked an enemy out, you can just... If you brought an enemy to 0 hit points, you just choose to knock them out instead of kill them. I kind of hate that rule. Not that I'm against knocking out an enemy, but 3rd edition had a separate set of hit points called, non-lethal damage. So if you took non-lethal damage equal to your current hit points, you are knocked out. But your current hit points remain the same regardless. Whereas, say, in 5th edition, you could be knocked out at 0 hit points, so if you're not careful, the character's going to die anyway. I feel like that was really bad. Yeah, hit point maximum of 0. A creature dies if its hit point maximum reaches 0. Certain effects drain life energy, reducing a creature's hit point maximum. Oh, wow. I really didn't think 5th edition would go for that. Even I'm not that cruel. Because 3rd edition had a pair of monsters from the Epic Level Handbook. The Shape of Fire and the Lava Wraith. And they could actually burn away your hit points permanently. You did not get those back. Which is why they are in the Epic Handbook for characters above 20th level. Yeah, even I'm not that mean. Or massive damage, which is also a rule in 3rd edition. When damage reduces a character to 0 hit points and damage remains, the character dies if the remainder equals or exceeds their hit point maximum. For example, if your character has a hit point maximum of 12, currently has 6 hit points and takes 18 damage, the character drops to 0 hit points but 12 damage remains. The character then dies since 12 equals their hit point maximum. So, yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's the same thing as before. Character demise, falling unconscious. Yeah, if you reach 0 hit points and don't die instantly, you have the unconscious condition until you regain any hit points, and you now face making death saving throws. And it goes into that. 3 successes, rolling a 1 or 20. Yeah, when you roll a 1, you suffer 2 failures. If you roll a 20, you regain 1 hit point. So it's the same as before. And you can still stabilize the characters, same as before. Yeah, this is why I don't really want to call this like 5.5%. I mean, it is basically 5.5, but I mean, there is still quite a bit that's the same. But yeah, alright, so basically Heroic Inspiration is just a free reroll. Where was I for humans? Adventuring gear, feats. There's tieflings. Okay, so they did change the rules on tieflings, so to speak. Abyssal, Infernal, and I don't know how to pronounce this. Chthonic. Tieflings who have the Chthonic legacy feel not only the tug of Carceri, but also the greed of Gehenna and the gloom of Hades. So I guess like the Abyss will be chaotic evil, Infernal's lawful evil, and Chthonic will be neutral evil. And that's not to say that Tiefling has to be evil, but that's generally what those lower planes are in reference to. Doesn't really change the fact that they still look roughly the same. I mean, they both still have 2 horns. Like the horns are different styles, and they got different skin colors, but they're still very... Like, Tieflings in 3rd edition were very, very in appearance. But I guess they're kind of doing away with the idea that all descended from not Mephistopheles, but Asmodeus. He was the king of hell, because at least in Forgotten Realms, he basically rewrote the DNA of every tiefling to be connected to him. At least up to that point. It was very weird. But no, let me go back to human. Oh yeah, so... Alright, here we go again. Ooh. Yeah, because I can close that out. Actually, is this still running? Yeah. Make sure that's not closing itself out, right? Alright. So, yeah, resourceful, you gain heroic inspiration whenever you finish a long rest. So, yeah, I guess that's a free reroll once per day. Okay. Skillful, you gain proficiency in 1 skill of your choice. Same as variant human, so... here's what I want to do. Open up a notepad. So... because I think... what I want... yeah, because I got small caps here, right? Going for the AE letter combination. I don't really need that, but... resourceful. I think I usually do 3 spaces for an indent. Yeah, that's basically what I do. Alright, I mean, granted, I usually use a website to do this all for me, but it's not that big of a deal. Granted, I think what I would usually do is write the word twice, but with a bunch of hyphens, and then just replace the hyphens. Oh yeah, L. Kind of need that one. Yeah, I can always just fix that later. Don't I usually use colons? Yeah, I usually do colons. Alright. Let's see. You gain heroic inspiration. I cannot type today. Whenever you finish a long... I'll capitalize this. Long rest. Alright, skillful. S. K. I. L. L. F. U. Actually, no, that's not really something I would copy down. You gain proficiency in 1 skill of your choice. I would just mock it off for character sheet then. Alright, never mind. And same thing here with versatile. You gain an origin feat of your choice skilled is recommended. Alright. Let's see, where was Feats? What page is that? 199. And I'll keep the human section open in my lap. Okay, yeah, feats. So your background gives you feats, and at certain levels, your class gives you the ability score improvement feats, or the choice of another feat for which you qualify. So yeah, they changed ability score improvements into a feat. Okay. By whatever means you acquire a feat, you can take it only once unless the description says otherwise. Yeah, and so yeah, like I mentioned earlier, they broke it into Origin, General, and Epic Boon, which, you know, it's all boon of this, boon of that. At least that's all grouped together, right? Feat is a member of a category which is noted in the feat. If you're instructed to choose a feat from a specific category, such as the Origin category, that category must appear under the feat's name. If you're instructed to choose a feat and no category is specified, you can choose from any category. Alright. To take a feat, you must meet any prerequisite in the description, unless a feature allows you to take the feat without the prerequisite, which is a thing back in 3rd edition for certain classes like monks and rangers. If a prerequisite includes a class, you must have at least one level in that class to take the feat. Benefit, you know, repeatable, whether or not. Alright. Yeah, so they got all the Origin feats grouped together here. Alright, so we got... I'll read off here. Okay, alerts. Initiative proficiency. When you roll initiative, you can add your proficiency bonus to the roll. Alright, initiative swap. Immediately after you roll initiative, you can swap your initiative with the initiative of one willing ally in the same combat. You can't make this swap if you or the ally has the incapacitated condition. Right, before I actually get too far, actually, I will do this. Skillful and what is it called? Versatile. So, one Origin feat, one skill proficiency. Good enough. Yeah, humans really don't have a whole lot anymore. They really don't. You know, yeah. I guess they're really banking on that heroic inspiration. At least their speed remains the same. Crafter. So you gain proficiency with 3 different artisan's tools of your choice from the fast crafting table. The fast crafting table. Discount. Whenever you buy a non-magical item, you receive a 20% discount on it. I mean, that's actually sounds pretty cool, but she doesn't have a tool proficiency like that, though. I guess, except for calligraphy supplies. I mean, she does have that. Yeah, daggers, darts, slings, quarterstaffs, light crossbows, calligraphy supplies, and Dragonchess. But see, that's more to just connect her with the nobility, like to look fancy, than to really craft calligraphy. Fast crafting. When you finish a long rest, you can craft 1 piece of gear from the fast crafting table, provided you have the artisan's tools associated with that item and have proficiency with those tools. The item lasts until you finish another long rest, at which point the item falls apart. Okay. Oh, here we go. Fast crafting. Yeah, so there are no calligraphy supplies then, so it doesn't apply to her. Healer, battle medic. If you have a healer's kit, you can expend 1 use of it and tend to a creature within 5 feet of yourself as a utilized. Oh, that's right. Yeah, because they broke up the action to a bunch of different terms, like utilize action, attack action, magic action. Even though it's all the same like the time, it's just what we used to call a standard action. As opposed to, like, say, a bonus action, which was basically free and much faster, and reaction, which we do on another person's turn, and a move action, which allows your character to move. I can see having those as separate names, but alright, that creature can spend 1 of its hit point dice, and you then roll that dice. The creature regains a number of hit points equal to the roll, plus your proficiency bonus. Healing rerolls. Whenever you roll a dice, you determine the number of hit points you restore with a spell or with this feat's battle medic benefit. You can re-roll the die if it rolls a 1, and you must use the new roll. Okay, so if I ever get around to redoing Quintessa Browren, this will probably be a good feat for her, because she's a life domain cleric. She's all about healing with the power of beer, right? Which is funny, because I'm basically a teetotaler. Okay, lucky. Lucky points. You have a number of luck points equal to your proficiency bonus and can spend the points on the benefits below. You regain your expended luck points when you finish a long rest. Alright, advantage. When you roll d20 for a d20 test. And that's another thing I think is unnecessary, just referring to d20 rolls as a test. Okay, you can spend 1 luck point to give yourself advantage on the roll. So, yeah, basically free advantage. When a creature rolls a d20 for an attack roll against you, you can spend 1 luck point to impose disadvantage on that roll. Okay. How did that work in the previous version, though? Yeah, customization options, multi-classing, and feats, again, which back then was optional, yeah. You have 3 luck points. Whenever you make an attack roll, an ability check, or a saving throw, you can spend 1 luck point to roll an additional d20. So advantage, basically. You can choose to spend 1 of your luck points before you roll the dice, but before the outcome. You choose which of the d20s is used for the attack roll, ability check, or saving throw. So yeah, it's advantage, but it's not. But it is, but it's not. You can also spend 1 luck point when an attack roll is made against you. Roll d20 and then choose whether the attack uses the attacker's roll or yours. If more than one creature spends a luck point to influence the outcome of a roll, the points cancel each other out. No additional dice are rolled. You regain your expended luck points when you finish a long rest. You can start for 3. I don't think they included that part. Oh, no, they didn't. They didn't include... That's kind of important, you know? If you're trying to give a character advantage and someone else is trying to give them disadvantage, yeah, it would cancel itself out. But no, and again... Well, yeah, so I guess in this case, if you're giving yourself advantage, but if there's an enemy with a lucky feat, and they want to give you disadvantage, yeah, it cancels itself out. They kind of forgot to add that part. Oops. Magic Initiate, I think it's largely the same. You learn 2 cantrips of your choice from the Cleric, Druid, or Wizard okay, because it's not largely the same. What the hell? Whereas before, you choose a class. Bard, Cleric, Druid, Sorcerer, Warlock, or Wizard. You learn 2 cantrips of your choice from that class's spell list. Yeah. You learn 2 cantrips. Intelligence, Wisdom, or Charisma is your spellcasting ability for this feat's spells. Choose when you select this feat, so I guess it's not restricted to the class. Because otherwise, no way would have Charisma. That's wild. Okay, level 1 spell. Choose a level 1 spell from the same list you selected for this feat's cantrips. You always have the spell prepared. You can cast it once without a spell slot, and you regain the ability to cast it in that way when you finish a long rest. You can also cast a spell using any spell slots you have. Alright, that's still largely the same in a way. Well, sort of. In addition, choose 1 first level spell to learn from the same list. Using this feat, you can cast the spell once at its lowest level, and you must finish a long rest before you can cast it in this way again. Yeah, you can cast it once without a spell slot. You can also cast a spell using any spell slots you have. Oh yeah, that is definitely better. Spell change. Whenever you gain a new level, you can replace one of the spells you chose for this feat with a different spell of the same level from the chosen spell list. And now you can actually repeat it too. And yeah, the reason I bring that up is... Oops. Where is Quintessa? Yeah, so Quintessa Browren, I had her take the Magic Initiative feat, but I had to learn spells from the Druid list. So she learned Shillelagh because Wenta's favorite weapon is the club, and Quintessa wields a club so she can magically enchant it. I had her learn Gust because Wenta is a goddess of the west wind, and I had her learn Goodberry because Wenta is a goddess of agriculture as well, and because, you know, it's kind of cheesy, but it's sort of stacked with the Disciple of Life. Your healing spells are more effective. Whenever you use a spell of first level or higher to restore hit points to a creature, the creature regains additional hit points equal to 2 plus the spell's level. And if I ever get to Quintessa, yeah, I'm going to point out how they changed that, so it doesn't really stack anymore. I guess people realized that having Disciple of Life with Good Berry was too good, because now each Good Berry would heal 4 hit points instead of 1. Ugh. Yeah, let's reset our sheet and just move her there. So yeah, on the one hand, it's better. On the other hand, it's worse. Yeah, worse. Let me rewrite this. Reread this. Oh, okay, yeah. So cleric, druid. Okay, so Quintessa's isn't going to hurt too badly then. She could still make use of magic initiate with the druid spells. Yeah, because I want to give her a bit more of a druidic flavor, because Winter's goddess of the West Wind, Autumn, Harvest, and Beer. I'm sorry to sound like I'm from Boston or something. But I don't think I'm going to take that for Quintessa. Alright, maybe. I'll hold on. I'll hold off on that one. Alright, musician. I think this is a new one. This might have been from one of the newer books. You gain proficiency with 3 musical instruments of your choice, encouraging song. As you finish a short or long rest, you can play a song on a musical instrument with which you have proficiency and give heroic inspiration to allies who hear the song. The number of allies you can affect in this way equals your proficiency bonus. This is basically like the old school bardic abilities. Yeah, here I am going on another tangent, right? But this is what bards did back in 3rd edition. And then they kind of took it away from them. 26. Bard, let's see. Yeah, bardic knowledge. They used to have kind of an alternate version of the knowledge skills. Where's it on the other page? Yeah, bardic music. Once per day per bard level, a bard can use a song and poetics to produce magical effects on those around him, usually including himself if desired. While these abilities fall under the category of bardic music, and the descriptions discuss singing or playing instruments, they can all be activated by reciting poetry, chanting, singing lyrical songs, singing melodies, follow along and so forth, whistling, playing an instrument, you get the idea. And there are a variety of bardic music, like counter song, fascinate, suggestion, inspire greatness, inspired competence. Yeah, that's basically what that is. It's like the 3rd edition bard. Alright. Let's see. Savage attacker. You've trained to deal particularly damaging strikes. Once per turn, when you hit a creature with a weapon, you can reroll the weapon's damage dice twice and use either roll against the target. So basically it's like advantage, but for damage, right? No, yeah, you can roll the weapon's damage twice and then use either roll. Yeah, it's basically just advantage for damage. Okay, and here's skill. We talked about this one already. You can take this. You gain proficiency in any combination of 3 skills or tools of your choice. Alright. Skills or tools. Like in Quintessa's case, because she would get Dragonchess from being a noble, and she gets calligraphy supplies. So I guess I just dump the others rest onto skills. And that probably is the feat I'm going to go with. It's the closest thing to Prodigy, basically. Well, actually, I think there is one called Skilled Expert that's a general feat. Alright, so I'll keep this one in mind. I'm sorry if I'm putting my fingers over my mouth because I'm kind of resting my head on my hand. Tavern Brawler. Enhance unarmed strike. When you hit with your unarmed strike and deal damage, you can deal bludgeoning damage equal to 1d4 plus your strength modifier instead of the normal damage for an unarmed strike. And what is the normal damage? I think it used to be just 1 plus your strength. It probably still is. Well, they got a note on armor training. Carrying objects, social interaction, skills list, proficiency bonus. Okay, see underwater combat. Let me look at melee attacks. 26. Reach, opportunity, melee, falling off, damage rolls, half damage, damage against multiple targets, damage types, a melee attack typically uses a handheld weapon or an unarmed strike. Okay. See, Chapter 6 for weapons damage dice and Chapter 7 for spells damage. Okay, that's probably why. Alright, let me look up equipment then. Oh, you know, let me skip ahead. That's 201. I will give this new book this. I very much appreciate when the equipment section actually shows you equipment. Because the previous book really didn't do a very good job of this, but at least now you can actually got an idea of what the armor looks like. So I will give the 5.5 this. I've already forgotten the roll page number. Yeah, there we go. Where's weapons? Oh, they put weapons first and then armor. Usually it's the other way around. I still don't find it. Where the heck is the damage for unarmed strikes? Again, I'm assuming it's probably just the same as before, but I want to double check. $377. Bloody hell. Where am I? So basically this is on the section of like swim speed, tremor sense, true sight, the unconscious condition, unarmed strike. Okay, instead of using a weapon to make a melee attack, you can use a punch, kick, headbutt, or similar force for a blow, and gain turns. This is an unarmed strike. A melee attack that involves you using your body to damage, grapple, or shove a target within 5 feet of you. Whenever you use your unarmed strike, choose one of the following options for its effects. You got damage, you got grapple. You make an attack roll against the target. Your bonus to the roll equals your strength modifier plus your proficiency bonus. So I guess everybody's just training in boxing. Everyone, even Quintessa, the noble lady who's like all dainty and whatnot. You know, she's trained in boxing. I guess they do teach mixed martial arts in Hogwarts. On a hit, the target takes bludgeoning damage equals to 1 plus your strength modifier. So yeah, it's the same. Yeah, I'm not going to get into the legendary grapple rules. Alright. Yeah, I'm not going to give her a Tavern Brawler. But at this point, I do kind of want to just finish reading through these. There's not that many origin feats anyway. Improvised weaponry, you have proficiency with improvised weapons, like say a table leg, for example. Push, when you hit a creature with an unarmed strike as part of the attack action on your turn, you can deal damage for the target and also push it 5 feet away from you. You can use this benefit only once per turn. Okay, so you just like kick a guy away from you. Tough. Your hit point maximum increases by an amount equal to twice your character level when you gain this feat. Whenever you gain a character level thereafter, your hit point maximum increases by an additional 2 hit points. That's basically the same. Alright. I think the skilled feat would probably make the most sense. I mean, maybe Magic Initiate, but I'm going to figure out how many skills I'll be able to give her for the most part. Based both on her class and her background. Let's say skilled question mark. Skills times 3. Alright. I think that was basically it then. Yeah, you can proficiency in one skill of your choice and you gain an origin feat, so let's go skilled for now, which is recommended. And now I need to go back to actual backgrounds. Yeah, I forgot the section on races is just really, really small. And then this is why I'm glad I still have all my old lore books, like Races of Faerun and the Greyhawk Gazetteer. Alright, 182. Alright, Noble. Ability score, Strength, Intelligence, and Charisma. So, that would be for her. Charisma +2, Intelligence +1. And then because of that magic test she took, she has an extra +2. I guess for her ability scores, I'm going to like reverse engineer it. Hold on a second. Let me go to my forum. HTTPS. I'm gonna say, let me actually look up her stats from third. Oh, I'm not logged in anymore. That's what I actually think. I actually deleted my old. I deleted a bunch of cookies a while back, so it's not important. I don't really have to edit this, but let's go back to her old 3rd edition stats on my old message board, right? Yeah, so Strength 7, Dexterity 15, Constitution 13, Intelligence 18, kind of includes a 2-point bonus. Wisdom 9, Charisma 27, and that's because, if I can find it, she has a Necklace of Charisma +6, which works like a Cloak of Charisma +6, but she can wear it in the bath. Because, there was a Headband of Intellect and like a necklace or periapt of Wisdom, but no, for Charisma you have to wear a full-on cloak, because no, let me give her a necklace instead. And she's a 15th level character. Humans do not have any bonus ability scores at 1st level. So it's just 1 point at 4, 6, 8, so on and so forth. No, 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, every 4 levels. So I'll take her old scores, right? So Strength, Dex, Con, Intelligence, Wisdom, Charisma, 7, 15, 13, 18, 9, and 27. So, okay, again, we remove the Cloak of Charisma from 3rd edition, so normally she'd be at 21. And then she gained 1 point at 4, 8, 12, because feats and ability scores were tracked separately. That brings her a default of 18. She had a 2-point bonus to intelligence. That brings it down to 16. So that should be her original ability scores now. And yeah, in 5th edition, you normally top out at 20. And I think for Quintessa, as a variant human, she had a bonus feat at 1st level. And then at least 4, 8, 12. So I think it's like Ritual Caster at 1st level. So that gave her a book full of wizard spells that she filled up even more. Then at 4th level, then Prodigy to give her bonus, more skills and other proficiencies. 8th level, let's say 2-point bonus to Charisma. And then 12th level, what was 12th level? What did I... Oh, I remember now. Yeah, for the purpose of her 5th edition, I gave her Eldritch Adept from Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. It gave her a 1st level Warlock Invocation, which was Eldritch Sight, the ability to cast Detect Magic at will. And that's because back in 3rd edition, Quintessa had the spell Arcane Sight permanently cast on her, which is a more potent version of Dispel Magic. Basically, you didn't have to concentrate on it. You just cast a spell and you can see magical auras. and it also had the side effect of making her eyes glow blue, which has been a signature aspect of her character for years now. So, like, Eldritch Sight doesn't specifically say your eyes glow, but it's the closest thing the 5th edition had. You know, yeah. Her eyes are creamy ivory, but they have an azure glow. And that's because of an event in her backstory. Let's see. Traversing the length and breadth of the Flanace, from the fiend-infested Amedio jungle to the ghost tower of Inverness, whose soul gem drained the very color from your flesh, the trials and tribulations you face were a position of respect within Greyhawk's Guild of Wizardry, and the skill needed to craft spells bearing your legendary name. Which, again, would be for her Quintessa's dweomerguard and Quintessa's dweomerdrain. So I didn't just make a homebrew subclass, she also has homebrew spells. And that's why Quintessa's skin is literally the color white. Like, all the color was literally drained from her by this artifact. But I always like more flowery names for descriptions. Like with Quintessa, she got amber gold eyes, which is a reference to beer. Olive tan skin, because she's largely of Iridian descent. And honey blonde hair, because Iridians can have blonde hair, and there is some Suloise admixture, and Suloise are universally blonde. So there you go, honey blonde. And it's kind of also a reference to honey mead. Actually, isn't it possible to make wine out of olives? I don't remember. I don't know, because I don't really drink wine. But hey, that'd be an alcohol reference there, if true. Yeah, so I think this gives her her default scores. Alright. So her background being a noble. Now, just shorten this a little bit. +2 to charisma. +1 to intelligence. Okay. And I still haven't gone through all the feats yet either. So she gets a bonus feat at first level. Well, not even a bonus feat, she just gets a default feat at first level. Actually, Noble, feat, skill. See chapter 5. Okay. So she actually starts off with two feats then. The one she gets for being a human, and the one from her noble background. So I could give her Magic Initiate, give her a few extra spells. And skill reverses history and persuasion. Let's see. Skills. History and persuasion. Let's write that down. Tools. One kind of gaming set. One gaming set. Dragonchess. Alright, and then so she would have the skilled feat regardless. So let's go with skills ×2 then. And then give her calligraphy. Calligrapher's supplies. Ugh. Skilled, so let's just say Magic Initiate. Because, being descended from the Suloise nobility who descended from an ancient arcane empire, like, magic is in their blood, especially if you're pure-blooded, so, it's kind of a... Lucius Malfoy was his name? I don't know his last name was Malfoy, but it's... Yeah, basically the Wizards of Hogwarts, or the Wizards of Harry Potter are basically sorcerers in D&D terms. They're kind of like a cross, really. It's basically, you're born with magic, I think, but you had to go to school to learn how to use it. And that's kind of what Quintessa is, in a way. She's born with magical power, but she did take some wizardly training to sort of augment it. And 3rd edition had a prestige class like that called the Ultimate Mages, where they were just combined, prepared, and spontaneous casting into one. Although she never actually took that class herself. She was a... Human Sorcerer 5, Guild Mage of Greyhawk 9, which is just a renamed Mage of the Arcane Order, and then Archmage 1. And then equipments. Okay, I'm probably not going to have to bother her. I'm not going to have to change her equipment or anything. I think maybe with one exception. Yeah, gaming set, same as above. Fine clothes, perfume. Because she's already got all that stuff, you know. Fine gown, electrum signet ring, and then a holy amulet of Weejass, because Weejass is not an evil goddess, but she's not really a good one either. She's like traditionally lawful neutral with lawful evil tendencies, and she does have more, evil clerics than good clerics, but the majority of her clerics are lawful neutral, which is funny because Quintessa is chaotic evil, but Weejass is the Suloise goddess of magic, law, death, and vanity. So 2 out of 4 ain't bad. +1 adamantine dagger. That's actually in reference to her oath-blooded dagger, because oath-blood is unique to Greyhawk. Basically, it's supposed to be like the residue of creation, and if you galvanize it to a metal, it'll make it as hard and as effective as adamantine, and give it some extra bonuses on top of that, whether depending on if it's a weapon or armor. 5th edition doesn't have oath-blooded just yet, though, so, you know, adamantine is the closest equivalent. Where are we? Mithril ring set with a diamond. That's actually a material component for one for spells. Bejeweled pearl necklace. Pair of mithril earrings. Pair of electrum armbands. Component pouch. Scroll case. Quintessa's dweomerguard and Quintessa's dweomerdrain. Alright, so the thing about 5th edition spellcasting was that they added the concept of like the spellcasting focus. So that if you cast a spell that required a very cheap, non-expendable material component, you can just use a focus as a substitute, like a magic wand or a holy symbol, stuff like that, right? But they were tied to specific classes, so like you couldn't use a cleric's holy symbol if you're a wizard, and you couldn't use a wizard's magic wand if you're a cleric. It don't want to make any sense. The exception to this was the component pouch, which is very expensive, but it served as a component substitute for every class. The idea being that, okay, you have these inexpensive, reusable components, you keep them in their pouch, right? That was the default rule for 3rd edition. 3rd edition didn't have arcane focuses. Focuses was actually just the name for a component that you kept reusing. So like the tuning fork needed to cast plane shift to go to a different plane of reality. I actually have one of those, that's a C-note tuning fork. I guess just in case I find myself off Earth, right? Yeah, that would be considered a focus. But now they just call it material components, just like the expendable ones. But being that Quintessa is from 3rd edition, and because the ritual caster feats gave her a book filled with wizard spells, I gave her the component pouch to make her allowed to make use of those. Because even though she has the arcane focus feature, you can use the arcane focus as a spellcasting focus for your sorcerer spells. That technically would not apply to ritual caster, which applies to, you know, wizard spells. You know, again, I can be a bit of a rules layer, even for myself, right? All right, what else we got? And yeah, scroll case with copies of her unique spells. She has the Deep Blue Optic, a key to the extraplanar transportation device, the 8-point star found within Maori Castle, a cubic gate, and I mentioned this hours ago, which connects her to Oath, the world of Greyhawk, and its sister worlds Aerth, Urth, Yarth, and Earth. But the 6th side is broken. And that's because when the Dangerous Journeys role-playing game really failed to sell, Gary Gygax made another role-playing game called Legendary Adventures, which took place on Lurth, or Legendary Earth. Now, I mentioned earlier that those 5 other parallel worlds were basically canonized by Wizards of the Coast in the adventure Expedition to the Ruins of Greyhawk. Lurth wasn't so lucky. Hence, the 6th side of the cubic gate doesn't work. That'd be kind of cute. And then, yeah, a C-note tuning fork forged of Tyrillian steel, so Quintessa could plane shift to the Forgotten Realms if she wanted to. A portable hole, because, you know, lugging around a backpack within the nobility is kind of a social faux pas, but you just fold up a portable hole and stick it in your pouch. Crystal vial of exotic perfume. And then within the portable hole, she has an alien song written as notes upon vellum. Alright, there's a reason for that. So, according to the new Dungeon Master's Guide, Greyhawk begins in 576 of the Common Year, which is the same for 1st edition. They basically just rebooted the entire timeline in more ways than one. And I probably shouldn't get into that. The thing about Quintessa, though, is again, she's from 3rd edition, which took place between 591 and 598. It was well into the future. And her starting age was 16, which is the minimum starting age for a human sorcerer. Meaning, her birth year was 575. So according to the rules of 5th edition, she's a year old. Doesn't really work, does it? This is where the adventure Sul Imperium Age of Glory comes in. Because the plot is agents of the Scarlet Brotherhood try to go back in time to just before the Sul Imperium was burned to ash, and they want to prevent that. They want their side to win the Sul Backlash War, which, you know, according to history, there was no winner. Both empires destroyed each other. It's basically a magical holocaust. So, you know, the party has to go back in time to stop them. So the idea was that Quintessa used the Null Obelisk to go back in time to visit the Sul Imperium during its Age of Glory. Not to, you know, help them win the war, basically just to soak up her ancestral empire, you know, to soak up the ancestry, her history. It would be like if somebody wanted to go back in time to visit the Roman Empire, right? They're not going to muck around with history too much. But the problem is that the Null Obelisk, its control system, operates on 3 control panels that look like pipe organs, like the keyboards for pipe organs. So the space-time coordinates resemble sheet music. Which then brings us back to an alien song when it's notes upon vellum. Because I'm sure if you actually play it on a regular harpsichord, it's going to sound really weird, right? And yeah, as I note here, yet despite the care you thought you had taken during your sojourn, the return trip wasn't nearly as kind. You found yourself trapped in a different timeline. Before the Greyhawk Wars, before the fall of Aerti, the Great Kingdom, before the discovery of Slaughterton's Pass, a 200-mile-long tunnel through solid rock from one side of the Crystal Mist to the other, from the Sea of Dust, the former Sul Imperium, to the rest of the Flanes. A time in which you were never born. With your knowledge of what's to come, will you look for a way back, or will you reshape the future? Yeah, so I had Quintessa go back in time, and then go back to almost the future. Like think of like imagine like Michael J. Fox's character, you know, went back to like 1955, but then on his way back got stuck in like 1975. It's basically how it works. And the Null Obelisk does point out that you can open up gateways to like alternate realities. Because I mentioned earlier, Quintessa lost her color because of the soul gem from the Ghost Tower of Inverness. That was an adventure from 1st edition, and there was a sequel to that in 3rd edition called Return to the Ghost Tower of Inverness. And then 5th edition had its own sequel of the same title. But the general backstories, while being the same, they did have different events. In 3rd edition, the plot was that the original heroes who went back for the 1st edition adventure, they failed. So you have to go back and try again. But for the 5th edition adventure, they succeeded. They removed the soul gem from the castle, or the tower, and then things started to go wrong. So then I actually had to go and put it back. And you can't really connect the 3rd and 5th adventures together because the 3rd edition adventure flat will tell you half the party died. You know, they didn't free it, they flat out just failed. And so that's kind of like a sign, say, to Quintessa that, yeah, this past is not the path that she'd really be familiar with. And again, based on some of the changes they've made to Greyhawk for 5th edition, that's true in more ways than one. And here's the Octic of Maori Castle, and here's the cubic gate that gives her access to Earth. So equipment's not going to really be a problem. Yeah, so in Enduring Spellbook, so that's ties to the Ritual Caster Feats, and to Diary, because Slaughterton, the last major power of the Sul Imperium, he had a diary, like a journal, or a manifesto, made from troll skin, that also has served as a partial spellbook. And so I kind of got the idea from that. And she got to collect for supplies, she's got to borrow soap, she got 6 other fine gowns, because she's not going to wear the same outfit every day. The Crystal Decanter of Vintage Wine, which she got from the Imperium. And a basket with meat, cheese, and loaves of bread, because she's not going to eat trail rations. She's not going to eat hardtack. Silk purse with 20 mithril embers, which is the most valuable currency used in the Imperium, and how that compares to silver, gold, and platinum depends on what you compare it to. They didn't use the same monetary system we're familiar with. And then an antique Dragonchess set, which was made by her ancestor, Emperor Inselhem II of House Natalie Austen, who foresaw the construction of Greyhawk's version of the Orbs of Dragonkind. And a little note for myself, daily spells cast. So she always casts Dark Vision, Mage Armor, Mind Blank, and Water Breathing. And that's because of the custom origin. Ancient Magic, your bloodline allows you to learn spells from the Wizard class. So when you learn a new spell, it can be from the Sorcerer or Wizard class, and it counts as a Sorcerer spell for you. The Ritual Caster feat ignores this, though. And in addition, you can cast any Sorcerer spell you know as a ritual if that spell has a ritual tag. The reason I put this is because in original 5th edition, Sorcerers could not cast ritual spells. Clerics could, Druids could, Wizards could, Bards could, Sorcerers couldn't. You had to have the specific class feature, and the spell had to have the ritual tag in order for you to do so. So this is my way of giving it to her. As far as I can tell, that rule no longer exists. It seems that as long as the spell has a ritual tag on it, you can cast it as a ritual, which means, and for those who don't play, you spend 10 more minutes casting the spell, but you don't use a spell slot. Let me try and look that up, actually. Yeah, I guess it might be there's a stat block for mules. I mean, you need something to carry around that loot. Ritual 373. Where am I? Restrain, resistance, ritual. Yeah, so if you have a spell prepared that has the ritual tag, you can cast that spell as a ritual. The ritual version of a spell takes 10 minutes longer to cast than normal. It also doesn't expend a spell slot, which means the ritual version of a spell can't be cast at a higher level. Because one nice feature about 5th edition, you cast a spell using a higher level, you can boost its damage, boost the number of targets, that kind of thing. That is actually quite useful. I do like that. And so ritual is basically a way of casting spells for free. It just takes a long time. Yeah, but for some reason, Sorceress just didn't have that by default, so I thought, since the Scion since the Scion subclass is meant to be kind of a blending of Sorcerer and Wizard, I thought I'd add that, but if that's now the default, I'm really going to have to rework that, aren't I? And it's not, I don't have it written here, but there's another feature I had called Fabled Lore. You are fluent in one language tied to your ancestry, like, say, Ancient Suloise for Quintessa, or alternatively fluency in Draconic. And you gain proficiency with the Arcana skill for free, but if you're already proficient with Arcana, you gain expertise with it, which means you double your proficiency bonus. So, for example, Quintessa's intelligence is 4, her proficiency is 5, so 5 plus 5 is 10, 10 plus 4 is 14. So she's really, really good with the Arcana skill. And with Prodigy, I gave her expertise with Deception. But again, what is that? Oh, this is okay. Never mind. There's a bit of dust on my screen. I thought it was something in the PDF. Yeah, because I'll still keep the whole Sorcerer, Scion learns Sorcerer and Wizard spells. That is kind of the meat and potatoes of that early feature. The problem is with Sorcerers, and I guess I'll get to it when I get to it, is that they no longer have first level features. That now it's bumped up to 3rd level. Well, okay, where was I? Was it 201, I think? No, that was the Feats. Hermit. Noble, yeah. So I gotta pick out 2 more skills for her because of the skill feat, and yeah, maybe give her Magic Initiate. So maybe like 2 cantrips from the Wizard class, and then 1 first level spell that she can cast, like say, Mage Armor. Problem is, like, am I even gonna have room? Am I actually? Because when it comes to spells learned from unusual sources, I do like to cite them, right? Like Mind Sliver and Sword Burst comes from Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. So when I want to look them up, I'll open up that book and turn to these page numbers. And like these spells marked with a superscript R indicate the ones she got from the ritual caster Feats, not ones she learned as a sorcerer. And her Arcane Negation class feature gives her Counterspell for free. And her Ancient Magic class feature, which I just kind of went over, gave her Mind Blank and Mirage Arcane, which are normally just Wizard only. Or I think maybe Bards can learn Mind Blank, but Sorcerers can't, so that was a way for her to learn that. And yeah, I mentioned earlier Eldritch Adept to give her Detect Magic at will. See, look, this is all completely filled up right here. And yeah, they really changed Ritual Caster. I might as well look that up. Yeah, it's now a general feat. Heavily armored, grappler, mounted combat, piercer, point of resilience. Come on. Alright, yeah, here's how it goes. So, Pre-Book was at level 4+, Intelligence, Wisdom, or Charisma 13+, not a problem. Increase your Intelligence, Wisdom, or Charisma score by 1 to a maximum of 20. Choose a number of level 1 spells equal to your proficiency bonus that have the ritual tag. You always have those spells prepared and can cast them with any spell slots you have. So it's kind of like Magic Initiate. The spellcasting ability is the ability to increase by this feat. Whenever your proficiency bonus increases thereafter, you can add an additional level 1 spell with the ritual tag to the spells always prepared with this feature. And Quick Ritual. With this benefit, you can cast a ritual spell that you have prepared using its regular casting time rather than the extended time for rituals. Doing so doesn't require a spell slot. Once you cast a spell in this way, you can't use this benefit again until you finish a long rest. So it's basically like you just cast a free spell. It just has to have the ritual tag on it. But now let's look up the original version. Let's see. Yeah, Ritual Caster, Intelligence or Wisdom 13 or higher. You have learned a number of spells that you can cast as rituals. These spells are written in a ritual book, which you must have in hand while casting one of them. When you choose this feat, you acquire a ritual book holding 2 first-level spells of your choice. Choose one of the following classes: Bard, Cleric, Druid, Sorcerer, Warlock, or Wizard. You must choose your spells from the class's spell list, and the spells you choose must have the ritual tag. The class you choose also determines your spellcasting ability for these spells. Charisma for Bard, Sorcerer, or Warlock, Wisdom for Cleric or Druid, or Intelligence for a Wizard. So if we go back to Quintessa, I did take note of that. Ritual Caster, Intelligence, DC... fucking info box. DC 17 plus 9, right? You have learned a number of wizard spells they can cast as rituals. These spells are written in a ritual book, which you must have in hand while casting one of them, right? And that's because she does have a very high intelligence score. Yeah, if you come across a spell in written form, such as a magical spell scroll or a wizard spell book, you might be able to add it to your ritual book. This spell must be on the list for the class you chose, so I'll say, in Quintessa's case, Wizard. The spell's level can be no higher than half your level, rounded up, and it must have the ritual tag. So basically, this follows the same rules for Wizard spell books. The process of copying the spell into your ritual book takes 2 hours per level of the spell, and costs 50 gold pieces per level. The cost represents material components you spend as you experiment with the spell to master it, as well as the fine inks you need to record it. Yeah, they dropped that. They completely dropped that. So now it's what? Yeah, choose a number of level 1 spells equal to your proficiency bonus to have the ritual tag. Whenever your proficiency bonus increases thereafter, you can add an additional level 1 spell with the ritual tag to the spells always prepared with this feature. Which means Quintessa would lose, technically, Augury, Gentle Repose, Magic Mouth, Skywrite, Fang Death, Leoman's Tiny Hut, Phantom Steed, Water Breathing, Divination, Contact of the Plains, Rari's Telepathic Bond, Draw Mages into Summons, and that's it. She would lose all those spells. I mean, unless I just have her learn them normally as a sorcerer. Because, yeah, that was one aspect that I liked about the Ritual Caster was that it allowed Quintessa to take on a bit of a wizardly flavor without multiclassing. Because if you multiclass, you do kind of lose out on class features. And, it's kind of like, in a way, well, what's the point of having a homebrew subclass if she's going to ignore some of it? Also, then again, she did ignore the whole... In addition, you can cast any sorcerer spell you know as a ritual. I did actually ignore that. She doesn't have any. So... But in a similar note, you may recognize this fellow, Spoony. Yes, I actually made a human bard based on Noah Antweiler's character Tandem the Spoony, and he's based on the first edition bards, which were a kind of prestige class. You had to take a certain number of fighter levels, then a certain number of thief levels, and then train as a druid. But by that point, you would start taking levels as the bard, right? So I went with the College of Swords bard, I believe, which is the more fighter-oriented one. Like, I think he's 3rd level, but if he was 5th level, he would actually gain the fighter's bonus attack ability. I thought I had Varios still open, but yeah, Varios has that as a paladin. Yeah, and similarly, what was it called? Blade Flourish. Whenever you take the attack action on your turn, your walking speed increases by 10 feet until the end of the turn, and if a weapon attack that you make as part of this action hits a creature, you can use one of the following Blade Flourish options of your choice. You can use only one Blade Flourish option per turn, so it's basically like, do damage and this thing happens. Do damage and this other thing happens. It's not quite sneak attack, but it's close enough. And yeah, you go fighting style, dueling. When you're wielding a melee weapon in one hand and no other weapons, you're getting a +2 bonus to damage rolls with that weapon, right? Yeah, because he fought with a rapier and a Bector Corbin. Like there is no real stats for this, but I had to piece it together from earlier editions. And yeah, being that he trained with the druids, he speaks druidic because he trained with thieves. He speaks thieves' cant, which yeah, it's unusual, but it is possible. By using the various feats and background features, yeah, you could have any character speak druidic and thieves' cant. And I decided to have him grow up. I set his character in, like, not Keelland, but I think the Ulex states, one of them, which is why he speaks Keellandish. And he's also got Hobnus Vodka and, of course, the Overking's Common Tongue. And actually, all of his bard spells are also spells that druids can learn. Because back in 1st edition, like I said, if you want to be a bard, you have to train as a druid. So they got their spell list from the druids. So all these are druid spells. They're just ones that bards also have on their spell list. They're shared. I didn't just pick them straight from the druids. I just went with the ones that they both fit. Yeah, and I mentioned this with Linda earlier. I went with the old character class title from 1st edition, and he belongs to the College of the Old Lore. Where was that? I gotta change this logo though. This logo does not print very well. I think the red I use and the brown actually shows up the same color of gray. Yeah, I got the Normals, which actually turns out I think it's the March Hare as the monk, but yeah. But yeah, again, this ties into the world of Greyhawk. I'm not really sure what setting he played Spoony in, but for me, I probably put him in Greyhawk. Yeah, this is very outdated though, but yeah, so that's a lot of ritual spells she's going to lose. In fact, yeah, she only gets 5, and they're all going to be 1st level. And again, here's an issue, right? How am I going to fit everything? Especially since they'd all be 1st level ritual spell. Okay, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so there is enough room. There is enough room for them. Yeah, I ignored everything else, but there is enough. Okay, she's not going to have everything, but... And yeah, then if I give her Magic Initiate, she'll get one more 1st level spell. Of course, with Eldritch Sight, she gets Detect Magic at will. Because really, her only 1st level spells, though, are Mage Armor, Quintessa's dweomerguard, and Shield. Because everything else is basically that bonus spell and a bunch of rituals. Now, the nice thing about sorcerers and other similar classes is that when she levels up, she can replace one old spell with one new spell of like any level combination. So she can replace a first level spell with an 8th level spell if she really wanted to. So yeah, if I give a ritual caster, which I probably will then, or at least that's one for later feats. Yeah, that's 5 ritual spells right there. And then just give her a regular spell for Magic Initiate. Which, again, wizards and sorcerers are largely the same. Like, there are some differences, like again, wizards can cast Mind Blank, sorcerers can't. Sorcerer can cast Earthquake, wizards can't. In fact, I actually have that written down, that's not it. Yeah, I kind of have it listed under, like, unique sorcerer spells. Earthquake, although I actually called it Oithquake to, match Greyhawk's setting. So I'll make a note for this later. Ritual caster 5 first level ritual spells, and a Magic Initiate 2 cantrips 1 first level spell. So I will eat up a lot of the first level spell slots or spell prepared list. Yeah, I'm not used to referring to sorcerer spells as being prepared. Because that whole concept began in 3rd edition. Because the idea was this, and this goes back to AD&D as well. If you were playing like a cleric, a druid, or a wizard, you would have like a list of spells at the ready. Like clerics pretty much had like their whole spell list. Druids have a summon altar spell list, and the wizards had whatever was in their spell book, right? But you had to prepare your spells into each individual spell slot. So let's use this as an example, right? Ignoring the whole ritual tag thing. Let's say Quintessa wanted to have... She has 3 third level spell slots. She could have, like, say, 1 fly, 1 dispel magic, and 1 phantom steed, right? So let's say she needs to travel somewhere, but she doesn't really want to fly. Like, no, let's go with water breathing. That'll be easier, right? Let's say she needs to dive underwater. So she'll cast the 1 water breathing spell. Now she has 2 third level slots left. Fly and dispel magic. So if she ever needs to breathe water later in the day, too bad, she's all out. And that's how it works. Like if you want to cast Fireball multiple times, you have to prepare it into each individual spell slot. Sorcerers and bards were referred to as spontaneous casters. They had a list of spells known, and as long as they had the appropriate spell slot available, they could cast any spell that they wanted. There were upsides to this, and there were downsides. In 3.0, a major downside was that you were stuck with what you learned. So you could not replace your old spells. Meaning, if you learned something that looked interesting, but you just don't find any use for it, too bad, you're stuck with it, as a bard or a sorcerer. Again, wizards, clerics, druids, they could just swap out the prepared spells every single morning. No problem. With sorcerers and bards, yeah, you were stuck. 3.5 introduced the concept of replacing old spells known with new ones, but even then it was very limited. But that's where 5th edition gets it from. And there's also the rule regarding meta magic feats that any spellcaster could take to modify your spells using higher level spell slots. So like let's say you want to empower a fireball to deal 50% more damage, that requires a spell slot 2 levels higher. So like an empowered fireball went from being 3rd level to 5th level. Outside of concentration skill checks, it was still considered 3rd level for all intents and purposes. Unless you use the heightened spell feat. In that case, if you heighten it to 5th level, it's considered 5th level. If you are a prepared caster like a wizard, you have to prepare those spells ahead of time in the individual spell slots. If you are a sorcerer like a bard, you can cast them on the fly, but the spell casting time increased, typically from a standard action to a full round action, basically standard plus move. So you're spending your whole turn casting a spell. There's also been they couldn't use the quicken spell feat because it just canceled itself out. But some DMs kind of house ruled against that, and there was a later feat you could take that neutralize that, but and now meta magic is basically just just Sorcerer only, unless you take the Meta Magic Adept feat from Tasha's Cauldron, which is, I had planned on doing that for Quintessa as well, to give her more Meta Magic options, more sorcery points, which, granted, she doesn't have a whole lot of room left. This is basically where I just put all the primary abilities. Alright, so I think I'm still on feats, aren't I? Yeah, so she still needs... Yeah, so she got these skilled feats as a noble, and as her human feat, again, Magic Initiate. It ties in with her Suloise ancestry. It makes sense. In fact, I think I might have mentioned this earlier, maybe. Yeah, there used to be a type of feat in 3rd edition called regional feats, which is basically the backgrounds of 3rd edition. Let's see, wheels. No, that's the Circle of 8. It's gotta be here somewhere. Regional feats of Oath. Where is Pure-Blooded Sul? Must have been the second article. Oh, yep, here we go. Yeah, so this is something that she had in 3rd edition. Undiluted Suloise blood flows through your veins, harkening back to ancient empires and making you an attractive potential associate to pro-Sul Scarlet Brotherhood racists. Region Sul, or, race in this case, ethnicity, benefit. Your notoriously short temper grants you a +1 bonus on Intimidate checks, while the resolve and magical aptitude of your ancestors grants you a +1 bonus on all saving throws against spells and spell-like effects. You also receive a +2 bonus on charisma-based skill checks made against members of the Scarlet Brotherhood, because, they're all about maintaining the purity and supremacy of the Suloise people. Here they are, because, again, Quintessa's evil, and Quintessa's pure-blooded Sul. Yes, yeah, especially, you may select this feat only at 1st level, and eventually that became the actual rule for regional feats. So, yeah, giving her Magic Initiative would actually make a lot of sense. I'm getting worn out. Yeah, I mean, like 90% of the new rules are the same, but there are quite some significant changes. Let's see. So yeah, I'll probably have to give her Magic Initiate, give her the Skilled, and later on give her Ritual Caster as one for other 4 options. And so here's the thing. Let's do this, right? Total. I'm gonna just go all the way back here. I know it's not really a spreadsheet, but it's... Oopsies. So, for example, right? If she starts off at a Charisma score of 20, or I should say, she starts off at Charisma of 18, and then her background, her nobility background gives her 2 points. Well, that brings her up to 20 right there. And then... Strength stays the same, Dexterity is the same, Constitution's the same, Intelligence goes up to 17. Oops. And then because of that magical bonus she has, now it's bumped up to 19. And then Wisdom is 9. So that means I don't really have to spend any of her feat slots on ability score increases if I don't want to. Yeah, so they use 4, 8, and 12. So again, 4 will probably be Ritual Caster, just this alternate version of it. God, because 12 would... I'm still going to give her Eldritch Adept from Tasha's Cauldron. I'm not going to change that. I don't care what they change with the rules. And then, yeah, actually, I meant to pull this up. There's one called Skilled Experts. And I think that's actually kind of the closer equivalent to the Prodigy feat. Yeah, here we go. Alright. Increase one ability score of your choice by 1 to a maximum of 20. You gain proficiency in one skill of your choice. Expertise. Choose one skill in which you have proficiency but lack expertise. You gain expertise with that skill. This is actually very close to the original version from Unearthed Arcana. Which version did Valentine have? I remember Valentine had the original version for a long time. This is the wrong tab. Because I don't know if I ever updated that or not. Yeah, Prodigy, Xanathar's Guide to Everything. Actually, wait. Let me look up Brouka. She's like a Suloise barbarian from the either frost, ice, or snow barbarians of the Thalian Peninsula. Yeah, they kind of went the opposite path of their Soulkin. Oh, maybe I didn't give it to her. Huh. Bad reputation. Yes, this is a very outdated character sheet. I didn't even really finish her backstory. Unarmored defense. Shield master. Oh, okay, I get rid of the shield master feat. Yeah, because she fights with a shield. Alright, that's a bad example. Did I ever update Linda? Because other than that, I can just poke through my documents. Yeah, Xanathar's... Alright, I haven't looked through these in forever. Feats for races. Oh, yeah, let's look this up. Critter Friend. I don't think they have that one anymore. Yeah, it is. Prodigy. Found it. Orcish Aggression. Orcish Fury. Wondermaker. Oh, man, this is actually one that needs to bring back. Like, if you're a gnome, you can make alarms, calculators, a lifter, timekeeper, weather sensor. Okay, here's the old version. Prerequisite half-elf or human. Oh, no, half-orcs, sorry. Increase one ability score of your choice by 1 to a maximum of 20. You gain 1 skill proficiency of your choice, 1 tool proficiency of your choice, and fluency in 1 language of your choice. Okay. And then the one from Xanathar's Guide dropped the ability score increase, but instead gave you expertise with a skill. And so this kind of combines them in a way. Increase 1 ability score. You gain proficiency in 1 skill. Choose 1 skill in which you have proficiency but lack expertise, so you gain expertise. But you lose the tool and you lose the language. Right? Yeah, 1 tool and 1 language. You lose that. Yeah, that really... Oh. Like, Quintessa doesn't really need the tool proficiency now. She already has what she needs from the skilled feat, but, you know, you lose the language proficiency. Actually, you know what? I didn't really get a good look at skills. Oh yeah, they still have that one. I mean, unless they're treating language as a skill, which, you know, it is, sort of. I mean, it was in 3rd edition, and I think it was in AD&D as well. Well, no, that doesn't really work, though, because in 3rd edition, you earn skill points, which you would then spend on your skills. Which, you know, normally would just give you, like, a bonus. Like, you had, like, 5 ranks in Spellcraft, maybe, like, a 2-point bonus from having 5 ranks in Knowledge Arcana, and, like, a 3-point bonus from a feat, so that 5, 7, maybe, like, 10, I think. A plus 10 bonus. Speak language, behave differently. For every full rank you purchased, you didn't get, like, a numeric bonus. You gained an actual language. So if you spend, like, points to get you 5 skill ranks, you get 5 languages. But I got this feeling that's not what they did. Because otherwise, yeah, I mean, if they turn languages into a skill, that would make me very happy. Like maybe like a skill you get proficiencies in multiple times. Where did that character sheet go? Ah, crap. I can't imagine how long this would take if I was actually looking through the PDF. Alright, found it. Alright, strength, athletics, dexterity, acrobatics, sleight of hand, stealth, constitution, just a saving throw. No more concentration as a skill. Intelligence, arcana, history, investigation, nature, religion, wisdom, animal handling, insight, medicine, perception, survival, charisma, deception, intimidation, performance, and persuasion. I'm pretty sure it's all the same. So, no more speak language as a skill. I didn't really find a whole lot with regards to the index. Page 37, which I think is just the same thing we saw earlier. Yeah, your character knows at least 3 languages, common plus 2 others. I mean, I could just give it to her. But yeah, I'd probably just give her Skill Expert then. So increase 1 ability score of your choice by 1. Which... I mean, since our intelligence is an odd number now, I could just bump that up to 20, right? So... Skill... Expert... Plus 1 to intelligence, so... She'd have 20 in both. I could do that. Wait, hold up. Let me look up Magic Initiate again. Let's see, Mage Slayer. No, that was a first level feat, wasn't it? Or an origin feat, I should say. No, it wasn't. Or no, it's all the way down here. Okay, yeah, origin feats. Yeah, you learn 2 cantrips of your choice from cleric, druid, or wizard. Skilled. Oh crap. You can take this feat more than once. So you gain proficiency in 3 skills or tools. What was I thinking of now? Ritual Caster, that's probably what it was. Yeah, increase your intelligence, wisdom, or charisma score by 1 to a maximum of 20. So she gained a 1 point bonus from Ritual Caster. And then Skill Expert would give her something else. Ritual Caster, so take that off. I can't spell. Let's see. Choose a number of level 1 spells equal to your proficiency bonus. You always have them prepared, and you can cast them with any spell slots you have. The spellcasting ability is the ability increased by this feat. Uh-oh. So that means I would have to... That means I would have to pick Charisma. Yeah, so from her background... Yeah, that looks a little bit better. I mean, okay. Since the background lets you add 1 point to 3 scores, I could beef up dexterity or constant. No, wait, no, I can't. No, I can't. Yeah, because with the nobility, what was it, like 184, I think. Soldier, sailor. Yeah, it's strength, intelligence, or charisma. But I can't see myself raising her strength score. Like, the idea is that she's like the stereotypical noble woman, like, silver spoon in her mouth. She doesn't lift her hand to do anything she doesn't need to because she got servants to do that for her. Or, she did before becoming an adventurer. Actually, if I remember correctly, because it's been a long time now, I think I used the Pathfinder system for generating her abilities, because I used to have a spreadsheet for that, actually. Alright, let me just open a file. Okay, Dragon Magazine. Let's see, where is spreadsheets? Or no, XLS. That's what I want. I want the Microsoft Word spreadsheet. XML. No, I don't think it's XML. I wonder if maybe it was NPC statistics. Oh, and yeah, at one point I wanted to stat out the Teen Titans as characters for the 3rd edition. I really only did Raven, though. Actually, maybe this one, generators. Let's look this thing up. Yep, here we go. D&D 3E ability scores. D&D 5E ability scores. So this isn't really that old, using the point buy system. And Pathfinder, of course, you got low fantasy, standard, high, and epic. And I'm pretty sure I went with epic because I'm greedy like that, but nobody really complained. Oh. So what do we have? 7 for strength. 15 for dexterity. 13 constitution. 16 intelligence. 9 wisdom. And I think originally our charisma was 16. Yeah, so that gives you the 25-point high or epic fantasy, I should say. And then I believe humans received a 2-point bonus to 1 score. So 2. There's your 18. I'm pretty sure that's how I did it back then. Because again, I'm going way back over a decade at this point. Because there have been a multitude of different versions of Quintessa over time. At one point, she was a goddess, in fact. Like, before I really tied her in with Greyhawk, she was actually a goddess. And I think she still has a goddess stat sheet on like a D&D wiki site somewhere. She even has like a blue rose icon. And I almost thought about deleting that because it's so outdated, but somebody actually added her to their own settings pantheon. So I was like, okay, I can't really get rid of it now, can I? So yeah, there's. But I'm fine with Quintessa being a human now. I'm fine with that. Yeah, this is probably how I did this. So in that case, go back to 16 as her actual base score. Add 2 points from her background. All right. So let's see, 16. All right. Add 1 point to Ritual Caster. And then Skill Expert also gives you 1 point, right? I don't know where I was before. This is equipment. And yeah, there's the whole arcane focus theme again. And now we're going to the quote-unquote epic feats. These are fighter feats, I think, or expel, sort of fighting style feats. Yeah, Warcaster, but which is actually, I mean, that Warcaster at least that was good in early 5th edition, but I never really gave Quintessa that. Again, she wants to have her stay out of melee combat as much as possible. Yeah, this Shield Master. Yeah, Skill Expert. Yeah, increase 1 ability score of your choice by 1 to a maximum of 20. You can proficiency with 1 skill of your choice and expertise in 1 skill. So, expertise, which would be deception. Because I should still have this up, right? Because back in 3rd edition, her bluff skill is plus 29, which is quite high. Compared to like concentration 19, diplomacy 15. Intimidate 16, and I don't think she even had any ranks in Intimidate. She just had a lot of bonuses to that. And likewise, Knowledge Arcana 22, Spellcraft 27 or 29 when it's deciphering scrolls. Use Magic Device plus 30 or 32 for scrolls. And that's because I had to take a feat that allowed to treat that as a class skill, which normally sorcerers don't have. Which sounds kind of weird, but Abyssal, Ameti, Ancient Suloise, Draconic, Ulven Vaka, and the Overking's Commenton. And she also had Comprehend Languages and Read Magic and tons permanently cast on her, among other spells. I feel like I'm really losing track of things here. Okay, so she gets 2 skills from being a noble. Then she gets up to 3 from the skilled feat. So hold up here. Let's say 3, 4. Because I'm spending 1 option from skilled to give her calligrapher supplies. And then expertise would give her 1. Right? Or skilled expert, I should say. Yeah, you gain proficiency in 1 skill of your choice. Okay, so 16, 18, 19, 20. So there's our maxed out 20 ability score, or 20 charisma score. She still gets 1 point added to intelligence, so that still gets bumped up to 17. Doesn't change anything, but there you go. So yeah, I guess that's skills times 5 for the moment. Yeah, and she's going to start off with 2 cantrips and 6 first level spells, and that's before I even get to our sorcerer class. Ugh. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I haven't gotten to sorcerer yet. So 4, 8, 12. And, well, 1 in case of the skill. So, like, first level... Yeah, first level will be skilled. Second level will be magic initiate. Or not second level, but her 2 first level feats. Skilled, magic initiate. So no bonuses to that one. Okay, how about I do this? I'm first, 4th, 8th, 12th. So magic initiate, skilled, which will give her calligrapher's supplies, and then again skills number 3 and number 4. Yeah, magic initiates. 4th level, let's say ritual caster. I can go with expertise. So that gives her skill number 5. And then, well, that's skill expert. So expertise with deception. And then her sorceress subclass will give her expertise in arcana, because I'll choose that as one of her sorceress skills, basically. And then 12th level, I'll go back to Eldritch Adept from Tasha's Cauldron. So that's detect magic at will. Basically, again, the closest equivalent to a permanent arcane sight. Yeah, I really do miss the permanency spell. What does she have? Quintessa has made the following spells permanent on herself: Arcane Sight, Comprehend Languages, Dark Vision, Protection from Arrows, which is a bit of a misnomer, but basically it applies to all ranged weapons. See Invisibility, Superior Resistance, that was a 6-point boost to her saving throws, and Tons. The idea being that if she travels to another world, she can just still talk to everybody. Memberships, High Arcana from her Archmage Prestige class. She had bonuses to Intelligence, which, both to Intelligence score and free skill ranks in Knowledge of the Planes. Enhanced Knowledge, so there you go. She had a contingency spell cast. She has a clone spell, which she actually still does. She had a spell pool, which comes from the Mage of the Arcane Order Prestige class. There's the ability to cast basically any spell from the Sorcerer or Wizard spell list at a limited degree, and I carried that over to her subclass. And Voices of the Soul Gem, which also helped boost her ranks in Knowledge of the Planes, but that just kind of got folded into the Arcana skill. And she's membership of, or was, Blue Crater Academy and Cusp of Sunrise in the City of Cauldron from the Shackled City Adventure Path, the Guild of Wizardry in Greyhawk, and I guess that's it. Yeah, and on my forum, I got set so if you can actually set us like point the mouse over an image and have another image pop up, right? So like say Quintessa in her sorceress gown, and then Quintessa as a monk of the Scarlet Brotherhood. Although she's not really a monk, but you get the idea. Yeah, it's actually been a long time since I really tried to build a new character from scratch, essentially. All right, give me a moment, because it's starting to get dark out. I've been streaming for like, what, 4.5 hours? And I'm nowhere near done with this. This is taking a lot longer than I thought it would. I'll be right back. Yeah, basically just close the shades and turn the light on. So, yeah, if I hadn't spent several hours going on rants about one thing or another, I'm sure that'd be a lot further along, right? Well, Quintessa is my favorite OC, so I guess I could probably take that question mark off now, huh? Yeah, so she's got 5 skills right now. But yeah, I think that takes care of both her race and her background now. Let me get the book again. Yeah, what was it, 180 something. It's not quite it. Where's the section on backgrounds? Alright, you know what? Okay, fine. Put this up on the book, because I got the background section open in the actual book anyway. So again, it's just a sort of double check. So okay, you gain proficiency in one skill of your choice. Okay, did I actually? Okay, let's just call this number 6 then. So one skill of your choice. So let's just say Arcana, right? Yeah, skills 6. And then you gain proficiency in, or you gain an origin feat of your choice. Skilled is recommended, so again, I pick that. So she'll gain 2 more skills and an extra tool proficiency. And then, according to the book, according to Noble, you gain... Okay, let me back up. As a Noble, she gains the skilled feat. And she gains 2 skill proficiencies, History and Persuasion. Which means if you're a Noble, you can get up to 5, essentially. So in her case, yeah, it's History and Persuasion, 2 more, so 3 and 4. And then Calligrapher Supplies, marking the other one. That means her human feats would then be Magic Initiate. And she gets one more skill on top of that. So I'll call this one number 6 then. And then later on she takes the Skilled Expert feat to give her one more skill. And then Expertise with Deception. Alright. And yeah, like I said, we're not even up to character classes yet. I'm not really sure what page that's on. Well, I found Warlock, so... And granted, I never really understood the concept of Warlock. They're basically just arcane clerics, really. But, oh well. Then again, sorcerers don't make a lot of sense either, because they're using the same verbal chants that wizards do, so how do they learn those? Oh yeah, 139. Alright, becoming a sorcerer. So yeah. As a level 1 character, gain all the traits in the core sorcerer traits. Gain the sorcerer level 1 features, which are listed in the sorcerer features table. Okay, so yeah, primary ability, charisma, hit die d6, same as before. Saving throws, constitution and charisma, again, same as before. Skill proficiencies, choose 2. Arcana, Deception, Insight, Intimidation, Persuasion, or Religion. I'm pretty sure it's still largely the same. Okay, that's clerics. That's monks. Sorcerer. Alright, page 100. What we got? Arcana, Deception, Insights. Arcana, Deception, Insights. Intimidation, Persuasion, Religion. Okay, that's still the same. Weapon proficiencies. Simple weapons. Okay, they actually did expand upon that. Because back then, earlier in 5th edition, it was daggers, darts, slings, quarterstaffs, and light crossbows. Which is not all the simple weapons in the game. Funnily enough, though, that was true, I mean, so to speak, in 3rd edition. Let's see, where's Sorcerer 51? Let's see, weapons. Oh, that's a halfling rogue starting package. That's not it. There we go, game rule information. Okay, class features. Sorcerers are proficient with all simple weapons. They are not proficient with any type of armor or shield. Armor of any type interferes with a sorcerer's arcane gestures, which encourages spells with somatic components to fail. Alright, keep this in mind, keep this in mind. Wizards, and yeah, this is the original artwork of Meowly, so yeah, if you open up the player's handbook, here she is. And again, people kept saying she was dressed like a cricket. Wizards are proficient with the club, dagger, heavy crossbow, light crossbow, and quarterstaff, but not with any type of armor or shield. You know, basically the same thing, but yeah, wizards actually had fewer weapon proficiencies than sorcerers did. Sorcerers was, yeah, you have all the simple weapons. Which now makes me wonder, let's see, this is page 138. What are wizards like now in 5th edition, in the new 5th edition? Wizard features, okay. Simple weapons. Okay, yeah, they just gave everybody everything, really, so to speak. Armor training, none. Yeah. And starting equipment, again, I'm going to ignore that because she's 15th level. She hasn't been 1st level in years. Okay. So if I get 2 from the sorcerer class, that brings her total skills up to 7. No, that brings up to 8. My math is wrong. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wow. Okay. So how many skills does Quintessa actually have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so I just add one more. Now, as useful as it is, I don't really want to give her perception because I just see her as being someone who's very, very self-absorbed. Like, there's a reason why I gave her this custom flaw. I always have the most scathingly brilliant ideas, because she doesn't. You know, that's kind of a reference to her being high intelligent, high charisma, low wisdom. Yeah, she doesn't have the most scathingly brilliant ideas. I haven't watched The Trouble with Angels in years. So yeah, I don't really want to give her perception. Nature, not really. Medicine, no. Investigation would make sense, though. Because like I said, her whole goal is to become a mage of power, to transcend 9th level spells. And so, like I said, she's got a whole diary filled with information regarding the Suloise people and the Sul Imperium and all that stuff. So investigation would make sense, right? Like, I could still give her Arcana and Deception as her Sorceress skills. You know, referencing, say, Knowledge Arcana, Spellcraft, and Bluff, which is what Sorceress had. And then she could still have Religion. She could still have Persuasion. Still have Intimidation. Actually, I guess the only thing she's missing is Insight, then. Yeah, if I wanted to give her, like, all the Sorceress skills. Arcana, Deception, you know, History, which comes from the Noble class, or the Noble background. But then, you know, Intimidation, Persuasion, Religion, I guess I just give her Insight. You know, basically just give her all the Sorceress skills right from the get-go. Yeah, because she gets Persuasion from Noble, which, yes, a Sorcerer skill as well. And then she gets History, which, again, it perfectly lines up with her. Alright, I can do that then. So... Yes. Okay, scroll down a little too far. Our Arcana. Deception. Yeah, let's go with Insight then for this version of her. Intimidation. Like I said, she had a lot of bonuses back in 3rd edition. Persuasion. But I cannot type. Yeah, same goes for Diplomacy and Religion. And yeah, I mentioned earlier, she got a whole section on the Suloise deities. I missed having used Magic Device as a class skill. Like, it was really useful having her cast Cleric Scrolls. Because the idea being that, you know, if she's partying with a Cleric and the Cleric dies, well, normally the Cleric's the only one who could use a Scroll of Resurrection, but with Use Magic Device, she could use it as if she were a Cleric, if she rolled high enough. That was the idea. But alright, that takes care of her scroll, so... Her skills. Alright, Insight. So she goes from being -1 to... that'd be +4 then. Right? And for ability scores... Oh, I didn't include the 2-point bonus from Magic. So technically, her intelligence is actually now 19, not 18. So yeah, her poor wisdom is still going to suffer, but... So yeah, that should take care of her skills. And I haven't written it down. I haven't written down the character sheet yet, but that should take care of the feats as well. Yeah, so she got Dragonchess from her noble background, looking for supplies from the skilled feat, and so instead of all of this stuff, just writes simple weapons. So hey, that saves up a bunch of room. Simple weapons. Well, something doesn't feel right. Yeah, it is still 2 lines. Oh, I think I know why. I think I know what... Okay, earlier on I mentioned how there's different kinds of spaces when it comes to typing. And, like, these are not regular spaces. I think they're actually, like, a bunch of, like, hair spaces. So I can, like, squeeze this in. And, yeah, as a result, it all just kind of, shift into, like, one big block of... one big line of text. That's why the format looks so weird. Simple weapons. Okay, let's do this. Right. There we go. Okay, yeah, well, you know, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to switch these things around. All right. Yeah, that looks a little bit better. Like having calligraphy supplies, you know, together. Let's just make that a non-breaking space for the heck of it. And that means I can take this. Can I? Well, maybe I should keep it. Yeah, so that's not prodigy anymore. That'd be skilled. Man, how do I actually reference this, though? Like, do I just call it Player's Handbook 2024? Or do I just ignore that? Just treat, again, considering this like a 2024 character sheet now, just treat that as the default. Actually, you know what? I'm going to do this so I don't get too confused. There, Quintessa 2024. I think for now, I'm just going to cut this off. Yeah, I'm not sure what to do with regards to... I still don't know what to do with all these languages, though. Like, I don't know how characters learn new languages in this new rule set. Because the thing is, like, I can't even find rules regarding learning languages and downtime. I think I saw one with regards to learning new tools, but... And that was the same general rule. Tool proficiency 220. Let me look that up. Let's see, it's 138. Okay, a tool helps you make... So it just describes the tools. Yeah, your features might give you proficiency with a tool. A monster has proficiency with any tool in its stat block. Alright, doesn't really... at least they still got the brewer supplies, so... Let's see, detect poison drink or identify alcohol. Craft antitoxin. Alright, that's, oh, where's the herbalism kit? Do they not have that? Other tool, okay, here we go. It's just on a different section. Yeah, craft antitoxin, candles, healer's kit, and potion of healing. Yeah, because both Corinta Browron and Leah Amamaskin have that. Alright, that's not so bad. It's gaming set, dice, Dragonchess, playing cards, or 3 Dragonanti. That's actually a real game too, 3 Dragonanti. Do they still have calligraphy supplies? Is that under artisans? Carpenters? Brewer? Yep, there it is. Oh, cool. Craft ink or spell scrolls. Alright, that's... Wow. Okay, that actually works really well for Quintessa, so that explains, hey, how she made scrolls, right? Ability dexterity. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that actually used to be an alchemy skill in 3rd edition, but she wasn't really trained in that. She kind of just went full pure spellcaster. Alright. Utilize, yeah. Write text with impressive flourishes that guard against forgery. Okay, that's actually pretty cool. And then, yeah, Dragon... Game said, discern whether someone is cheating or win the game. Inferring that if you're not proficient with the game, you can't win. Okay. You can use painter supplies to craft holy symbols and druidic focus. Not really sure how, but alright. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. Yeah, so I think for the most part, I can just keep this the same. Yeah, so whenever you make an intelligence arcana check or a charisma deception check, your proficiency bonus is doubled. And then, yeah, yeah, so according to the rules, she starts out with 3 languages, common and 2 others. And then again, if I borrow from the Sword Coast Adventures Guide, she gains Ancient Suloise for free. And Fabled Lore from the old Scion Sorceress subclass I made gave her Draconic as an alternative. Right, okay, so yeah, this actually still has to be that's not it. Yeah, ready for ASCII characters. So she was started off with Ancient Suloise, Common. Okay, let me back up a bit. Yeah, so yeah, Ancient Suloise from the Adventurer's Guide, then Common, then 2 other languages, so let's just say Abyssal and Elvish. Yeah, so Ancient Suloise, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, those all just kind of stay as is. Then she gets her Draconic from her Sorcerer subclass. And then everything else you just learn through training. Is there a section on here for training? There should be. You gotta do something in your downtime. Transitive Planes, Transmute Spell. Tough Feat. I don't know, man. Yeah, that's one thing I don't like about the book, is that things are in a completely different order from the first one. Like, they got social interaction, exploration, combat, damage and healing, conditions, trinkets. They got a section on crafting equipment, page 233. Let's see, wearing and wielding items, multiple items of the same kind. Paired items, like, boots of elven kind. Crafting equipment. Yeah, this was something you could do during a downtime. Crafting non-magical items, so tools. This chapter's tools section lists which tools are required to make certain items. Okay, no, that's the tools you need to make stuff, then. Okay, I'll give this book one thing. At least scribing 9th level spells is a lot cheaper than it was in Xanathar's Guide to Everything. They listed the price at like 250,000 gold pieces. It was ridiculously high. Like, you could craft a legendary magic item for less than that. So yeah, cutting it down to like half that price. Again, that's 50,000 is still really expensive. And 120 days, that's going to take you a considerable length of time. But it's much more durable. Okay, yeah, to scribe a scroll, you must have proficiency in the Arcana skill or with calligraphy supplies, and have the spell prepared on each day of the inscription. You must also have at hand any material components required by the spell. If the spell consumes the material components, they are consumed only when you complete the scroll. The scroll spell uses your spell save DC and spell attack bonus. Okay, that's actually pretty cool. Because like in 3rd edition, they should have had a more default set of DCs and bonuses. Yeah, scribing spell scrolls. Okay. Brewing potions of healing. I wonder if they still have the improved versions of those. Yeah, doing so requires using the herbalism kit and 25 gold pieces. and 8 hours of work. And yeah, so you got Mordenkainen from Greyhawk, Jalazi Salavarian, and Big B's been reincarnated as a gnome for some reason. I mean, at least Mord still looks, well, he looks the way he has since 3rd edition at least. Yeah, they turned Jalazi from a wizard to a warlock. I don't know why, but at least he still looks Suloise. Yeah, that just goes right into spells. Alright, never mind. Yeah, if there's a section on downtime, I don't know where it is. I mean, unless it's under social interactions. Yeah, 15. Let's see, blah, blah, blah. Ability checks, role-playing. Got an example. I think it's just the same example. Influencing NPCs, exploration. Yeah, I don't know how characters are meant to learn new languages. So I guess I'll just go with the training option from the previous book. I'm not even sure how you would learn new tool proficiencies either. Well, I guess with that said, yeah, let's go back to Sorcerers. So page, 138. Okay, spellcasting. It's largely the same, just some of the terminology is different though. Like I said, because previously they just referred to as spells known. Now it's spells prepared, but you're not really preparing anything. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could say you're preparing your spell slots, but that's not really the same thing. Man, I promise, this PDF is really slow. Now, yeah, one thing I had always been complaining about was the limited number of spells that sorcerers knew or prepared. Like, normally, Quintessa would have had 14 spells known, being a 15th level character, but now it's bumped up to 18, so she can 4 new spells right off the bat. The spell slots are the same, though. Sorcery points are the same. I think cantrips are the same. I'll save what I have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that's the same. Alright. Actually, yeah, let me double check. Let me double check this. So yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. She has 8 skills though. Okay, that means I gotta pick something else. Yeah, athletics. I guess, I mean, again, I did mention investigation earlier. That would make a lot of sense. Because I was going to say, performance kind of fits with the whole noble background, but, maybe she skipped some piano lessons here and there. Sleight of hand actually has had some connection to spellcasting. Like, it was never really a skill for sorcerers, but I remember this optional rule where if you could roll high enough on a sleight of hand check, you could actually hide your somatic gestures. But again, this is 3rd edition. I don't think that's really a thing here. And granted, with these subtle spell and magic abilities, you can just ignore that anyway. So I think investigation would make the most sense. So just... No, it goes up to 9. Right? Yeah, 5 plus 4 is 9. 5 plus negative 1 is 4. I can do math. Yeah, because same as here as a religion, right? I guess I'm going to take that off art. Let me copy and paste this to make sure make sure everything lines up. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So she should have 2 more skills compared to before. Yeah, because you got 2 from Sorcerer, 2 from background, so that's 4 right there. 2 from a skilled feat, and then 1 more from skilled expert. Wait. I feel like my math is wrong. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2 from Sorcerer, Arcana and Deception. 2 from background, History and Persuasion. And then it should be 3. 1, 2. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That was 8 right there. What am I skipping? Well, I can't undo anymore. Arcana, Deception, History, Persuasion, Insight, Intimidation, Persuasion, Religion. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What am I not knocking off? I guess it shows I've been at this a little too long, huh? Okay, hold up. Let me do this. Let me make this thing easier on myself. I'll put this into alphabetical order. Oh, I think I know what I did wrong here. I listed Persuasion twice. Yeah, that's why my math was wrong. I listed Persuasion twice. Oh, wow. Yeah. 1. Got a coffee and a bad tooth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right? So we got Arcana, Deception, History, Insight, Intimidation. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, now I'm listing Intimidation twice. And then Persuasion and Religion. Okay. Man, I'm not even halfway through making this fixing for character sheet, am I? Oh, bloody hell. Yeah, so she gains skill from her background feat. Yeah, so being a human, she gained 1 skill. So let's just say that's Arcana, right? Then she gained 2, or... Okay, how about this? Because it doesn't really matter, but... She gained 1 skill from being a human. Let's call that History, right? No, History she got from her background. Ugh. Let's do this. Alright. Human. Noble. Skilled. And then skill expert, I think it was called. And then sorcerer. Oh, hey, Neil. Yeah, I'm just kind of going over the new rulebook for Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition. Sort of. I'm basically just trying to update Quintessa to this new rule set, because a lot's the same, but a lot is also different. So, how you doing? If my laptop will even let me type. Yeah, there's some changes to some races, changes to the backgrounds, changes to the classes, some changes to some feats, some changes to some spells. And yeah, I've been spending the last 5 hours kind of going over things and complaining about a whole lot. Alright. Okay. So, the sorcerer skills are quite limited from what you can pick. So, for her, Arcana and Deception, again, referencing 3rd edition. With Noble, you have to have History and... It's right there in front of me. I should know how to spell this. No, I just got distracted. Let me go back to background. Background descriptions. Alright, character origins. Your character's background is a collection of characteristics that represent the place and occupation that were most formative before your character embarked in a life of adventure. Okay, because yeah, I mentioned earlier that in the original 5th edition rule set, you were free to customize a background. I'm not sure that's still technically true. So, a background lists 3 of your character ability scores, increase one by 2 and another by 1, or increase all 3 by 1. None of these can go past 20. A background gives your character a specified origin feat. A background gives your character proficiency in 2 specific skills, 2 specified skills. Each background gives a character proficiency with 1 tool, either a specific tool or one chosen from the Arsen's tools category. Tools are detailed in Chapter 6. Each background offers a choice of equipment. Oh, okay. How's the open beta for Fatal Fury? I kind of forgot about that. And then, of course, it goes on to species. 16 backgrounds. Let's see. Origin components. Each part of your character's origin reflects facets of your character's character, their life, and the circumstances, blah, blah. If you choose a background or a species from an older book, see the sidebar Backgrounds and Species from Older Books in Chapter 2 for how to use them with the options here. Because I did mention that my Drow Variolus has a custom background. Oh dear. That's Chapter 1. Creating your character level advancement. Let's go with 33. Let's see. Yeah. Choose a character sheet. I've seen this section before. A balanced party, armor training. This has a sidebar, right? Choose a background. Choose species, languages. Okay, here we go. Found it. I found it. Alright, backgrounds in older D&D books don't include ability score adjustments. If you're using a background from an older book, adjust your ability scores by increasing one score by 2, different one by 1, or increase 3 by 1. Can't go past 20. Similarly, species in older books include ability score increases. If you're using a species from an older book, ignore those increases and use only the ones given by your background. Also, if the background you choose doesn't provide a feat, you gain an origin feat of your choice. Man, and it basically replaces the whole background feature they used to have. Alright, I guess you could still technically customize it. I hadn't really thought about it. I mean, granted, I still got a whole list of spells, or wow. I got this whole list of games I've been meaning to buy. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. Because I'm lazy, right? So, yeah, I'm not really planning on getting Fatal Fury just yet. We'll see. You know, depends on how much I spend on everything else. Where was I? That's probably Rogues. That's too far. Okay, that's Warlocks. That's also too far. That looks like Wild Magic, so... Yeah, I found it. Right, so... Yeah, so she should have 7 skills then. So yeah, we got Arcana, we got Deception, we got History. Go with... No. No. The Sula were kind of assholes, so... Intimidation, like I said, it doesn't really technically matter. Then we can go for... Insight for there. And then we also have Religion. And... Persuasion we have already. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, she does have 8. She does have 8 skills. What am I missing? Yeah, I guess just go back to investigation then. Alright. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1 for Human, 2 for Noble, 2 for Sorcerer, that's 5. 2 from the Skilled feat, and then 1 from the Skill Expert feat. So yeah, that's 8 skills now instead of, I think, the 7 that she had before. And yeah, so for feats, she would begin play with Skilled from the Noble background, and Magic Initiates from her human racial traits. And then she picks up Ritual Caster at 4th level, Skill Expert at, say, 8th level. Or you just flip those around, and then Eldritch Adept from Tasha's Cauldron at 12th level. And using the ability score increases from Skill Expert, Ritual Caster, and the background. Yeah, she has her 20 Charisma score. And now she's got an intelligence of 19 instead of 18. And so one thing about Ritual Caster is that she no longer has, or no longer really needs, the Enduring Spellbook. And Diary. So I can take this off the list then. I don't think she had anything else from Xanthar's Guide. At least not on this sheet. Yeah, make sure everything lines up. Which actually, it does actually kind of line up really well. And so for the most part, she can just keep her equipment the same. Yeah, so simple weapons, Dragonchess, and Calligrapher supplies. So the Dragonchess comes from being a noble, and Calligrapher supplies comes from the Skilled feat. Yeah, increase 1 ability score by 1, proficiency in 1 skill, and expertise in 1 skill. Ritual Caster, increase intelligence, wisdom, and charisma by 1. So she would have 5 first level spells with a ritual tag. And then I'll have to add the quick ritual ability. Okay, let's see here. Let's do this. Ritual. 1, 2, 3. Quick ritual. All right, I got the U. I. Oop. No, that's not it. Where did I put those small caps at? Oh, right. They're right up there. I forgot. Yeah, it's been a long day. Okay, you can cast a ritual spell that you have prepared. I cannot type. That you have prepared using its regular casting time rather than the extended time for a ritual. Oh, jeez. Doing so doesn't require a spell slot. Once you cast a spell in this way, you can use this benefit. You can't use this benefit again until you finish a long rest. Okay, I'm going to do something special with that. I'm going to go down here. Recharges after a long rest. That's just easier for me to deal with. And I will replace this. Alright, yeah. That works. And I'm pretty sure the spells from Tasha's Cauldron. Oh, did I not? Oh, crap. I was supposed to turn that into a double dagger icon to represent this spot here. Oops! I already have a printed version of our previous sheet, too. I didn't even realize that. That's a bit of a mistake, isn't it? Yeah, so she's got her adamantine dagger. She can send forth a disorienting spike of psychic energy. And for those who've watched me play Soul Calibur, you create a momentary circle of spectral blades that sweep around you. So basically her spear weapon art. And yeah. Alright, so that should take care of the ritual caster. I mean, I still gotta write down the spells on the appropriate sheet, but yeah, choose a number of level 1 spells equal to your proficiency bonus. You always have those spells prepared, and you can cast them with any spell slots you get. So basically just, in a way, just free spells in general. Spellcasting abilities, well, you increase with a feat, so charisma. Whenever your proficiency bonus increases thereafter, you can add an additional level 1 spell with a ritual tag. The spell is always prepared with this feature. And yeah, so presumably, that means she can still cast them as just normal rituals, hence the quick ritual option. Oh god, now that means I still gotta go to deal with the actual regular sorcerer abilities. Ooh, okay. Yeah, I mean, otherwise spellcasting remains the same. They just change it from spells known to spells prepared. As far as I can tell. What page is 139? Okay, yeah, you know 4 sorcerer cantrips of your choice. Light, Prestidigitation, Shocking Grasp, and Sorcerer's Burst are recommended. I think the last one's new. Whenever you gain a sorcerer level, you can replace one of your cantrips from this feature with another sorcerer cantrip of your choice. Yeah, fun fact about the original 5th edition rule set. According to the original rules, you couldn't swap out cantrips. I'm sure they intended for players to do it. They just forgot to write an actual rule set because, Yeah, well, like say Sorceress had the ability to swap out spells. It specified spells that you had slots for, and cantrips don't use slots, so technically speaking. So I'm glad they cleared that up. Let's see, when you reach Sorcerer levels 4 and 10, you learn another Sorcerer cantrip of your choice, as shown in the column, so she's got 6. Spells, which is actually going to turn into 8 because of Magic Initiate. But she doesn't really have room for 8, does she? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. So I might actually have to get rid of Mind Sliver and Sword Burst just so I can take that off. Maybe. We'll get to that when I get to that, I guess. Okay. Yeah, Sorcerer features... The Sorcerer Features table shows how many spell slots you have to cast your level 1 plus spells. Kind of an odd way of phrasing that. And you regain them when you finish a long rest. Yeah, see, this is kind of what gets me. You prepare the list of level 1 plus spells that are available for you to cast with this feature. To start, choose 2 level 1 Sorcerer spells. The number of spells on your list increases as you gain Sorcerer levels, as shown in the Prepared Spells column of the Sorcerer Features table. Whenever that number increases, choose additional Sorcerer spells until the number of spells on your list matches the number on the table. The chosen spells must be of a level for which you have spell slots. For example, if you're a level 3 Sorcerer, your list of prepared spells can include 6 Sorcerer spells of level 1 or 2 in any combination. Now if we go here, because I'm reading from the book. If another Sorcerer feature gives you spells that you always have prepared, those spells don't count against the number of spells you can prepare with that feature, but those spells otherwise count as Sorcerer spells for you. Ugh. Yeah, they do have some Sorcerer subclasses that give you free spells on top of that. But I think for my custom class, I'm not going to bother with that. And then changing your prepared spells. Whenever you gain a Sorcerer level, you can replace one spell on your list with another Sorcerer spell for which you have spell slots. Theoretically meaning that once you hit 20th level, you're stuck. And your spellcasting is Charisma, you can use an Arcane Focus. So it is still basically the same. It's just worded slightly differently. I need another drink. Oh, I'm actually going to sound like a sore throat here. Actually, how much power does my laptop? Oh. Alright, be right back. I'm gonna get the power cord. I severely underestimated how long this was going to take. Oh, lordy. Alright, now this looks new. This is new. Alright, so an event in your past left an indelible mark on you, infusing you with simmering magic. As a bonus action, you can unleash that magic for 1 minute, during which you gain the following benefits. The spell save DC of your sorcerer spells increases by 1, and you have advantage on the attack rolls of sorcerer spells you cast. I mean, that is pretty cool. You can use this feature twice, and you regain all expended uses of it when you finish a long rest. So that's definitely a new feature, right? So that would go somewhere in this section as I usually do this, and there's definitely room. And then Font of Magic, that's roughly the same except for this. Converting spell slots to sorcery points. You can expend a spell slot to gain a number of sorcery points equal to the slot's level. No action required. That used to be a bonus action. Yeah, creation. You can transform unexpected sorcery points into one spell slot as a bonus action in your turn. The table shows the cost of creating a spell slot of a given level. Am I reading the wrong one? Yeah, converting spell slots to sorcery points. As a bonus action on your turn, you can expend one spell slot and gain a number of sorcery points equal. Okay, I'm reading the wrong one. Let's see. Let's see if I can... Because I don't have to work around the table like I would with this. You can expend one spell slot and gain a number of sorcery points equal to the slot's level. No action required. Alright. You can spend a spell slot to gain a number of sorcery points equal to the slot's level. Alright, well, it's not gonna be that big of a deal to use one instead of A again, but... And then, yeah, creating spell slots. I'm gonna have this in reverse here. As a bonus action, you can transform unexpended sorcery points into one spell slot. Alright. You can transform unexpended sorcery points into one spell slot as a bonus action, so it's kind of backwards, but on your turn. The creating spell slots table shows the cost of creating a spell slot of a given level. The table shows the cost of creating a spell slot of a given level. And it lists the minimum sorcerer level you must be to create a slot, which, you know, for a 5th level spell slot, she has to be at least 9th level. She's 15th, that's fine. And you can create a spell slot no higher than level 5. You can create spell slots no higher in level than 5th. Any spell slot you create when this feature vanishes... Any spell slot you create with this feature vanishes when you finish a long rest. So it's basically the same thing. Again, you know, it's the wording, the order of the wording is a little bit different, but it's basically the same. 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 1 through 5. Yeah, actually, let me double check fonts of magic. You can tap into the wellspring of magic within yourself. This wellspring is represented by sorcery points, which allow you to create a variety of magical effects. Let's see, yeah, you can use your sorcery points to gain additional spell slots or sacrifice spell slots to gain additional sorcery points. So yeah, you start with 2 and you gain more as you reach higher levels. You can't have more points than the numbers shown in the table for your level. The exception would be the Metamagic Adept feat from Tasha's Cauldron. Because I gave you 2 bonus sorcery points, but you had to use them on Metamagic. But otherwise, you know, if Quintessa had it now, she'd be 17 out of 15, basically. And you regain them when you finish a long rest. You can use your sorcery points to fuel the options below, along with other features such as Metamagic that use those points. So it's basically the same thing. So I'm not gonna... Oh, I hope I'm not getting myself sick here. Alright. And yeah, level 2 Metamagic. Because your magic flows from within, you can alter your spells to suit your needs. You gain 2 Metamagic options of your choice from Metamagic options later in this class's description. You use these chosen options to temporarily modify spells you cast. To use an option, you must spend the number of sorcery points that it costs. You can use only 1 Metamagic option on a spell when you cast it unless otherwise noted in one of those options. Whenever you gain a sorcerer level, you can replace one of your Metamagic options with one you don't know. You gain 2 more options at sorcerer level 10 and 2 more at level 17. Now, was that actually still true? Metamagic 10, 17. Yeah, flexible casting. You gain 2 of the following options of your choice at 3rd level. You gain another one at 10th and 17th. So they actually doubled it then, sort of. Yeah, now it's 2 at 10 and 2 at 17. So that means Quintessa would need 1 more, because she's got 3. Oof. Yeah, and then here's the options right here. I'd probably go with Transmuted Spell. Because back in 3rd edition, I wanted her to have the Archmage ability. Mastery of Elements, where you would turn like one elemental spell like Fireball into a different element. Like, so you can have like a Fireball that does cold damage, and that's basically what Transmute spell does. But other than that, though, I'm pretty sure he's all roughly the same. Subtle Spell. When you cast a spell, you can spend 1 sorcery point to cast it without any verbal, somatic, or material components, except material components that are consumed by the spell or that have a cost specified in the spell. So they kind of buff that one up a little bit. Normally it was just cast a spell without somatic or verbal components. It's not really that big of a deal, though. She has a component pouch. I guess in case she loses it, right? Where is Quicken Spell? Extended, Transmuted, Seeking. Here it is. When you cast a spell that has a casting time of an action, you can spend 2 sorcery points to change the casting time to a bonus action for this casting. You can't modify a spell in this way if you've already cast a level 1 plus spell on the current turn, nor can you cast a level 1 plus spell on this turn after modifying a spell this way. Yes. Yeah, this goes back to the rule where if you cast a Quicken Spell, the only other kind of spell you can cast is a cantrip. So they don't really want too many spells going off at the same time, like, again, back in 3rd edition. But that's pretty much the same, really. Like, they're clarifying it a little bit better, but I guess too many people are just asking questions. Distance Spell. I'm pretty sure they still have this one, right? When you cast a spell that has a range of at least 5 feet, you can spend 1 sorcery point to double the spell's range. Or when you cast a spell that has a range of touch, you can spend 1 sorcery point to make the spell's range 30 feet. Yeah, when you cast a spell that has a range of 5 feet or greater, you can spend 1 sorcery point to double the range. Yeah, at least 5 feet. Yeah, double the spell's range, alright. When you cast a spell that has a range of touch, you spend 1 point to make... Yeah, so again, slightly different wording, but it's still effectively the same. And then level 3 Sorceress subclass. You know, I'll deal with that later. Okay, what else we got? I feel like there's some class features I just skipped over. Okay, yeah, Meta Magic, Sorceress subclass. Level 4. Come on. Yeah, you gain the ability score improvement feat, see chapter 5, or another feat of your choice for which you will qualify. Actually, I think I might have skipped that one, man. Alright, let me look up feats again. Increase 1 ability score of your choice by 2, or increase 2 ability scores of your choice by 1. Can't go past 20, but you can take it more than once. So yeah, it's basically the same rules before. It's just now it's a feat now instead of a regular class feature. Okay, Sorcerer's Restoration. When you finish a short rest, you can regain expended sorcery points, but no more than a number equal to half your sorcerer level. Round down. Once you use this feature, you can't do so again until you finish a long rest. I think that used to be their 20th level feature. Yeah, at 20th level, you regain 4 expended sorcery points whenever you finish a short rest. So they did make an alteration to it, though, right? So it still operates on a short rest, but now you can basically just do it once per turn, or I should say once per day. You know, when you finish, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest. But now you regain half of your sorcerer level round down. So in Quintessa's case, it's 7. And now she gets as a 5th level character. Okay, Sorcery Incarnate. If you have no uses of innate sorcery left, which we talked about earlier, you can use it if you spend 2 sorcery points when you take the bonus action to activate it. In addition, while your innate sorcery feature is active, you can use up to 2 of your meta magic options on each spell you cast. So that basically just buffs that one up. And then level 19 and level 20 won't apply to her. Alright, where was it? Innate sorcery. Oh, right. I still gotta add the whole resourceful thing. Oh, did I use... Yes. Resourceful with an F. So innate. Innate sorcery. Okay. So we got 2 N's. We got the letter A. We got some E's. And suddenly I want to watch Wheel of Fortune now. We got some R's. O. Oops. C. Y. And T. Okay, I'll skip this first sentence for the moment. So as a, let's keep it lowercase for now, bonus action, you can unleash that let's just say you unleash. Alright, let's never mind. An event in your past left an indelible mark on you, infusing you with, you gotta use the word simmering, magic. As a bonus action, you can unleash that magic for 1 minute, during which you gain the following benefits. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How about this? Actually, how did they do this for Variolus or Cory? Yeah, just copy and paste. Okay. Also, it just kind of lines up, doesn't it? Yeah, because like same thing with Channel Divinity. It's kind of split into multiple options. The spell save DC of your sorcerer spells increases by 1. You have advantage on the attack rolls of sorcerer spells you cast. You can use this feature twice, and you regain all expended uses of it when you finish a long rest. Yeah, here we go. I can use this as a reference point. So, 2 recharges after a long rest. Right? And then Sorcery Incarnate. Alright. I'm not really sure if I just add it to the previous ability or just keep this one separate. Okay. I spelled sorcery wrong anyway. Well, actually, you know, how about this? How about this? I'll make things easier on myself. Copy paste. Right? Alright, we got the C. We got an A. A couple A's. We got some N's. E. T. And then I'm missing the R. Okay. If you have no uses of innate sorcery left, you can use it if you spend 2 I don't know why I'm having trouble with this word. Sorcery points. When you take the bonus action to activate it. In addition, while your innate sorcery feature is active, you can use up to 2 of your meta magic options on each spell you cast. Oh, I don't want to save the text file. Alright, now how I'm gonna fit all this? Well, since she's... Actually, I usually put racial abilities in the back, so... Hold on. Alright, yeah, the text should be all lined up. I mean, great, I gotta get rid of the whole position of privilege thing anyway. Oopsies. Let's try this. Yeah, so she doesn't have that anymore. I mean, I guess that does give me more room to eventually flesh things out. Let's try this. All right. Yeah, I don't know how much space this is going to take up. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh dear. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And she still needs one more meta magic ability. I'm going to start squeezing some text in here. Well, I mean, I suppose as long as the text in here really isn't smaller than the text in the equipment slot, because, you know, it's everything's zoomed in on the screen, but once you print out an actual piece of paper, it's going to be really small, right? Yeah, that should be enough for now. And I think what I want to do is just put the basic class features near the top and then meta magic near the bottom. Because I do like having things organized. Yeah, let's go with that for now. And yeah, I was looking at what? Transmuted spell. Forgot about this one. Sorceress Restoration. Okay. Sorcery Incarnate. Yeah, so they got a new level 20 feature which ties in with innate sorcery. While your innate sorcery feature is active, you can use one meta magic option on each of your turns without spending sorcery points on it. Yeah, that's pretty cool. An epic boon, so basically instead of getting a regular feat that you still can, you gain an epic boon feat, or another feat of your choice. You know, boon and dimensional travel is recommended. Oh. I feel like they changed what that does, though. Let's close this. There's the old 5th edition DMG. Because this is actually where epic boons came from. They weren't really feats, they were just options. Mounted combat, resilience. Yeah, here we go. Let's see. Increase ability score by 1 to a maximum of 30. Immediately after you... Thing is, I don't think anything outside of this even mentions raising ability score to 30, because usually the maximum is 20. I think it's just kind of a holdover from the quote-unquote epic levels from the old DNG. Yeah, immediately after you take the attack action or the magic action, so basically when you take an action, you can teleport up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space you can see. Because I could have sworn there was one that basically lets you plane shift. Treasure. Other rewards probably be there. Supernatural gifts, market prestige, epic boons. Okay, no, I guess it is largely the same. As an action, you can cast a Misty Step spell without using a spell slot or any components. Once you do so, you can't use this boon again until you finish a short rest. Immediately after you take the action, you can teleport up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space you can see. And that's it. Okay, so they actually really beefed that one up. What was I thinking of, though? Boon of Fate, Fortitude. Yeah, Immortality. No more invisibility. Invincibility. Perfect Health. Oh, this is probably what I was thinking of. Boon of Planar Travel. Yeah, you can now use an action to cast a plane shift spell. No spell slot component required. When you gain this boon, choose a plane of existence other than the material plane. Targeting yourself only. And travel to the chosen plane or from that plane back to the material plane. Once you use this boon, you can't use it again until you finish a short rest. Well. So yeah, it is kind of neat how they just made those like regular feats. Well, not regular, but you know, you gotta be like the 19th level. Alright, where was I? Like 1-8 something. Okay, yeah, I still gotta do Sorceress Restoration, don't I? Sorceress Restoration. And give her another meta magic ability. Okay, where's you? Get the superscript S. Or not superscript, but small caps. Granted, I'm not sure if that's actually an actual small caps character or if it's just a lowercase s. Because I think that is the case of some of these. They may not actually have their own small caps version. Some do, some don't. Like, you know, clearly R does. A. And then lowercase I. Okay, so recharges after a long rest. When you finish a short rest, you can regain expended sorcery points, but no more than a number equal to half your sorcerer level round down. Yeah, so once you use a feature, you can't do so until you finish a long rest. Alright. Force of habit. Oh, yeah, I'm still streaming. Oh, HBR started already. Yeah, I mean, I am kind of exhausted, especially my throat, so... Yeah, if I want to play Ultima 6 tomorrow, I probably should stop soon. Or maybe move it to the weekend, I guess. Well, I mean, I gotta at least still try to finish up this. Font of Magic. Alright, I'll stick it down here because it kind of fits in directly. And then what I want is another meta magic ability. Where is transmuted spell? Okay, transmuted spell. Yeah, I'm not gonna deny I am kind of ready to collapse. I've been at this for, what, 7 hours, I think. Let's see. And I still gotta do the timestamps, but, you know, it won't be too hard, I suppose. I mean, yeah, I did kind of go all over the place, especially with my ranting, but... Yeah, this is definitely taking a lot longer than I expected to. Of course, you know, I'm the kind of pedant who likes using small caps characters to make things stand out, since I can't make text bold here. I mean, it'd be nice if I could, or like make things italic, but it doesn't really work that way for form fillable PDFs. Not that I'm aware of. Okay. When you cast a spell that deals a type of damage from the following list, you can spend 1 sorcery point to change that damage type to one of the other listed types: acid, cold, fire, lightning, poison, and thunder. Okay. Yeah, just do that for now. Yeah, there's a lot more features now than I'm used to. And that means I might have to sort of extend these sentences here a little bit, but I'll worry about that later. I mean, I think for the most part, though, that's it. I mean, I still gotta figure out her new spell list, because she does know some new spells, and she's got, you know, feats now that change the number of spells she's gonna know it on top of that. And of course, like I said, I gave her a homebrew subclass. Like, I was supposed to mention this earlier, right? So when it comes to the subclass, they all get in rather, I don't want to say generic names, but the names are very I don't remember what kind of word I want to use. Actually, I think there was a list earlier. Yeah, okay, so like I say, you gain a sorcerer subclass of your choice. The Aberrant Sorcery, Clockwork Sorcery, Draconic Sorcery, and Wild Magic Sorcery. Okay, so you see how they're all kind of sound very similar to each other, right? Because in the previous 5th edition books, that wasn't necessarily the case. Like, there's one form of sorcery that's basically blessed by the gods, so that was the divine soul. And actually, I can just pull that up. Let's see. Yeah, I got D20 Star Wars Saga Edition, D20 Martin Core Book. I got one for GURPS Fallout, some Pathfinder stuff. Oh yeah, I forgot I had the Princess Bride role-playing game. I never really looked at that. I think I got one for Wendy's somewhere. Feast of Legends, that's what it was, yeah. Xanathar's Guide. And I say Tasha's Cauldrons. I'll just boot them both up. I want to give an example. And let's see, Sorcerer 48. Yeah, Arcane Origin, Supernatural Mark. Which doesn't really... I mean, Quintessa doesn't really have a supernatural mark per se. I mean, yeah, she got the glowing blue eyes, but that's from her spells in of itself. And she does have a... I mean, there used to be a spell called Arcane Mark, but they got rid of that. Yes, you have one called Divine Soul. You have Shadow Magic. You have Storm Sorcery. Okay, that one actually does kind of fit the theme that they're going with. And what do we have for Tasha? Because that is the one where we got Clockwork and Aberrant Mind. No, that's Rogue. So yeah, Aberrant Mind, Clockwork Magic, or Clockwork Souls. That's the proper name. I think that was it. I think it was just those two. Yeah, and so the reason I bring that up is because her sorcerer subclass was, I called it the Scion, because it represents someone whose magic comes from being descended from an ancient arcane empire, like the Sul Imperium from Greyhawk, or the Empire of Netheril from the Forgotten Realms. And partly because, I gotta reboot this. It's from a piece of text from Ghost of Saltmarsh with regards to the Scarlet Brotherhood. Here we go. Traditionalists, Loyalists, and the Scarlet Brotherhood. Okay. The Scarlet Brotherhood claims that the bloodline of its followers traces back to an ancient empire, the Sul Imperium, and their goal is to restore the old Suloise noble houses to prominence in the world. As scions of a realm that once enjoyed unmatched arcane power and a vast dominion, its members see themselves as superior to all other folk, and the only ones fit to rule. And as it kind of points out somewhere, unlike the other factions in Saltmarsh, there is no good side to the Scarlet Brotherhood. As unrepentant megalomaniacs, they are villains through and through. Again, being that Quintessa's pureblood Sul and chaotic evil, that's the faction she belongs to. Because she's kind of like Walter Donovan from Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, because he joined with the Nazis not because he believed in their ideals, but he knew they had resources that he could exploit to find the Holy Grail. Quintessa wants to become a mage of power to transcend the limits of spellcasting, so she figures the Brotherhood probably holds lost arcane lore. She's basically just using them for her own goals. As noted here, right? Let's see. Seeing people as just tools to be used, pawns to be manipulated, or toys to be played with. That's the reason why she's the chaotic aspect of chaotic evil. But yeah, Sorcerer's origin, Scion, in her case, Scion of the Sul Imperium. Or again, if you were playing a human in Forgotten Realms, you could be a Scion of the Empire of Netheril if you wanted. Your innate magic comes from an ancient lineage born during an age of glory. Your ancestors wielded spells that rivaled the gods and crafted artifacts that shook pillars of heaven. Centuries after their fall, the trace of their legendary power courses through your veins. Will you follow your ancestors' footsteps or use their legacy to forge a new path? And I know the phrase mage of power and power magic kind of sounds a little silly, But back in AD&D, another name for the gods was the powers. Like the powers that be, right? And in 3rd edition, if you were to come across a spell that was legitimately 10th level or higher, the detect magic spell classified it as like deity magic. And like this is like the magic that the gods themselves, like not necessarily just divine magic of the clerics. No, like these are the actual spells that gods will cast. Like a 9th level spell would radiate a strong aura that could last for hours. A 10th level spell would radiate an overwhelming aura of magic that could last for days. That kind of thing. But I suppose if I want to just keep to the naming convention, I think that's the phrase I want, right? If I want to keep to the naming convention, like, X sorcery, Y sorcery, blah, 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 I'd probably just call it ancient sorcery, right? Again, both tying into, say, again, ancient empires, but also because it's largely inspired by 3rd edition, which is, a quarter century old by this point. It's halfway through D&D's 50-year lifespan. Because granted, 1st and 2nd edition didn't really have sorcerers that we would recognize. Now, one interesting thing about a lot of these subclasses is that they give you a bunch of bonus spells. Like, okay, here's Aberrant Sorcery, which is, all about mind magic, right? But, because there was like a psionic class in 3rd edition called the Scion, but that was spelled differently. So I guess it probably would be a good idea for me to use a different name. But yeah, like it was like, when you reach a sorcerer level specified in the psionic spells table, you thereafter always have the listed spells prepared. So like say, once you hit 3rd level, you get all of this. So yeah, you get a whole bunch of bonus spells. You get a couple when you hit 5th, a couple at 7th, and a couple at 9th. The same is true for Clockwork Sorcery. The same is true for Draconic Sorcery, which that actually wasn't even the case in the original book. You didn't get any real bonus spells, so this is new. It's not the case with Wild Magic, though. I guess like Wild Magic Surge and Tides of Chaos are so powerful by themselves, you don't get any bonus spells. And, the Ancient Magic feature is largely based on the Divine Soul, where you would learn spells from both the Sorcerer and and Cleric classes. And you did gain one bonus spell based on your alignment, but you were free to swap that out later on. And so in the case of the Ancient Magic, you learn spells from the Sorcerer or Wizard spell list. But instead of gaining a bonus spell, I gave the Scion the ability to cast spells as rituals, something that at the time sorcerers normally could not do. Which now I guess they can do by default, so I can take that off the list. So I'm thinking of what I would do is just take the Ancient Magic class feature and another 1st level feature, Fabled Lore, where you would learn a bonus language and either Arcana as a free skill or you gain expertise with it, and just slap that together and make that a new 3rd level feature. Because I figure this by itself is fairly strong. Like again, you're not really getting any new spells from this feature, but you are expanding the list of spells you can learn from. So it kind of evens out. Arcane Negation, on the other hand, gives you counterspell for free and the ability to cast it using sorcery points instead of a spell slot. And if you do cast it with sorcery points and you successfully counter a spell that targets you, you bounce it back on the caster. With that said, they did change how counterspell works. Like as noted, counterspell's effective spell level equals the number of sorcery points spent to cast it up to your maximum spell level. And if it successfully counterspell, I can mention that. Yeah, they changed it, so now it's a saving throw. So you no longer have to cast it using a higher level slot. So I'll probably just leave it as you spend 3 sorcery points because it's a 3rd level spell. Because there's something else here that does that, actually. I think it was back in Aberrant Mind. Okay. Psionic spells, telepathic speech. Yeah, Scionic Sorcery. When you cast any level 1 plus spell from your Scionic Spells feature, which would be these bonus spells I pointed out, you can cast it by expending a spell slot as normal or by spending a number of sorcery points equal to the spell's level. If you cast a spell using sorcery points, it requires no verbal or somatic components, and it requires no material components unless they're consumed or have a cost. So basically, it's like free subtle spell meta magic. And the Shadow Magic has something like that, where you could cast Dark Vision using, I think, 2 sorcery points. No, you would cast the Darkness spell with 2 sorcery points, and you can actually see through your own darkness. Something you normally can't do even with Dark Vision. Yeah, see, like these have like this feature has like this subclass has 2 6th level features, but Scion or Ancient Sorcery only has 1, the Arcane Negation. And granted, part of it because I want to balance out for the 14th level feature, Arcane Communion. Recharges at the long rest. You have learned how to channel the magic of your mighty ancestors. You can cast any spell from the Sorcerer or Wizard spell list by spending a spell slot of a spell's level or higher, and spending sorcery points equal to the slot's level. You must otherwise obey all the restrictions for a selected spell, and it counts as a sorcerer spell for you. The idea being that, even if, say, Quintessa doesn't know Plane Shift, presumably one of her ancestors did, and because she shares that bloodline, she, focuses really, really hard. She can cast it but you can only do it once per day. And granted, considering that regaining sorcery points is now much easier than it is before, that does make it even more kind of busted. So yeah, I don't want to go too far on the other features. Okay, I really should probably call it a day. I mean, yeah, just granted, I do have. Let me pull it up. The book section. Because I did mention this earlier. My Player's Guide to Saltmarsh, version 1.4 here. So I'm going to do a big update on this thing. Because, yeah, like 5-6 years ago, the group I was with was playing through Ghosts of Saltmarsh, right? Problem is, nobody in the party was really familiar with the Greyhawk campaign setting, which is the default for the adventure. Not even the DM, really. So I thought, how about I put together this player's guide, based on the player's guide to the Sword Coat's Adventurer's Guide, basically inspired by that. So, it takes all the background information from Saltmarsh that wasn't really plot important necessarily. It wasn't metagame. But then I augment that with information from the Living Greyhawk Gazetteer, the World of Greyhawk, Fantasy Setting, Living Greyhawk Journal, and everything else you see here. Of course, I kind of assumed that the starting age for the campaign was 576, so I just backdated everything to that. And so, yeah, you got sections on the world of Greyhawk, Oath, the people, the different human ethnicities, elves, dwarves, the languages. I'm not going to get into that again. Like Procon, and you got a few others in the player's handbook, but you got spells of the Archmagi, which I took largely from Dragon Magazine, so they're all named after, or not all, but they largely just come from the Greyhawk wizards like Vecna and Igwilv or Tasha, whatever she's calling herself now. And of course, my own subclass, the Scion, which of course, again, I'll just rename it Ancient Sorcery, right? Yeah, you got Zagig's Amusing Alteration, Vecna's Conflagration, Sledotin's Fortitude, so the last major power of the Soul Imperium, Tilson's Wondrous Carriage. Of course, I added Quintessa's 2 spells, dweomerdrain and dweomerguard. Alright. I'm done, because even YouTube is giving me issues now, so I'm going to call this a day. I didn't really finish Quintessa, but there's a lot to go through, and I am very pedantic when it comes to formatting, so with that said, thank you to everybody who stuck it out with me this 7 hours. And yeah, part of the reason why I was an hour late, I updated the members' shout-out artwork, right? I figured, since I updated Quintessa here, I figured I might as well update this as well. So thank you to everybody who stuck it out. Thank you to Anthony Images and Tizwaz1112 for the financial support. Very much appreciated. I need to rest my throat. I need to rest my mouth. Maybe just take a nap. Well, I guess it's a little hard to take a nap at 7 p.m., but take care, everybody. I'll see what I'm going to do regarding Ultima and Soul Calibur this weekend. Take care.